Chapter 1, A Night of Love. At night, in a hotel room in the seaside city, a drunken man is sleeping naked. The alcohol has made him careless, and he has forgotten to lock the door when he entered the room. It was late at night, past midnight. At this time, a sweet-looking woman came quietly. She looks nervously over her shoulder, as if she is trying to avoid something, then gently pushes open the man's door and enters. As soon as she enters the room, she quickly closes the door, as if she is afraid of being spied on. However, as she closed the door, her steps became unsteady, clearly affected by the alcohol. Judging from her state, she had also drunk a lot. But for some reason, her face was unusually rosy, exuding a strange charm. Then, she leaned against the wall of the hotel room and staggered to the edge of the bed. Finally, she threw herself onto the bed, as if she had found a temporary haven. So, the drunk man and the beautiful woman lay in the same bed. Soon after lying down, the woman's face turned even more rosy and her breathing became more rapid. It was unclear whether it was because of the alcohol or something else. The woman began to take off her clothes, and then she kissed the drunk man. This sudden move caught the man off guard, but he also felt a long-lost passion. After a few hours of rest, the drunken man gradually regained consciousness. He hadn't been intimate with a woman in 4 years, and at first he thought it was some kind of special service offered by the Prince Hotel. After all, the woman was so proactive that he was a bit confused. However, he didn't think too much about it, and gradually changed from a passive state to an active state. The man's stamina was truly amazing. From late at night to the break of dawn, he hardly stopped for a moment, and spent a passionate time with the woman. As the dawn broke, the man slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the woman sleeping next to him. Her beautiful face looked especially charming in the morning light. However, a complex emotion welled up in the man's heart. He could not help but feel a little conflicted when he thought about the delicate face and her profession. Sighing, the man got up and began to tidy up his clothes. He walked over to his luggage and took out a property ownership certificate and a black card from his backpack. He stared at the property ownership certificate and the black card in his hand, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He said to himself, Villa Hentang, Supreme Black Card, it's not bad that the old man has a conscience and hasn't wasted the past 4 years leading the troops. After saying this, the man put the property ownership certificate and the black card back in his bag. He looked back at the sleeping woman on the bed again, and a flash of reluctance flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he shook his head and turned and walked out of the hotel room. After the man left quietly, time seemed to pass quietly for a long time. The woman gradually woke up from a deep dream, and her sleepy eyes slowly opened. When she realized that she was completely naked, she panicked. She quickly grabbed the quilt and covered her body tightly. The woman looked around the hotel room, and everything seemed to be in the chaos of last night. Her heart began to beat faster, and the fragments of her memory began to come together in her mind. Suddenly, she remembered her almost out-of-control behavior last night, and her cheeks flushed. She quickly looked down at her underwear, but was horrified to find that it had already disappeared. Yesterday, last night the woman said to herself. There was a hint of anger and regret in her voice. She angrily slammed the pillow on the floor of the hotel room, as if she wanted to vent her dissatisfaction and shame. At this moment, she felt as if her world had collapsed. The madness of last night and the embarrassment of today were intertwined, leaving her at a loss. Then, the woman nervously picked up the cell phone on the bedside table and quickly dialed a number. At this moment, in the Hentang villa, Chin Siki was gracefully sitting on a yoga mat practicing yoga, with sweat lightly sliding down her cheeks. The phone rang. She first wiped the sweat off her face with a towel, then walked over to the phone and answered it. When she saw the caller ID, it was her best friend, Su Qingyao. Hello, Qingyao. Chin Siki's voice was gentle and kind. On the other end of the phone, in the hotel, Su Qingyao was covering her body with a quilt. She held the phone in her other hand, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Siki, where are you right now? She asked carefully. Chin Siki replied without hesitation, I'm at the Hentang villa. Upon hearing that Chin Siki was at the Hentang villa, Su Qingyao quickly said. Then don't go out, I'll come to you right now. Her voice revealed a sense of urgency and unease. Chin Siki replied with a smile, okay, I'll wait for you. Subsequently, Su Qingyao hurriedly dressed, with her heart in a flurry and anxious, left the hotel and went to the Hentang villa to look for Chin Siki. Just as Su Qingyao hurriedly left the hotel room, a faint trace of red silk was quietly left on the originally clean and flawless bed sheets. A faint trace of red silk was quietly left behind, like the morning glow in the morning, both beautiful and with a hint of secrecy. As soon as Su Qingyao stepped out of the hotel door, a sharp-eyed waiter in the hotel lobby noticed her. He quickly took out his phone and made a call. Zhang Xiao, I just saw the Su family's eldest daughter. She just walked out of the hotel. The waiter's voice was tinged with flattery and awe. On the other end of the line, an angry and irritable voice came through. This bitch pretends to be serious, but she's actually a flirt. I'm going to the Su family to settle the score with her. Find out which room she came out of and send me a photo. Then the person on the other end of the line hung up angrily. The waiter did not dare to be negligent and immediately went to the room where Su Qingyao had been. When he saw a hint of red on the bedsheet, a ripple of emotion ran through his heart. He quickly took out his phone, took a picture of the scene, and sent it to Mr. Zhang. In the Henteing villa, Su Qingyao sat on the sofa, her face slightly pale, and a hint of indescribable anxiety in her brows. Qin Siki noticed her unusual behavior and poured a cup of hot water into her hands. Su Qingyao took the glass of water and took a sip to try to calm her nerves. Qin Siki looked at her with concern and asked softly, Qingyao, what's wrong with you? You seem a little off. Su Qingyao's expression became even more panicked. She took another sip of water, took a deep breath, and looked at Qin Siki and said, I want to ask you a question. Qin Siki nodded and said gently, Go ahead. Su Qingyao hesitated for a moment, and finally plucked up the courage to say. Chapter 2, Dead-Eyed Scoundrel. Well, I have a friend who got drunk last night and was, that by a man. Qin Siki exclaimed in surprise, and then Su Qingyao continued. My friend wants to know if she's pregnant. Qin Siki thought for a moment and replied, I don't think so. It's not that easy to get pregnant. However, Su Qingyao did not seem completely relieved. She continued to ask. What if it's the first time for a girl? Qin Siki looked at Su Qingyao and said seriously. Whether or not it is the first time for the girl has nothing to do with whether or not she can get pregnant. Pregnancy is a matter of probability, just like buying a lottery ticket. The more times you do it, the higher the probability. How many times has your friend done it? After hearing this, Su Qingyao began to count on her fingers, but after counting for a long time, she looked at her fingers and said, somewhat confused. I can't remember clearly. Qin Siki looked at Su Qingyao's movements and suddenly realized something. She asked in confusion. Didn't you say it was your friend? What are you recalling here? You're not saying that your friend is you, are you? Su Qingyao's face changed when she heard Qin Siki's words. She nervously defended herself. Are you kidding? I am the eldest daughter of the Su family. Who would dare to do anything to me? However, her words revealed a hint of insecurity and confusion, and her voice grew smaller and smaller. Qin Siki looked at Su Qingyao, softly and with a hint of doubt, and then stared at her intently. Su Qingyao was a little embarrassed by Qin Siki's direct gaze, and she couldn't help but ask. What are you staring at me for? Qin Siki pointed her finger straight at Su Qingyao and said. Something is wrong. There must be something you're hiding from me. Su Qingyao's heart tightened, and she tried to remain calm and defend herself. No, there's nothing wrong. What's wrong with me? Qin Siki was relentless, and her tone revealed concern. We are best friends. What can't we tell each other? You must be hiding something from me. Facing Qin Siki's questioning, Su Qingyao could no longer hide her inner turmoil. She lowered her head and admitted. Okay, don't look at me like that. It's done, I admit it, it was me. Qin Siki was surprised to hear this sudden confession, and she asked hurriedly. What's wrong with you, Qingyao? Su Qingyao suddenly became agitated. She angrily accused. Last night, that bastard Zhang Shijing said he could help the Su Group solve its current financial crisis and invited me to dinner at the Prince Hotel. As a result, he actually drugged me in the wine, and I ran out before the drug took effect. But I ran into someone's room in a daze, and then. Qin Siki had already understood what happened next. She asked with concern. Did you see the man's face? Su Qingyao shook her head helplessly and replied. No. At that moment, Su Qingyao's phone rang. It was the company's phone. After she finished the call, she said to Siki, "Siki, I have to go back to the company. You must keep this a secret." Su Qingyao hurriedly said this and quickly walked to the door. Before Siki could respond, she slammed the door and left the villa. Siki looked at Su Qingyao's rapidly disappearing back inside lightly, then turned and walked towards the bathroom. At this moment, the man who had been drunk at the Prince Hotel yesterday got out of the taxi and stood at the entrance of the Henteing Villa. He looked up at the words Henteing Villa on the lintel and muttered to himself, "The environment here is not bad." After that, he set off and walked into the villa area. In the bathroom, Siki looked at the bathtub that had just been filled with a large tank of water, gently took off her clothes, and lay down in it. The warm water surrounded her, and she couldn't help but think of what happened to Su Qingyao. She said to herself, "Our Qingyao is the most beautiful girl in Seaside City, and yet she was killed by someone so inexplicably. If I knew who that bastard was, I would castrate him myself." At this point, Siki suddenly remembered something important. She had forgotten to remind Qingyao to take her birth control pills. She looked around and realized that her phone was not in the bathroom. She then remembered that she had left it in the living room on the first floor. So she took a towel, wrapped herself up, and hurried out of the bathroom and headed for the living room on the first floor. At this moment, the drunk man from yesterday also entered the villa. He was carrying a bag in one hand and looking around the first floor of the villa. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction and commented, "Well, this place is really nice, and the environment is quite..." He was going to say that the environment here is quite nice. But when he saw a woman wrapped in a towel coming down the stairs from the second floor of the villa, his eyes were immediately drawn to her full breasts. He changed his tone and said, "And the environment is quite large." Just as he said this, Siki, who had just come down from the second floor, also noticed the man standing in the living room on the first floor. She suddenly screamed in horror, "Ah!" Siki's scream was so loud that the man on the first floor couldn't help covering his ears with his hands. However, Siki's scream seemed to have some kind of magic, causing the towel on her body to suddenly slip and fall to the ground. In an instant, her flawless body was exposed to the man downstairs. The man, without any hesitation, stared at the naked Siki with a penetrating gaze. Siki immediately realized her mistake and hurriedly covered her key parts with her hands, while shouting at the top of her lungs, "Don't look!" She quickly bent down to pick up the towel on the floor, wrapped herself up tightly again, and tried to cover up her seductive curves. Siki, who had wrapped the towel around her again, pointed angrily at the man in the living room on the first floor and said angrily, "You wait for me." Siki then hurriedly returned to her room upstairs. The man on the first floor shrugged his shoulders and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Not long after, Siki, dressed in a white sundress and clutching a fruit knife, stormed down the stairs from the second floor. She was even more furious when she saw that the man was still sitting leisurely on the sofa in the living room. She held the knife in both hands and walked towards the man, saying angrily as she walked, "In broad daylight, you dared to break into my home." Hearing her say that it was her home, the man involuntarily looked at the suitcase by the sofa and was about to get up and leave. Seeing this, Siki immediately waved the fruit knife and shouted nervously, "Don't move! I've already called the police." Hearing her threat, the man, who had already left the sofa, had to sit down again. He looked at Siki, who was nervous, and asked in confusion, "Is this your home? Are you sure?" Hearing the man's doubt, Siki responded with confidence, "Nonsense, if it's not my home, then it's yours. You dirty pervert." Chapter 3, The Homeowner. The man sighed helplessly after hearing him say that. Siki, however, remained on guard, warning him again, "Don't ask questions, wait for the police." At this point, the man calmly said again, "Even if the police come, they can't change the facts. This house is mine, and you're living in my house. You're the one who broke the law, not me." Siki listened to the man's words with such certainty, and she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She asked with doubt, "Is it your house?" Because this villa was rented by Qingyao for her and her 4 sisters to live in. Seeing her doubt, the man nodded lightly and then got up and walked to his backpack. He opened the backpack, took out the property ownership certificate, and gently threw it on the coffee table. "Take a look for yourself," he said calmly. Siki saw that the man's expression was serious and not like a lie, so she squatted down. She placed the fruit knife in her hand on the coffee table and picked up the property ownership certificate to examine it carefully. Since Chinsiki was wearing a white sundress, her full breasts were once again exposed to the man's view when she squatted down. The man had originally done it unintentionally, but since he had already seen it, he simply took a few more looks at it, in the spirit of if you don't look, you don't see. At this time, Chinsiki was intently checking the property ownership certificate, and the name of the owner was clearly printed with the two characters Su Yang. She seemed to start believing what the man said. At this moment, Su Yang, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly spoke, with a tone of teasing. "You're wearing such sexy clothes, don't tell me you're trying to seduce me into committing a crime? I have to remind you that my self-control is very poor." Chinsiki was shocked by Su Yang's words, immediately picked up the fruit knife and the property ownership certificate on the coffee table, stood up and took a few steps back. She stared at the name on the property deed and confirmed, "Your name is Su Yang? Is this really your house?" Su Yang replied calmly, "It's genuine." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the villa suddenly opened and a beautiful woman walked in. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Chinsiki standing there and asked anxiously, "Siki, where is that pervert?" Chinsiki heard the voice and turned around to see that it was her good friend Lu Shishir. It turned out that when she went upstairs to change clothes, she called Lu Shishir, who had gone out to buy something, and told her that a pervert had broken into the house. Lu Shishir quickly walked over to Chinsiki and said in a soft voice, "Don't worry, Siki. I've already called the property manager and security guard." As soon as she finished speaking, the property manager rushed into the villa with two security guards. As soon as they entered the door, they asked loudly, "Where is the pervert? Where is the pervert?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Su Yang. Su Yang didn't pay much attention to the arrival of the property manager and security guards, but when he noticed that Lu Shishir was staring at him, straightened up and gave her a sweet smile. Chinsiki also noticed that everyone was staring at Su Yang sitting on the sofa, so she said, "Yes, that's him." Chinsiki's tone was hesitant and confused, as if she had something else to say. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Shishir had already turned around and said to the property manager and security guard behind her, "What are you waiting for? Arrest him." The property manager, hearing Lu Shishir's order, hurriedly nodded and said yes, and then immediately signaled two security guards to come forward and arrest him. At this moment, Chinsiki hurriedly shouted, Wait. There seems to be a misunderstanding." Lu Shishir looked at Chinsiki blankly and asked in puzzlement, "A misunderstanding? Siki, you were the one who said there was a pervert on the phone, and now you're the one who says there's a misunderstanding. Are you infatuated with this guy because he looks a bit handsome?" Hearing what Lu Shishir said, Chinsiki hurriedly explained, "Shishir, what are you thinking? He said this house is his. Look, this is the property certificate he took out." While explaining the situation, Chinsiki handed the property ownership certificate in her hand to Lu Shishir. Lu Shishir took the property ownership certificate, glanced at it briefly, then closed it. She stared at Su Yang with a puzzled expression and said, "Who knows if this property ownership certificate is real or fake?" Su Yang calmly looked at the property manager and said, "We can check the authenticity, let the property manager take a look." Lu Shishir thought Su Yang's words made sense, so she turned around and handed the property ownership certificate to the property manager who was standing by to catch Su Yang. The property manager took the property ownership certificate, carefully checked the information on it, especially the name of the owner, Su Yang. He looked up at Su Yang and asked, "Are you Su Yang?" Su Yang nodded and got up, took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to the property manager. The property manager took the ID card and carefully compared it with the information on the property ownership certificate. After comparing the information for a long time, the property manager turned to Lu Shishir and said, "The property ownership certificate is real, and the owner is indeed Mr. Su." Lu Shishir heard the confirmation of the property manager and couldn't help but ask with some confusion, "Why is he only showing up now?" The property manager quickly explained, "The thing is, the previous owner of this house entrusted the villa to our property management company, but he only paid for 1 year of management. We haven't been able to contact him for the past 4 years, so we rented out the house temporarily." After the property manager finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Yang and said, "Mr. Su, you haven't paid the management fees for the past few years either. How about we forget about it and use the rent for the past few months to offset it? After listening to the property manager's words, Su Yang, who was sitting on the sofa, thought to himself, this old man is unpredictable, and it's normal that he can't be contacted. So he looked at the property manager and said, no problem. But you have to give me a room. The property manager was secretly pleased to hear Su Yang's quick response. In fact, the villa had already been rented out long ago, and the management fee was not a large sum for him. So he quickly nodded and said, of course it's no problem. At this point, Lu Shishir, who was standing nearby, looked at the property manager and asked, Manager Lu, what do you mean now? The property manager turned to look at Lu Shishir and said, the situation is like this, our rental contract is legal and Mr. Su is indeed the owner of the property. Just now, the other party has also stated that they will not pursue our responsibility. So, do you want to continue renting the house or not? Lu Shishir listened to the property manager's words and turned to Qin Siki. Qin Siki also looked at Lu Shishir and said, this house was rented to us 4 sisters by Qin Yao. She has a lot of things going on at home and at work recently, so let's not bother her. How about asking Lin? After all, the 4 of us have always been under her control. Lu Shishir thought for a moment and looked at Qin Siki and said, you know Lin, she's never been friendly with men. Qin Siki listened to Lu Shishir's words, thought about it, and nodded. That's true. Why don't we just keep living here? It's close to the hospital where you work, and my mother's side. She said this while looking at Lu Shishir. Chapter 4, Conditions. After listening to Qin Siki's words, Lu Shishir pondered her words. She then turned her gaze to Su Yang, who was sitting on the sofa, deep in thought, and finally nodded lightly. The property manager standing by the side saw that the problem between the two sides had been properly resolved. He first respectfully handed the house deed to Su Yang, who was sitting on the sofa. Then he turned to Lu Shishir and said with a smile, Miss Lu, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, everything is fine. Then I will take my leave. Lu Shishir nodded slightly to indicate her agreement. Seeing that Lu Shishir had nodded, the property manager turned and left the villa room with the 2 security guards. Lu Shishir watched the property manager leave, then turned her gaze to Su Yang and said with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, Mr. Su, right? Su Yang looked up at Lu Shishir, nodded, and then replied softly. Seeing Su Yang nod, Lu Shishir still maintained her previous tone and said, now that everything is clear, since you are the owner of this house, let's just forget about the misunderstanding. As for the house, I believe you heard what we said earlier. We plan to continue renting it. So, what do you think? Su Yang smiled gently when he heard Lu Shishir say this. He asked, from what you just said, I understand that you are 4 girls living here? Lu Shishir and Qin Siki nodded at the same time. Su Yang continued. If you plan to continue living here, you must agree to 2 conditions. First, you must dress appropriately in the house. After all, I am a man, and my self-control is limited. If an unnecessary misunderstanding occurs, I cannot be held responsible. While saying this, Su Yang's eyes inadvertently swept over Qin Siki's white suspenders. Qin Siki sensitively captured this subtle movement and subconsciously used her hands to protect her chest. Second, you can't bring male friends back without my permission. I don't want this house to become a mess. Qin Siki immediately responded. Don't worry, the 4 of us are single. Lu Shishir, who was standing next to her, gave her a dirty look, and Qin Siki realized that she might have been a bit rude, so she quickly covered her mouth. At this point, Lu Shishir turned to Su Yang and said, since you've finished talking about your requirements, we also have a few requests. Su Yang nodded to indicate that she should continue. After a moment of thought, Lu Shishir said, you must knock on the door before entering our room without our permission. Also, after 8 p.m., you are not allowed to enter our room for any reason. Okay, no problem. Su Yang readily agreed. Qin Siki added, I have one more condition. Can you reduce the rent a little bit? After hearing this, Su Yang stood up from the sofa and looked at Qin Siki with a smile on his face. Qin Siki mistook his intention to give in and immediately smiled sweetly. However, Su Yang asked in return, what do you think? The rent is definitely not negotiable. His smile revealed a hint of mockery, which made Qin Siki feel a little embarrassed. After listening to Su Yang's words, Shin Siki's sweet smile on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. She said discontentedly, "Come on, 4 girls living with you, others can't even dream of it. Let's not talk about us too, but Xinyao is the #1 beauty in our city, and Lin is a famous flower in the Taekwondo gym." Su Yang looked at Shin Siki and responded in a flat tone. "According to what you said, not only can I not reduce the rent, I have to increase it." Shin Siki was a little angry when she heard him say that, and asked him angrily, "What makes you think you can?" Su Yang smiled and said teasingly, "Living with 4 girls who are as hungry as wolves, what if you have any evil intentions towards me, a young bachelor?" Shin Siki's eyes widened at this, and she stared at Su Yang and said, "You think we are like a hungry wolf?" Lu Shishir also added, "And you say we have evil intentions?" The 2 women looked at Su Yang angrily at the same time and said in unison, "You are the one who is hungry and thirsty, and you are the one who is plotting." Su Yang saw that the 2 women were really angry, so he quickly smiled and explained, "I was just joking, trying to liven up the atmosphere." When they heard him say that, they retorted in unison again, "We are not familiar with you." The 2 girls then turned around and went upstairs in anger. At the corner of the 2nd floor, Lu Shishir suddenly stopped. Without looking back at Su Yang, she said loudly, "The rooms are all on the 2nd floor, there are 5 bedrooms in total, one of which is currently empty." After that, she followed Shin Siki's footsteps and went upstairs. Su Yang, who was in the living room on the 1st floor, followed Lu Shishir's back as she disappeared at the top of the stairs, and smiled awkwardly. Then he picked up the bag by the sofa and walked up to the 2nd floor. As Lu Shishir said, there were indeed 5 rooms on the 2nd floor. 4 of the doors were closed, and only one was open, obviously the empty room that Lu Shishir had mentioned. Su Yang walked into the room, closed the door behind him, threw his bag on the ground, and began to take in his new surroundings. As he looked around the room, he said to himself, "Who would have thought that after dealing with a group of men for 4 years, I would come back and have to live under the same roof with 4 women?" After saying this, he shook his head and smiled, as if he was both amused and somewhat helpless at this sudden change. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes inadvertently fell on a medical record on the table. Without thinking, he picked up the medical record and read it. The name on the medical record was Lu Ruyun, age 58, with a diagnosis of mid-stage lung cancer. Su Yang was intently reading the medical record when there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Along with the knocking, Shin Siki's voice also rang out. "Landlord, when I was cleaning the room today, I accidentally left something inside. Can I come in and get it?" Su Yang did not respond immediately, but instead took the medical record and walked to the door, opening it. Standing at the door was Shin Siki, who looked a little anxious. Su Yang handed the medical record to Shin Siki and asked, "Is this it?" Shin Siki took the medical record in both hands, looked at it carefully, and then tears welled up in her eyes. She said thank you to Su Yang softly, then turned and walked back to her room. Su Yang clearly heard a light sob as she turned around. He couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion, watching Shin Siki's back disappear behind the door, and then returning to his own room. Sitting on the sofa in the room, Su Yang couldn't help but recall the contents of the medical record and the tearful eyes of Shin Siki when she saw the medical record. He said to himself, "It seems that the woman on the medical record is Shin Siki's mother. She just asked me to reduce the rent, but I didn't agree. Was I a bit too cruel?" But then he comforted himself, "Hey, why think so much?" So he took out his phone, opened TikTok, and began to browse it mindlessly. At this moment, Su Yang accidentally clicked into a live broadcast room. When he saw the face of the woman in the live broadcast room, he realized that the host was Shin Siki. Chapter 5, The Mysterious #1 Big Brother. Su Yang looked at Shin Siki in the live broadcast room, dressed in a bunny girl costume, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So she is an anchor, no wonder she has such a great figure." He then glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room and was surprised to find that there were more than 2,000 people online. However, when he noticed the amount of money being donated to the broadcast, he was surprised to find that it was 0. At that moment, a netizen named Pink Scum in the live broadcast room began typing, "Anchor, you are so beautiful and have such a hot body. Can you do a striptease? If you do, I'll give you a rocket." Shin Siki, who was broadcasting live, naturally saw this message as well. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face, and then she responded with a smile. Pink scum brother, I'm really sorry, I can't dance the kind of borderline dance you mentioned. When the pink slag man heard that Shinseiki had not satisfied his unreasonable request, he began to fan the flames in the live broadcast room. The pink scumbag typed maliciously. If you can't dance the borderline dance, why are you doing a live broadcast? Why not just go sell it? Wouldn't that be easier to make money? In Shinseki's live broadcast room, the audience was mostly male, and when they saw the pink scum say this, they all followed suit and made a fuss. Yeah, you're dressed so revealingly, how can you not dance the edge dance and still do a live broadcast? Then, another netizen commented even more recklessly. I think you should just become a mistress, then you can make money while lying down. Then, someone else commented even more explicitly. Why not just do that kind of thing? That's the fastest way to make money. For a while, the entire live broadcast room was filled with obscenities and vicious attacks. Shinseiki, who was sitting in front of her phone live streaming, looked at these unsightly comments and her eyes instantly reddened. In fact, this was Shinseki's first attempt at live streaming. The reason she entered this industry was the medical record. As Su Yang had predicted, Lu Ruyun on the medical record was Shinseki's mother. Not long ago, Shinseiki had just lost her job, and then she learned that her mother had been diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer. This sudden turn of events made her anxious. After careful consideration, Shinseiki felt that the live broadcast industry was booming. And she was confident that her figure and looks gave her an advantage over those who relied on beauty. So she decided to try her hand at live streaming. However, who would have thought that on her first day of broadcasting, she would encounter such a deplorable situation? Seeing the obscene language on the screen, Shinseki's eyes filled with tears. Not everyone in Shinseki's live broadcast room was as malicious as the pink scum. Some viewers stood up to speak for her, but their voices were weak after all. Most viewers just watched silently or followed the bad trend and became so-called white trash viewers. At this moment, Su Yang, who was watching Shinseki's live broadcast, witnessed all of this. Su Yang smiled and said to himself, in this world, who will watch you if you don't rub the edge? But, for the sake of your mother's illness, I'll help you. After that, he clicked on the gift reward interface at the bottom of the live broadcast room and selected the carnival option among the many gifts. Then, he began to send gifts like crazy. At this moment, Shinseki's tears were already rolling in the corners of her eyes, as if they would burst out at any moment. Suddenly, the screen in the live broadcast room froze, and then a white cloud floated by, and a golden little man floated in on a balloon. Then, the 3 dazzling golden characters carnival appeared on the screen. Shinseiki had seen this gift in the live broadcast rooms of other big anchors. It was called the Supreme Carnival. Although she didn't know the exact value, she knew it was not cheap. At that moment, she froze in front of the screen. Just as Shinseiki was in a daze, another Supreme Carnival appeared on the screen. Then came the third, the fourth. Shinseki's ranking for live broadcast gift rewards instantly jumped to the top in Binhai City. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room, who had been leading the rhythm, also stopped swearing. Su Yang spent more than 200,000 yuan on the Supreme Carnival in one go, and then looked at Shinseiki, who was stunned in the live broadcast room. He smiled and turned off his phone. Before leaving for Binhai City yesterday, several close comrades insisted on having a drink with Su Yang to express their deep affection. So, the 5 of them sat around a table and drank more than 10 bottles of Maotai wine. Then Su Yang boarded the plane to Binhai City. Unexpectedly, the power of alcohol gradually appeared. He felt a strong wave of drunkenness on the plane, so he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until the plane landed smoothly in Binhai City. With the help of the flight attendant, Su Yang took a taxi to the Prince Hotel. Then, the unforgettable scene with Su Qingyao happened. Due to the heavy drinking the night before, Su Yang's head was still a bit dizzy. After turning off his phone, he fell into bed and decided to get a good night's sleep to relieve the fatigue from the alcohol. At this point, Shinseiki finally came back to her senses. She was eager to know who the mysterious benefactor was who had given her so many gifts at the Supreme Carnival. She quickly opened the gift list and looked directly at her number 1 brother. Surprisingly, the nickname of this big brother was blank, and his profile picture was a white sheet of paper with a bright red maple leaf. Shinseiki further checked the information of this anonymous top brother and found that his account was only registered 2 days ago, and he only followed her. This made her feel both surprised and warm. Without hesitation, Shinseiki immediately followed the anonymous big brother with the red maple leaf as his avatar and left a private message. "Thank you, big brother." Afterwards, Shinseiki ended the live broadcast, checked her earnings, and was pleasantly surprised to find that she had earned more than 200,000. She quickly clicked to withdraw the money, and the final amount received was more than 100,000 yuan. Looking at this huge amount of money, Shinseiki couldn't help but complain. The platform is really dark. But then, a happy smile blossomed on her face. With this money, her mother's surgery fee was finally settled. Shinseiki was filled with gratitude and joy. She once again thought of the big brother with the red maple leaf on the list, so she picked up her phone and carefully opened his profile picture to take a closer look. She thought to herself that this maple leaf brother must be a generous, rich and handsome man. As she thought about it, a happy smile appeared on her face. The next morning, Shinseiki was quietly practicing yoga on the first floor, her posture elegant and relaxed. On the sofa. Nearby, Lu Shishir was holding a medical textbook and occasionally looked up at Shinseiki with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "The guy with the red maple leaf gave you a reward and then logged off? He didn't even leave you a message?" Lu Shishir couldn't help but ask. Shinseiki heard Lu Shishir's question and replied while maintaining her yoga position. "Yes, I sent him a private message, but he never replied to me." At this point, she stopped her yoga moves and looked thoughtful. Looking at Lu Shishir with some excitement, she said, "But I found a secret." Lu Shishir looked at her curiously and asked, "What secret?" Shinseiki smiled happily and said mysteriously, "He is a new registered user and only follows me. This means that he is only in love with me." Lu Shishir couldn't help but laugh lightly when she heard this, and said with a hint of ridicule, "So little money has bought your heart? Don't you often boast that love is priceless?" Chapter 6 Zhang Shijing. Shinseiki, who was practicing yoga, heard Lu Shishir's words and responded with a smile. Sure, it's not about the amount of money. You think, he can reward me with more than 200,000 yuan at a time, but without any requirements or ideas, which shows that his realm is far higher than those men who only care about benefits. At this point, Shinseiki's face was filled with a happy smile. Lu Shishir, sitting on the sofa, said with a smile, "Yes, you are right." Shinseiki took up the conversation and continued. "Anyway, I really appreciate him. Now my mother's initial treatment costs have been paid for. It's up to you now." Why did Shinseiki say that she would rely on Lu Shishir? Because Shinseiki's mother is currently hospitalized in the hospital where Lu Shishir works, and Lu Shishir is also a medical doctor at that hospital, and is in charge of her mother's surgery. After hearing this, Lu Shishir raised the medical textbook in her hand and said, "You see, I even study pathology books during my breaks. Don't worry." Shinseiki looked at the book in Lu Shishir's hand and said gratefully, "I knew you were the best." After saying that, she stopped her yoga exercises. She wiped the sweat off her face with a towel and said, "Shishir, I'll talk to you later. I have to go on air early, so I can't keep my maple leaf brother waiting." Lu Shishir looked at her watch and said in surprise, "Are you crazy? It's only a little after 9 in the morning." At this moment, the door to the villa was kicked open with a loud bang. Then, a handsome man in a white suit with his hands in his pockets walked in. He was very aggressive, and as soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Su Qingyao, get out of here." Shinseiki and Lu Shishir looked at the man who had suddenly barged in. Lu Shishir even stood up from the sofa and asked in a bad tone, "Who are you? How dare you break in here?" The man shrugged and said disdainfully, "Who am I? It's fine if you don't know me, but you should know them." He then looked back at the door. Lu Shishir and Shinseiki's eyes also turned to the door. At that moment, two men in suits pushed a middle-aged couple into the room, their attitude extremely rude. Lu Shishir and Shinseiki recognized the middle-aged couple at a glance as Su Qingyao's parents. At this moment, the middle-aged woman also recognized Lu Shishir and Shinseiki, and her face showed a complex expression. It was Su Qingyao's parents. Shinseiki exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle and aunt, why are you here?" At this point, the middle-aged woman also recognized Lu Shishir and Shinseiki, and she introduced them. "Shishir, Siqi, this is Zhang Shijing, the young master of the Zhang family." However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Shijing rudely interrupted her. He glared at Lu Shishir and Shinseiki and said in a bad tone, Cut the crap. Where is Su Qingyao? Qin Siki was about to lose her temper at Zhang Shijing's rudeness, but was stopped by Lu Shishir. Lu Shishir calmly said, Qingyao is not here, you're looking in the wrong place. Zhang Shijing's face immediately turned gloomy when he heard this. He said viciously, what do you mean she's not here? As he said this, his gaze turned to Su Qingyao's parents standing behind them. He walked up to Su Qingyao's mother and cursed. I'll go to your mother. Then he suddenly extended his palm and slapped Su Qingyao's mother hard. Su Qingyao's mother was so shocked by the slap that she sat down on the ground, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Lu Shishir and Qin Siki were so scared by this sudden move that they screamed. At this moment, Zhang Shijing glanced at Su Qingyao's mother, who was sitting on the ground after being beaten by him, and continued to curse viciously. I'm going to beat this bitch until she comes out. After he finished, he suddenly extended his right foot and kicked Su Qingyao's father hard. Su Qingyao's father was knocked to the ground by this kick and fell to the ground in pain, covering his stomach with his hands. Qin Siki, seeing this, was furious and quickly took out her cell phone and dialed Su Qingyao's number. At this tense moment, Zhang Shijing walked up to the father of Su Qingyao, who was lying on the ground, and shouted, Are you here? Are you here? He slapped the father's face hard. Why did Zhang Shijing dare to be so bold? The reason behind this has to do with Su Qingyao's family. Although the Su family in Haiban City is considered a third-rate family, it was recently in financial crisis for various reasons. Just when the Su family was in a precarious situation, the Jang family, the number one family in the city, offered a helping hand and expressed their willingness to help the Su family tide over the difficulties. However, the condition they set was that the most beautiful girl in the city, Su Qingyao, would marry their eldest son, Zhang Shijing. Su Qingyao's grandfather, for the sake of the family's interests, did not hesitate to agree to this request. But when Su Qingyao learned of the news, she resolutely opposed it. She knew that Zhang Shijing was a bad person and did not want to entrust her life to such a person. However, faced with the economic pressure of the family and the threat of her grandfather, Su Qingyao began to be in a dilemma. At this juncture, Zhang Shijing could not help but use the excuse of helping Su Qingyao to invite her to dinner at the Prince Hotel. However, at the dinner table, he spiked her drink with drugs. The rest of the story is out of control. Su Qingyao fled in a panic and accidentally entered Su Yang's room. The next day, when Su Qingyao left the hotel, she was secretly photographed by a waiter and sent to Zhang Shijing. Zhang Shijing was furious when he learned about this and rushed to the Su family to make a scene. The head of the Su family, Su Qingyao's grandfather, in order to calm the anger of the Zhang family, actually scolded Su Qingyao in front of Zhang Shijing and ordered her parents to accompany Zhang Shijing to find her. Since Su Qingyao had already moved out of the Su family and was living with 3 girlfriends in the area, Zhang Shijing brought Su Qingyao's parents here. Thus, the shocking scene before us occurred. Although the Su family is barely a third-rate family in Seaside City, it is insignificant in the face of the Zhang family. Therefore, when Su Qingyao's parents were facing Zhang Shijing's abuse and beatings, they not only did not dare to resist, but also took a chance, thinking that as long as they could save the Su family, this humiliation was nothing. It was this mentality that made Zhang Shijing even more reckless, treating them as if they were nothing and bullying them at will. At this time, Qin Siki quickly dialed Su Qingyao's phone. The call was almost immediately connected, and she asked anxiously, Qingyao, where are you now? Something terrible has happened. Zhang Shijing, who was assaulting Su Qingyao's father, also temporarily stopped his actions when he heard the phone ringing and Qin Siki's words. Chapter 7, It was him who rented a room with me that night. On the phone, Su Qingyao anxiously asked Qin Siki, what happened? Qin Siki briefly described how Zhang Shijing had barged in and beaten up her parents. After listening, Su Qingyao's voice revealed obvious urgency, I'll be right back. Not long after, Su Qingyao appeared in the Yunting Villa district in her Mercedes convertible, driving like a bat out of hell. As soon as she walked into the villa, she saw the tragic sight of her parents lying on the floor in the living room. Zhang Shijing was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Su Qingyao quickly walked over to her parents and carefully helped them up. Then she looked up and glared at Zhang Shijing. At this moment, Zhang Shijing also stood up from the sofa, his eyes locked on Su Qingyao. He cursed at her while walking towards her. Seeing Su Qingyao staring at him with anger on her face, Zhang Shijing suddenly reached out. He grabbed Su Qingyao's long hair and continued to scold her viciously. You bitch, you finally showed up. Lu Shishir and Qin Siki saw this and wanted to help. But when they saw two bodyguards in black suits standing at the door, they eventually held back. Su Qingyao's father remained motionless, silently closing his eyes. Only Su Qingyao's mother, crying, knelt on the ground and hugged Zhang Shijing's legs, begging Zhang Shijing to talk nicely and not to fight. Zhang Shijing looked down at Su Qingyao's mother, who was kneeling at his feet and hugging his leg. He said angrily, "Get out of my way." Then he kicked Su Qingyao's mother. Seeing her mother being kicked and beaten by Zhang Shijing, Su Qingyao felt a surge of anger in her heart. She shouted, "Mom!" Immediately, she stretched out her white, delicate arm, trying to fight back against Zhang Shijing. However, Zhang Shijing only sneered at this. He grabbed Su Qingyao's hair and slammed her to the ground. Su Qingyao involuntarily let out a moan of pain. In the room on the second floor of the villa, Su Yang was originally immersed in a dream, but was awakened by the noise coming from the first floor. He slowly opened his eyes and slowly sat up. He rubbed his eyes with his hand and muttered, "What's going on? It's so noisy early in the morning." He then put on a pair of loose-fitting underpants with a large bird printed on them. He put on his slippers and walked downstairs. At this time, Zhang Shijing glanced at Su Qingyao, who had been thrown to the ground by him. Then he turned to Su Qingyao's mother, who was lying on the ground on the other side, and said coldly, "Okay, you want to talk it over? Then let's talk it over." Then he snapped his fingers. A bodyguard in a black suit standing at the door immediately took out a few photos from his pocket and handed them to him. Zhang Shijing looked at the photos and his face grew even more gloomy. He angrily threw the photos at Su Qingyao and yelled, "Su Qingyao, you pretend to be a pure and innocent girl in front of me, but then you turn around and sneak into someone else's room. You shameless slut." Su Qingyao picked up the photos and looked at them. They were surveillance footage of her leaving the hotel and a photo of the red stain on the bedsheet. Zhang Shijing continued, "You rely on me to save your family's financial crisis, and yet you play this game with me?" When Su Qingyao's mother heard Zhang Shijing say this, she hurriedly looked at Su Qingyao and said, "Qingyao, you should explain to Mr. Jang that it's not like that." Su Qingyao looked at her mother and said, without being servile or arrogant, "What do I have to explain to him? What does he have to do with me?" Zhang Shijing, who was standing by, heard Su Qingyao's resolute attitude and slowly said with a mocking smile on his lips, "No explanation? Of course you can. Anyway, your grandfather's birthday is just around the corner. At that time, I will make public the surveillance footage of this hotel, so that everyone can see what kind of trash you, Su Qingyao, this so-called noble lady, is, and how shameless you are." After hearing this, Su Qingyao's eyes flashed with anger, and she struggled to get up from the ground. She walked up to Zhang Shijing, looked him straight in the eye, and said coldly, "Shameless? Young Master Zhang, do I need to report to you when I go to play with my boyfriend?" Zhang Shijing's face instantly turned gloomy. He obviously did not expect Su Qingyao to answer like that. With a hint of doubt and disbelief, he asked in return, "Boyfriend? Do you think I'm stupid? When did you have a boyfriend? How come I've never heard of it or seen it?" At that moment, Su Yang slowly walked down the stairs on the second floor of the villa. He was dazed, wearing slippers, and didn't seem fully awake. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Su Yang looked around in a daze and realized that everyone was looking at him. Just as he was about to speak, Su Qingyao said, "Zhang Shijing, isn't this the person you wanted to meet?" Su Yang was a little confused when he heard this. He looked at Su Qingyao in confusion and realized that she was the beautiful woman he had met at the Prince Hotel the other day. He thought to himself, "Isn't this the lady the hotel arranged? And why is she here?" Just as Su Yang was full of doubts, Zhang Shijing's gaze turned to Su Qingyao. He pointed at Su Yang and said disdainfully, "This dog is your boyfriend?" Su Yang's eyes, which had been a little confused, immediately became clear when he heard this. Zhang Shijing stepped closer to Su Yang, and at the same time turned to Su Qingyao and said, "The man in the hotel that night was him?" As he said this, he suddenly slapped Su Yang's chest hard. Su Yang's face changed, and he looked down at the place Zhang Shijing had slapped. At this moment, Su Qingyao walked up to him and put her arms around his arm very intimately. Su Yang watched Su Qingyao's actions. He naturally understood that Su Qingyao was standing up for him and protecting him from Zhang Shijing's harassment. Zhang Shijing naturally saw this scene as well, and his face became even more gloomy. At this moment, Su Qingyao took Su Yang's arm and said, "Yes, that's right. It was him at the hotel that night. Su Yang heard Su Qingyao's confirmation and couldn't help but be a little confused. Could it be that she really recognized him? Lu Shishir and Qin Siki, who were standing nearby, looked at Su Yang with disbelief. Zhang Shijing glared at Su Yang angrily and sneered. Him? Is he worthy? Su Qingyao retorted without any sign of weakness. How is he not qualified? He is. Taller and more handsome than you. Zhang Shijing was furious at Su Qingyao's words. He pointed angrily at Su Qingyao and shouted angrily. You really deserve a beating. After that, he raised his hand and slapped Su Qingyao in the face. Su Qingyao subconsciously closed her eyes and hit her body backwards. Chapter 8, The Bodyguard of the Actor. At the moment when Zhang Shijing's slap was about to hit Su Qingyao's face, Lu Shishir and Qin Siki watched his movements with their hearts tightening and subconsciously closed their eyes. However, the expected applause did not sound. It turned out that at this critical moment, a hand reached out like lightning, firmly grabbed Zhang Shijing's wrist, which was about to land on Su Qingyao's face. The action was swift and accurate, as if it had been ready to go for a long time. It was Su Yang who grabbed Zhang Shijing's wrist. Zhang Shijing felt the force on his wrist and turned his head sharply, glaring at Su Yang. Then, he tried to pull his arm back with all his might. But after trying twice, he found that his arm was locked in an iron shackle, completely unable to break free from Su Yang's grasp. At this moment, Su Qingyao also opened her eyes. She saw that Zhang Shijing's hand, which was about to slap her, was being held firmly by the boyfriend who had been temporarily recruited. Zhang Shijing tried again to pull his arm back, but to no avail. Due to the excessive force, Zhang Shijing's face was now red, and he glared at Su Yang and roared. You bastard, let go of me. Su Yang looked at Zhang Shijing calmly and said lightly. Didn't your mother teach you not to hit women? After saying that, he pushed Zhang Shijing back several meters with a strong arm. Zhang Shijing, who had been pushed back several meters by Su Yang. He shook his wrist, which Su Yang had grabbed, and glared at Su Yang, angrily shouting. Fine, you dare to touch me, I'll make you pay. After that, he turned and looked at the two bodyguards behind him, and ordered, go get him. After hearing Zhang Shijing's order, the two bodyguards standing at the door in black suits immediately took action. They moved quickly, like two flashes of black lightning, rushing towards Su Yang. Su Yang's eyes narrowed. He knew these two bodyguards were no ordinary men. The first bodyguard rushed to him, swung a punch and smashed it into his face. Su Yang quickly ducked his head and at the same time, he lifted his foot and kicked the bodyguard hard in the knee. The bodyguard was in pain and stumbled backwards. Seeing this, the other bodyguard immediately attacked from the side, extending an arm and trying to lock Su Yang's neck. But Su Yang reacted quickly, grabbed the bodyguard's arm, and threw him to the side with a forceful swing. The two bodyguards were a little flustered when they saw that Su Yang had easily neutralized their attacks. They looked back at Zhang Shijing, meaning that we can't beat this person in front of us. However, Zhang Shijing completely failed to understand the meaning in the bodyguard's eyes. Instead, he shouted at them, what are you two looking at me for? Kill him for me. The two bodyguards secretly smiled to themselves, thinking that Zhang Shijing was really a fool who didn't understand the market. But they had no other choice but to charge Su Yang again. This time, they looked at each other and then winked at each other in tacit agreement. Then they attacked Su Yang at the same time, but it looked like they were attacking, but they didn't actually make any effort. Su Yang did not choose to dodge this time, but instead attacked head-on, attacking the two bodyguards at the same time. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. Just as Su Yang touched the two bodyguards, they both fell to the ground at the same time, moaning in pain. Su Yang was also a little confused. Could it be that his kung fu had improved? However, he soon realized that the two bodyguards might have faked it on purpose. He then looked at the two guards who were moaning and smiled. At this time, Qin Siki, who was standing aside, was also shocked by Su Yang's move. Her eyes wandered between Su Yang and Lu Shishir, and her tone was full of surprise. I can't believe he's so good at fighting. I really didn't see it coming. Lu Shishir heard Qin Siki's words and couldn't help but turn her gaze to Su Yang, agreeing. Yes, I really didn't expect it. Zhang Shijing, on the other hand, was completely unable to see that his two bodyguards were acting. He looked at the bodyguards he had hired at a high price, and was suddenly filled with panic and unease when he saw the man in front of him being knocked to the ground in two moves. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes shot a sharp look at Zhang Shijing. Zhang Shijing immediately felt the pressure of that gaze, and his heart was in a panic. He wanted to turn around and run away, but his legs suddenly went weak and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhang Shijing, who had fallen to the ground, watched Su Yang walk towards him step by step, and a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. He subconsciously used his hands to brace himself against the ground, and his body retreated backwards, while he stammered and shouted, "Don't come over! What do you want? Don't come over!" However, Su Yang paid no attention to Zhang Shijing's pleas. He walked up to Zhang Shijing, bent down, and coldly stared at Zhang Shijing's disheveled appearance. Then he said, "What kind of a man hits a woman? Get up and fight me." Zhang Shijing cursed in his heart, thinking to himself, "Am I sick? Fight with you?" He glared at Su Yang with his eyes wide open, but chose to remain silent. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Su Yang frowned and then kicked Zhang Shijing hard in the shoulder. The kick was so powerful that Zhang Shijing fell face up on the ground. Then, Su Yang stamped on Zhang Shijing's chest and said coldly, "Come on, don't you want to fight?" As he said this, the force under his foot gradually increased, twisting the foot that was stepping on Zhang Shijing's chest. Zhang Shijing screamed in pain, repeatedly saying, "Oh, oh, oh." Su Yan looked at his painful expression and said again, "If you have the ability in the future, don't hit women, do you hear me?" Zhang Shijing, who was still screaming, suddenly stopped his pain after hearing Su Yang's words, and stared at Su Yang with a fierce look. He challenged him, "If you have the guts, kill me." He thought he had seen through Su Yang's concerns and knew that Su Yang would not dare to really do anything to him, so he backed down and shouted loudly. Su Yang listened to him, and the strength in his legs decreased slightly, but his tone remained cold. "You broke into my house, so what if I beat you to death?" After saying that, he turned around and walked to the coffee table, picked up the flowers and the vase on it, then picked up the vase again, and looked at Zhang Shijing lying on the ground with a cold gaze, as if he really wanted to smash it. Zhang Shijing couldn't help but panic when he saw Su Yang's posture. He looked at the vase in Su Yang's hand in horror, and stammered, "What are you going to do?" But when he saw that Su Yang was just holding the vase and wasn't really going to throw it, he became arrogant and yelled, "Come on! You're scared!" At this moment, Su Yang's mouth revealed a sneer. He nodded and said, "Fine, I'll give you what you want." Then, he raised the vase and threw it at Zhang Shijing without hesitation. Zhang Shijing saw Su Yang really lift the vase and throw it at him, and he was so scared that he closed his eyes and let out a terrified scream. Su Qingyao, Lu Shishir, and Qin Siki in the room were also scared, covering their eyes with their hands and not daring to watch the next scene. Su Qingyao's parents also closed their eyes in fear. Then, a crisp sound of the vase breaking rang out, and the whole house fell into a short silence. Chapter 9, The Stingy Man. As the sound of the vase shattering echoed through the room, Zhang Shijing, who was lying on the ground, also stopped his terrified howling. His heart was still pounding, but his voice had stopped. At this moment, Su Yang walked over to Zhang Shijing with a relaxed smile on his face. Zhang Shijing, not feeling any pain, also summoned up the courage to open his eyes. He opened his eyes and hurriedly touched his head with his hand, finding that there was no bleeding. He realized that the vase that had seemed to fall on him had actually landed on the ground next to him. Su Yang walked over to Zhang Shijing, knelt down, and looked at him with a smile on his face. Then he reached out and gently patted Zhang Shijing on the cheek, with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Look at you, you're so scared that your face is white, and you still dare to make a fuss in front of me? What a shame." After hearing Su Yang's words, everyone present opened their eyes. They also saw the broken vase lying on the ground beside Zhang Shijing, and were instantly relieved. It turned out that the thrilling scene just now was just a lesson Su Yang gave Zhang Shijing, and no real harm was done. At this moment, Su Yang smiled sardonically and said to Zhang Shijing, "What are you waiting for? Get out of here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shijing quickly rolled from the ground and stood up in a disheveled state. At this moment, the two bodyguards who had pretended to be injured also quickly got up from the ground and came to Zhang Shijing's side. It seemed that they wanted to help him escape the scene. However, Zhang Shijing glared at them viciously and turned and walked towards the door. Just as Zhang Shijing reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Su Qingyao, his eyes full of threat and mockery. He said viciously, "Su Qingyao, you take this dog to your grandfather's birthday party. I want to see how the Su family will solve this economic crisis. In addition, I want to see how you explain to your grandfather Don't kneel down and beg me. When Su Qingyao heard Zhang Shijing's words, she once again showed hesitation on her face. Su Yang frowned and raised his hand to walk towards Zhang Shijing. Seeing this, the two bodyguards dared not say another word, each holding Zhang Shijing by an arm, and quickly ran out of the villa. Su Qingyao saw that Zhang Shijing and the others had finally left, and she let out a sigh of relief. She turned her gaze to her parents, whose mouths were still bleeding. She called out Mom and then quickly walked towards her mother, gently helping her towards the sofa. Seeing this, Lu Shishir also hurriedly ran over to Su Qingyao's father and helped him walk to the sofa. Qin Siki quickly ran to get the family medicine chest. While Lu Shishir was carefully treating the wounds of Su Qingyao's parents, Su Qingyao brought her mother a cup of hot water. As Su Qingyao's mother drank the hot water, her eyes involuntarily turned to Su Yang, who was sitting on the single sofa. Following her gaze, the others present also turned their attention to Su Yang. The room fell silent for a moment, as if everyone was waiting for Su Yang to say something or do something. In the end, it was Su Qingyao who broke the short silence. She looked at her mother, who kept staring at Su Yang, and couldn't help but say with a laugh, "Mom, don't keep staring at him. He's not the guy from the hotel." Su Qingyao's mother listened to her daughter's words and asked with a hint of doubt, "No? Well, I only asked him to help temporarily so that Zhang Shijing wouldn't threaten us." Su Qingyao explained, looking at her mother's puzzled expression. After listening to her daughter's explanation, Su Qingyao's mother nodded in understanding. Then, Su Qingyao turned her gaze to Lu Shishir and Qin Siki, and asked with a hint of doubt in her voice, "He should be the landlord you told me about, right?" Qin Siki nodded and said, "Yes, his name is Su Yang." At this time, Su Yang also noticed that Su Qingyao was looking at him. He smiled, thinking that he was very handsome, as if he was showing his charm to Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao's mother also came back to her senses at this moment, looked at Su Qingyao curiously and asked, "What happened to the man in the hotel?" When Su Qingyao heard her mother mention that person, her face immediately turned gloomy. She said coldly, "Don't mention that person again. It's better if I never meet him again in this life. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him." Su Yang, who was sitting on the single sofa, was drinking water when he heard Su Qingyao say that she wanted to kill that person. He almost choked on the water and then coughed repeatedly. Qin Siki heard Su Qingyao say this and also began to speak up for Su Qingyao. That scumbag, Qingyao only went to his room to avoid danger, but he took advantage of her situation. He really deserves to die. At this point, Qin Siki was so angry that she clenched her fists, as if she wanted to tear that scumbag to pieces. At this moment, Su Qingyao's father looked at Su Qingyao and frowned, saying, "Qingyao, your grandfather's birthday is tonight, but now this situation." He paused in the middle of his sentence, as if hesitating how to say it. Upon hearing her father's words, Su Qingyao's gaze turned to Su Yang, who was drinking water. She took a deep breath and said with courage, "Mr. Su, tonight, can you pretend to be my boyfriend again?" Su Yang was stunned by Su Qingyao's request, and forgot to swallow the water in his mouth. He first nodded, then put down his glass and said with a smile, "Yes, I can, but shouldn't you pay for the vase first?" Qin Siki couldn't help but interrupt, "Hey, didn't you break that vase yourself?" Su Yang looked at Qin Siki with a serious expression and said with conviction, "I did break the vase, but I did it to help you. So shouldn't you pay for the damage?" His expression at the moment was exactly like a miser. Qin Siki was so angry by his words that she could not speak for a long time. In the end, she could only point at Su Yang, stuttering, You. She pointed at him for a long time, but she could not say the rest. At this moment, Su Qingyao interrupted Qin Siki and said, "It's okay, Mr. Su, how much?" "I'll pay for it." Su Yang, hearing Su Qingyao say this, immediately revealed a miserly expression. He looked down at his fingers, carefully calculated, and then held up 5 fingers and said, 500. Su Qingyao didn't say much, got up and walked to her LV bag, and picked it up. Qin Siki looked at her as she picked up the bag and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Su Qingyao. "It's okay, Siki." Su Qingyao said calmly, "If it weren't for Mr. Su today, I really wouldn't know what to do." After hearing this, Qin Siki couldn't help but curse in her heart, "Stingy man, miser, far worse than my brother Maple Leaf." Chapter 10, Birthday Party. Su Qingyao walked over to Su Yang and took out 500 yuan in cash from her exquisite LV handbag and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang then revealed his miserly smile and cheerfully accepted the 500 yuan. Then, Su Qingyao took out a golden bank card from her bag. She looked at Su Yang and said, "Mr. Su, there are 100,000 yuan in this card. I need to take my parents to the hospital for a checkup, so please choose a gift for me as a birthday gift from your boyfriend to my grandfather." Su Qingyao paused for a moment, then continued, "You understand what I mean, right?" Su Yang didn't say much, just took the bank card with a smile and nodded solemnly, saying, "I understand." At this time, Su Qingyao's father, who was sitting nearby, frowned and said with concern, "Qingyao, I'm worried that a gift of 100,000 yuan won't be enough to compete with Zhang Shijing." When Su Qingyao heard her father's words, she showed a slightly embarrassed expression on her face. She looked at her father and explained softly, "Dad, you know the company's current situation. I still have to find a way to come up with the 100,000 yuan. Now we can only take things one step at a time." Su Qingyao's father sighed helplessly when he heard his daughter say this. At this time, Lu Shishir looked at Su Qingyao and said softly, "Qingyao, let's take your parents to the hospital first, okay?" Su Qingyao nodded and said softly, "Yes." Then she turned around and looked at Su Yang behind her and said solemnly, "Mr. Su, I'm sorry to trouble you. I will definitely thank you later." Su Yang looked at Su Qingyao, smiled, and waved his hand, saying, "What are you being polite for? I'm the landlord, you're the tenant, it's only right." Su Qingyao smiled when she heard Su Yang say that, cast a grateful look, and then left the villa with her parents and others. Lu Shishir and Qin Siki followed closely behind, heading to the hospital together. After seeing everyone leave, Su Yang said to himself, "This is how it is. It seems like it's time to give her some compensation." He looked down at the bank card that Su Qingyao had just given him and said to himself again, "I'll take care of it tonight." That night, the banquet hall of the Sunni Hotel was brightly lit and full of color. A huge Chinese character for longevity was hung high in the center of the ballroom. The golden characters glistened in the light, as if containing endless blessings and good fortune. The banquet hall was luxuriously decorated. A red carpet stretched from the entrance to the stage, with exquisite flower baskets on either side. The walls are hung with valuable calligraphy and paintings, complementing the overall style of the banquet hall. Guests arrived one after another, dressed in their finest clothes and wearing sparkling jewelry. They chatted and laughed in the banquet hall, raising their glasses and drinking. The music was melodious and pleasant, creating a lively and elegant atmosphere. On the stage, a band was playing lively music, adding a festive atmosphere to the upcoming birthday party. In this happy atmosphere, the birthday star became the focus of everyone's attention. He sat in the VIP seat in the center of the stage, his face beaming with happiness, accepting the blessings and respect of everyone. The entire banquet hall was filled with a luxurious and festive atmosphere, as if every corner was filled with laughter and good wishes. As 8 o'clock approached, the lights in the ballroom gradually dimmed and the spotlight was turned on the center of the stage. Two hosts, a man and a woman, gracefully walked onto the stage. Their costumes were gorgeous and dignified, complementing the luxurious atmosphere of the entire banquet hall. The male host cleared his throat and his voice was loud and full of magnetism. "Dear guests, good evening." The female hostess took over with a smile, her voice sweet and moving. "Tonight, we are gathered together to celebrate the birthday of Mr. Su, which is a very happy and memorable occasion." The male host nodded in agreement and continued. Mr. Su was a hardworking and kind man who made great contributions to the Su family and society. His wisdom and character are examples for us to follow. Tonight, let us raise our glasses and send our best wishes to Mr. Su. The female host picked up the thread, her voice full of respect. "Yes, Grandpa Su is not only the pride of our family, but also a treasure of our society. His spirit will always inspire us to move forward. Now, let's welcome Grandpa Su to the stage with the warmest applause." As the two hosts finished speaking, the audience burst into applause, and the birthday boy, Mr. Su, slowly walked onto the stage surrounded by a crowd of people. His face was filled with a happy smile, and tears of emotion glistened in his eyes. At this moment, the entire banquet hall was immersed in an atmosphere of joy and blessings, offering the best wishes for Mr. Su's birthday. After entering the stage, Mr. Su smiled and nodded to each guest present, his eyes filled with gratitude and joy. He stood in the center of the stage, cleared his throat, and began his opening remarks. "Dear friends and family, I am so happy and honored to be able to spend my birthday with you here tonight. Although his voice was a little shaky, it was full of warmth and strength. Looking back, I have experienced ups and downs, but every bump in the road has become a valuable asset on my life's journey. With your company and support, I have been able to get to this day and enjoy this wonderful moment. As Mr. Su finished his opening remarks, the guests rose and walked to the stage with their carefully prepared gifts. Each gift represents the guests' respect and blessings for Mr. Su. Some are paintings with the meaning of longevity, some are pots of blooming flowers, and some are boxes of precious health products. The hostess on the side began to read out the gifts from the guests. Her voice was clear and full of emotion. From the Wang family, a painting of a long-lived pine tree, which is a symbol of longevity and good health, was presented to Mr. Su. Then she read out the gift from the Li family, a pot of blooming peonies, symbolizing wealth and glory. The gift from the Zhao family was a delicate jade carving of a phoenix spreading its wings, symbolizing Mr. Su's wish for a happy life and a successful career. The representative of the Zhao family walked onto the stage, holding the jade sculpture in both hands, and respectfully handed it to Mr. Su, wishing him good health and a long life. Next, the Qin family presented an exquisite ancient book with the title embossed in gold foil on the cover, which looked simple and solemn. The representative of the Qin family explained that this was an ancient book that their family had treasured for many years, and they hoped that Mr. Su would like it and enjoy reading it in his spare time. The host read out each gift one by one, and Mr. Su listened carefully with a smile on his face, nodding from time to time to express his gratitude. These gifts were not only a blessing for his birthday, but also a recognition and praise for his hard work throughout his life. Chapter 11, Birthday Party 2. At this moment, Zhang Shijing walked calmly to the front of the stage, attracting the attention of everyone present with every step. His posture was upright and his bearing majestic, demonstrating the style of the Zhang family, the #1 family in Binhai City. Almost at the same time, the host spoke in a respectful tone, his voice clear and loud. Next, we are honored to present this gift from the distinguished family of Binhai City, the Zhang family. This carefully selected gift is a token of the Zhang family's deep respect and endless blessings for Mr. Su. Then, Zhang Shijing, a representative of the Zhang family, walked slowly onto the stage with a pair of jade ruies in his hands. The jade ruby, illuminated by the lights, was crystal clear and exuded a warm luster. Every carved detail is so exquisite, as if it is the perfect combination of nature and the craftsman's soul. The host spoke again, his voice full of praise and respect for the gift. The Zhang family is presenting a pair of jade ruies worth 880,000 yuan. This pair of jade ruies is not only a precious work of art, but also a sincere blessing from the Zhang family to Mr. Su on his birthday. It symbolizes good luck and wishes for a long life, and we hope that Mr. Su will be blessed with good fortune in the future and that all his wishes will come true. After hearing the host's introduction, the guests in the audience looked at the jade ruby with envy. This is not just because of the preciousness of the jade ruby itself, but because it is from the Zhang family, the first family in Binhai City. More importantly, the person who gave this gift was Zhang Shijing, the future head of the Zhang family. The fact that he came in person to present this gift to Mr. Su undoubtedly added infinite glory to the entire Su family. You see, the Su family has always been a third-rate family in Binhai City. However, all signs now indicate that the Su family is about to rise to prominence in this land and become a force to be reckoned with. Those who had previously sent simple flowers or potted plants began to regret that their gifts seemed a bit light. They were all thinking to themselves, should they send a heavier gift to show their respect to the Su family? Grandpa Su, sitting in the center of the stage, looked at the attitude of the crowd and was very pleased. At this moment, the parents of Su Qingyao standing beside him had a solemn look on their faces. Because he knew that his daughter had only asked her fake boyfriend to prepare a gift of 100,000 yuan, which was far inferior to the jade ruby that the Zhang family had given. The daughter of the second son of Mr. Su looked at the jade ruby on the table and smiled. She whispered, "Grandpa, you see how generous Shang Xiao is. He is worthy of being the future head of the Zhang family." Hearing his daughter's words, Su Yuanhong, the second son of the old master, sighed, and his eyes revealed a hint of regret. Alas, it's a pity that Zhang's heart is all on Qingyao. If only he could take a liking to our Chichi, that would be great. In the Su family, Grandpa Su has two sons. The eldest son is named Su Yuanqing, and he is the father of Su Qingyao. He is honest and lacks a strong opinion, and he always follows the advice of his father and younger brother, Yuanhong. The second son, Su Yuanhong, is a smart and resourceful man who knows how to adapt to the situation. He is always able to sense the subtle changes in the family and make corresponding adjustments to seek his own best interests. Hearing his father's words, Suchi couldn't help but lower her head, and a complex emotion welled up in her heart. At this point, Grandpa Su turned his attention to Zhang Shijing, who was standing nearby, and said with a smile, "Well, whether it's Chi-Chi or Qingyao, they are all my Su family's children. No matter which one Zhang Xiao likes, won't he be my Su family's son-in-law?" After saying this, Grandpa Su laughed heartily. However, Zhang Shijing sneered and said in a light tone, "I'm afraid I don't have that kind of luck." Upon hearing this, Mr. Su frowned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Shijing glanced at the old man and said with a mocking smile, "What do you mean? If you don't have poor eyesight, Grandpa Su, you can see for yourself." He then turned his gaze to the door of the banquet hall. Mr. Su and the Su family members present all looked towards the door with Zhang Shijing. They saw Su Qingyao wearing a white evening dress. She was elegantly holding the arm of a strange man in a dark suit, slowly walking towards Mr. Su. Her face was filled with a happy smile, and the strange man looked handsome and elegant. This scene surprised everyone in the Su family. At this moment, Su Yuanhong quickly reacted. He turned to look at Mr. Su and his face showed a puzzled expression. Who is the man next to Qingyao? At this moment, Grandpa Su also saw Su Qingyao and the strange man by her side. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a look of solemnity. Zhang Shijing glanced at Su Yuanhong and coldly mocked. Who else could it be? It's her boyfriend, of course. Afterwards, Su Qingyao and Su Yang slowly walked up to Grandpa Su. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the other guests present. Since most of the guests were from Binhai City, they had heard rumors about Zhang Shijing and Su Qingyao. Therefore, when a more informed guest whispered, "How did Su Qingyao end up walking with another man? No wonder Su Qingyao didn't show up when Zhang Xiao showed up. Could it be that Su Qingyao of the Su family dumped Zhang Shijing of the Zhang family?" As soon as this remark was made, the guests in the audience began to gossip and the sound of discussion rose and fell. Those guests who had previously felt that the gifts they had given were too light, because of the potted plants and flowers they had given. They were secretly glad that they had not given more expensive gifts, otherwise they would have lost a lot. At this moment, another guest glanced at Zhang Shijing and then turned his gaze to Mr. Su, whispering, "The Su family is in financial trouble, and they were hoping that the Zhang family would help them out. But now that Su Qingyao is with another man, the Su family is probably finished." A young woman in a gorgeous dress heard this and immediately picked up the conversation. She whispered, "In this coastal city, Su Qingyao is no ordinary woman. The man she can look at must be extraordinary." As she said this, the young woman's gaze turned to Su Yang, who was standing next to Su Qingyao. She continued her appraisal. "Look at this man, in terms of height and appearance, he is not inferior to Zhang Shijing. Maybe he comes from a prominent family and is a real young master." The guests present all looked at Su Yang, who was standing next to Su Qingyao, after hearing the young woman say this. Chapter 12, The Third Birthday Party. At this moment, Su Qingyao and Su Yang had already walked up to Mr. Su. Su Qingyao saw her grandfather staring at her solemnly, and a sense of tension welled up in her heart. Su Yang, standing next to her, seemed to sense her nervousness. He gently patted the hand of Su Qingyao, who was holding his arm, to comfort her. Then, he gave Su Qingyao a reassuring look, as if to tell her, "Don't worry, I'm here for you." Under Su Yang's encouraging gaze, Su Qingyao gradually regained her composure. She looked at Grandpa Su, who looked displeased, and said softly, "Grandpa, happy birthday." Su Yang also smiled kindly and wished Mr. Su a happy birthday. "Happy birthday, Mr. Su." However, Mr. Su still looked gloomy. His gaze shifted from Su Qingyao to Su Yang, and his tone was clearly displeased. "Who is he?" Su Qingyao replied to her grandfather's question with a dignified tone. "Grandpa, his name is Su Yang." When she mentioned Su Yang's name, she looked at Su Yang slightly, then turned her gaze back to Grandpa Su and continued. "He is my boyfriend." Zhang Shijing, who was standing next to Grandpa Su, was so angry at Su Qingyao that his face turned green as if he had been painted with a thick layer of green paint. Mr. Su noticed Zhang Shijing's unusual behavior and turned to Su Qingyao, his tone tinged with a hint of reproach. "Qingyao, have you had a fight with Zhang Xiao?" "It's normal for young people to argue occasionally, but you shouldn't use this method to vent your anger." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao immediately defended herself. Grandpa, you're mistaken. He's not a tool for me to vent my anger at. He really is my boyfriend. After hearing Su Qingyao's explanation, Grandpa Su's suppressed anger erupted. He slammed his hand on the table, making a loud noise, and then shouted at her. Qingyao, you are too presumptuous. Do you know what you are doing? Facing her grandfather's anger, Su Qingyao did not back down and continued. Grandpa, of course I know what I'm doing. Grandpa Su continued angrily. If you know, you should be with Zhang Xiao, not with some random guy. In this coastal city, I've never heard of a big family with the surname Su. He glared at Su Qingyao, his tone full of dissatisfaction and disappointment. Su Yang smiled at this moment, and looked at Mr. Su with a calm and unruffled expression. He said calmly, Mr. Su, I can tell that you are questioning my financial resources, thinking that I am not as wealthy as the Zhang family, am I right? In the face of Su Yang's direct question, the old man did not respond directly, but merely snorted coldly, revealing his dissatisfaction. However, Su Yang was not angry. He continued calmly. Perhaps my wealth is not inferior to the Zhang family's? Although his voice was not loud, it was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Hearing Su Yang's words, Mr. Su and the Su family could not help but start to re-examine this young man. Seeing this, Su Yang said again. Mr. Su, why don't we look at the gift first before making a decision? He took out a small purple wooden box from his pocket. Su Qingyao's mother, who was standing nearby, gently nudged Su Qingyao's father, Su Yuanqing, to remind him of the current situation. Su Yuanqing then came to his senses and walked towards Su Yang, who was holding a gift in his hands. After receiving the gift from Su Yang, he turned and returned to the side of Mr. Su. He whispered to Mr. Su, Dad, you know Zhang Shijing. Dad, you know Zhang Shijing well. Although you are thinking about the future of the Su family, what if Su Yang is also a good candidate? While listening to his eldest son, the old man looked back and forth at Su Yang, as if looking for some kind of sign to verify what Su Yuanqing had said. After some consideration, the old man finally nodded, indicating that he was willing to give Su Yang a chance. After seeing his father nod, Su Yuanqing carefully opened the small purple wooden box in his hand. However, as soon as he opened the box, he quickly closed it and his face showed an expression that was difficult to describe. Seeing this, Mr. Su was curious and couldn't help but ask, what is the gift? Su Yuanqing looked embarrassed and stammered. This. He hesitated for a moment, but was unable to say the rest. Grandpa Su could no longer contain his curiosity, and quickly took the wooden box from Su Yuanqing's hands and opened it. Inside the box lay a beautifully crafted golden clock, exuding a charming luster. Out of curiosity, Su Qi also came up behind Mr. Su. When she saw the appearance of the clock, her face instantly became a bit solemn. Mr. Su, holding the golden clock in his hands, turned to Su Yang and asked in a deep voice. What is this? His tone revealed an indescribable meaning. Zhang Shijing glanced at the small golden clock. Although it was unique in shape, it didn't seem to be worth much money in his opinion. So he sneered and said, I thought it was a precious gift, but it's just a broken bell. Even if it's made of gold, it's not worth much. His words were full of contempt, and after he finished speaking, he deliberately looked at Su Qingyao, his face full of mockery. Su Qi, who was standing behind Grandpa Su, also echoed Zhang Shijing's words in a strange tone. Yao, your boyfriend is really interesting, isn't he? For Grandpa's birthday, he actually gave him a clock? This gift is really unique. Her tone was full of mockery and ridicule. When Su Qi heard Su Qi's taunts, his face instantly turned dark. He angrily slammed the small golden bell onto the table. Then, his face, which had slightly eased, became gloomy again, and he said angrily, Qingyao, I am very satisfied with this boyfriend you found for me. His tone was full of sarcasm and anger. Zhang Shijing saw that Su's grandfather was angry again and smiled smugly. He looked at Su Qingyao and Su Yang with a smug smile, as if he could already see them in a state of disarray. At this point, Grandpa Su took a deep breath, calmed down a bit, and continued. Fine, since he gave me a clock, I'll invite him to eat bamboo shoots and stir-fried meat. After that, he shouted, Guards, drag him out. His voice revealed an unmistakable air of authority. The phrase bamboo shoots and fried meat does not refer to a dish, but to a colloquial way of scolding someone. Specifically, it refers to the punishment of being beaten on the buttocks with a bamboo stick or broom. When someone makes a mistake, someone may ask, "Do you want to eat bamboo shoots and fried meat?" This is actually a hint that you are about to be beaten, and it has a warning implication. Readers, did you eat bamboo shoots and fried meat when you were young? Chapter 13, Birthday Party 4. As soon as Mr. Su finished speaking, several bodyguards dressed in black suits quickly appeared in the banquet hall, ready to take action against Su Yang. However, just as they were about to make their move, Su Yang calmly looked at the angry Mr. Su and said, "Wait." Mr. Su looked at Su Yang with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Su Yang smiled and replied, "Afraid? I'm not afraid." He glanced at the bodyguards. Then he looked at Mr. Su again, and his eyes fell on the small clock that had been left on the table. He continued, "Although it is a bit inappropriate to give a clock as a gift at a birthday party, Mr. Su, do you know the history and value of this clock?" At this point, Su Qingyao's father, who was standing next to Mr. Su, quickly interrupted. "Dad, maybe this clock really has something special about it." Su Qingyao's mother also agreed, "Yes, Dad, let's hear what Su Yang has to say first." At the persuasion of Su Qingyao's parents, Mr. Su finally nodded and signaled the bodyguards to leave for the time being. The bodyguards understood and left the banquet hall. Seeing the bodyguards leave, Mr. Su looked at Su Yang with a stern expression and said slowly, "Since you insist that this clock has a deep meaning, I would like to hear your explanation." As he spoke, he glanced at the golden bell on the table that he had disdainfully thrown away. Su Yang was about to speak when Zhang Shijing, standing nearby, sneered and said mockingly, "I look at the material of this clock, it's nothing but junk. What more can you make of it?" Su Yang smiled nonchalantly after hearing this and then said, "Since ancient times, gold bells have been a symbol of power and status, and this bell is no exception. This bell is called the unicorn bell." When Zhang Shijing heard Su Yang call the clock the unicorn bell, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, as if he thought the name was very funny. Su Yang glanced at him and continued to say to Mr. Su, "If Mr. Su has this unicorn bell, no one will dare to be impudent in front of you in the 12 cities on the northwest border." Su Qingyao, who was standing next to Su Yang, couldn't help but look at Su Yang with a suspicious look. Su Yang did not pay attention to Su Qingyao's gaze, but continued to say, "With this unicorn bell, not only can you overcome the current economic crisis your family is facing, but you can also become one of the top 10 families in the country in no time." After listening to Su Yang's words, Mr. Su picked up the small bell that he had just dropped on the table and began to examine it carefully. Everyone at the scene also heard Su Yang's explanation of the unicorn clock, but most people were skeptical. Some even thought that Su Yang was just making up a story. Zhang Shijing's mouth curled up in a sneer. He deliberately rubbed his finger on the table, then looked at his finger and said to Grandpa Su, "Grandpa Su, look at the dust on my finger. I say it's dust from the universe. If you take this dust, you can fly directly to outer space, and the planets will obey your every command." Zhang Shijing's exaggerated actions and tone immediately attracted a burst of laughter from the guests present, as if they were laughing at Su Yang's exaggerations. Su Yang looked around at the people present and found that they seemed to have no idea of the true value of the unicorn clock, and could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. In fact, what Su Yang said was not false. Over the past 4 years, he had fought countless battles on the northwest border, fighting bloody battles with the Japanese pirates. In the end, he was honored for his great military achievements and was named the God of War and Lord of the Qilin. The Qilin bell was a symbol of his status and power. In the country, many top families and powerful people are eager to meet the Lord of the Qilin, and they are willing to spend a lot of money to see him, but they have never been able to do so. However, in this small coastal city, no one knows about the jade-inlaid golden unicorn bell. If the powerful and the top families knew about this, they would be furious. At this moment, Zhang Shijing was even more pleased to see the guests present laughing and rolling on the floor because of his exaggerated performance. Zhang Shijing glanced at the dust on his finger again, then turned to Su Yang and said mockingly, "Do you understand what I just said? Anyone can brag, but it's too much to treat everyone as a fool. What's even more ridiculous is that you even dare to treat Master Su as a fool. Is that too arrogant? Binhai City is thousands of miles away from the northwest border. You chose to tell the story here, and you picked a good place." Mr. Su was holding a small bell in his hand, listening to Zhang Shijing's ridicule and the guests' laughter. His already gloomy face became even uglier. He glared at Su Qingyao and shouted angrily, "Su Qingyao, kneel down." Su Qingyao looked at her furious grandfather and, in desperation, was about to bend down and kneel. At this moment, her arm was pulled by a force. It turned out to be Su Yang, who was standing next to her. Su Yang looked at Su Qingyao, who had been pulled up, and said calmly, "Why should you kneel? I'm telling the truth." He turned to look at Grandpa Su and continued, "In a few days, some bigwigs from the northwest will come to Binhai City to invest and hold a Qilin banquet. If the Su family participates, they will know the truth at once." Hearing Su Yang's words, Grandpa Su stood up angrily and glared at him and said, "Test? What test? Young man, I may be old, but I'm not blind." He then picked up the small clock on the table and continued to mock him. "This? You can buy a whole bunch of these for 100 yuan at the flea market." He then angrily slammed the small bell onto the ground. Seeing this, Su Qi, who was standing behind Su Laoren, said again in her strange voice, "Exactly, do you think that just by making up a story about a broken clock, people will believe you? If you want someone to believe you, it's easy. Just go out, turn right, and walk 3 kilometers to the Binhai Psychiatric Hospital. The people there will be happy to listen to your story." The guests burst into laughter again when they heard Su Qi's words. At this point, Su Yuanhong, Su Qi's father, also spoke up. "Xingyao, it's not that your uncle is saying this to you, but if you must find a boyfriend, at least find a good one. Even if he's not as good as Mr. Jang, at least find someone who isn't brazen." As soon as Su Yuanhong finished speaking, Su Qingyao's father's face also turned embarrassed. He looked at Su Qingyao helplessly and softly persuaded her. "Qingyao, I think you should let him go. Don't make Grandpa angry again." Su Qingyao's mother couldn't help but chime in. "Yes, he is obviously taking your money to line his own pockets." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shijing immediately seized the opportunity to mock. "Oh, what did I hear? It turns out that you bought that broken clock with your money." He then looked at Su Yang and said disdainfully, "Oh boy, I see you, you're just a poor man who lives off of other people's money." Chapter 14 Banquet 5. Su Qi saw Zhang Shijing's challenge and quickly agreed, Zhang Xiao is right. This is not just a soft-living person, but also a poor person who eats soft food hard. He even took a kickback on his grandfather's birthday gift. It's really laughable. Su Yang stood aside and watched Zhang Shijing and Su Qi sing in unison. He smiled slightly, appearing calm and unhurried. Zhang Shijing saw Su Yang still laughing and couldn't help but be a little annoyed. He asked, "What are you laughing at, you poor bastard?" Su Yang replied lightly, "I'm laughing at how stupid you really are. You're like a wild boar that can't eat fine rice bran, and you don't know a jade when you see it." He looked around at the guests present and continued, "This clock is a personal gift to your family from me. I thought you would like it." At this point, Su Yang shook his head helplessly and continued, "But it doesn't matter. I added a little bit to the money Su Qingyao gave me and prepared a second gift for you. I think you will like it." After Su Yang finished speaking, he lightly patted his hands together and then turned around, heading towards the door of the banquet hall without looking back. Just as Su Yang's figure disappeared out the door, 10 models dressed in black cheongsams entered the room, each holding a tray in their hands. They walked lightly and gracefully, adding a touch of elegance to the scene. The last one was a model wearing a red cheongsam. Her appearance was like a phoenix in the flames, attracting attention. The tray was covered with red silk, and each piece of silk was embroidered with a striking character for longevity in gold thread, symbolizing a deep blessing for Mr. Su. At the same time, a list of gifts was handed to the host. The host took the list, quickly scanned the contents, and was taken aback. He widened his eyes and carefully checked the list word by word, afraid that he had read it wrong. The gifts on the list were not only numerous, but also priceless, enough to shock the guests in the ballroom. Then, the host cleared his throat and said in a solemn tone, "Next, Su Yang and Su Qingyao will present a gift to Mr. Su." He paused for a moment, as if adjusting his emotions for the next part of the speech, to show the greatest respect. The first gift is a jade guanyin statue worth 880,000 yuan. May Mr. Su live a long and happy life and enjoy great prosperity. As the host finished speaking, the model in the red cheongsam walked lightly to the model in the black cheongsam, gently lifted the red satin embroidered with the character show, longevity, from the tray, and revealed the crystal clear jade guanyin inside. The second item is a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, valued at 880,000 yuan, wishing Mr. Su peace and prosperity year after year. The red cheongsam model gracefully uncovered another piece of silk, revealing the simple and elegant blue and white porcelain vase. The third item is a 1,000-year-old wood carving, valued at 880,000 yuan, wishing Mr. Su a long life and a prosperous career. The fourth item is a jade pendant made by the Qing court, worth 880,000 yuan, wishing Mr. Su good health and success in everything. The fifth item is a set of gold-threaded Nanmu wood study desks, worth 880,000 yuan. May Mr. Su have a prosperous literary career and wisdom that lasts forever. As the host introduced each item, the red cheongsam models successively unveiled the remaining satin, revealing one priceless gift after another. The sixth item, and the 10th item, each gift was worth 880,000 yuan. All the guests at the scene were staring at the tray in the model's hands, as if they were afraid of missing any detail. Su Qi and Jang Shijing, standing next to Mr. Su. Their faces were as ugly as if they had just eaten a fly, and their hearts were filled with shock and resentment. Su Qingyao's parents were also completely stunned. They stood there. Their eyes followed the gifts in the model's tray, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Su Qingyao herself was also dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, listening to the host read out the contents of the gift list one by one. She was shocked and confused. Mr. Su, who had been looking so solemn, went from initial shock to final excitement, his expression changing like a roller coaster. At this moment, he was beaming with joy, his face filled with an unprecedented happiness. After the host finished reading the list, Su Qingyao's father still seemed to be in disbelief. He turned to look at his wife and asked in confusion, "Am I dreaming? Pinch me." Su Qingyao's mother also thought she was dreaming, so she pinched her husband's arm hard. As she squeezed, Su Qingyao's father let out a cry of pain. He immediately thought of something and quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looking around. When he saw that no one was paying attention to them, he whispered to Su Qingyao's mother, "It seems that I wasn't dreaming, it really hurts." Su Qingyao's mother also nodded and said with certainty, "This is true." Then, Su Qingyao's mother turned to Su Qingyao and asked in a puzzled voice, "Qingyao, didn't you just give him 100,000? At this moment, Su Qingyao was in a dreamlike state, just like her mother, and she didn't know how to answer her mother's question. Su Yuanhong, Su Qingyao's uncle, was also staring at the gift in the tray, and he was also in a daze. At this moment, Mr. Su, the patriarch of the family, was beaming with joy and said excitedly, "More than 8 million yuan, haha, when did I, Su Zitian, receive such a heavy gift at a birthday party?" After saying this, Mr. Su changed his serious tone and looked at Su Qingyao with a kind gaze, saying, "Qingyao, your boyfriend gave you such a generous gift, why didn't you tell me earlier?" At this moment, Su Qingyao was still in shock and had not recovered from the scene in front of her. Seeing this, Su Qingyao's father explained, "Dad, I think Su Yan probably wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect a misunderstanding to happen. Let Qingyao go and coax him. You know, isn't that how it is between young couples?" Su Qingyao's mother also agreed, "Yes, Dad, don't worry." After listening to his son and daughter-in-law, Mr. Su nodded and still had a smile on his face. He turned to Su Qingyao and said gently, "Qingyao, I am very pleased with the person you have chosen this time. I also believe that I can trust the Su family in your hands. I was wrong about what happened earlier." After that, Grandpa Su turned to Su Yuanqing and said, "Yuanqing, what are you still doing? Hurry up and arrange for the banquet." Su Yuanqing quickly nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go arrange it." Then, Mr. Su looked at Su Qingyao, who was still in a daze, and urged her, "Qingyao, you should go and comfort your boyfriend. Don't let him wait too long." Su Qingyao finally came to her senses, looked at her grandfather and nodded, and replied softly. Then she turned and walked towards the banquet hall. After walking a few steps, she saw the small golden bell that her grandfather had thrown away. So she bent down to pick it up, took it in her hands and looked at it carefully, then carefully put it in her bag. Then, Su Qingyao walked out of the banquet hall with a happy smile on her face. Zhang Shijing, who was standing nearby, had originally planned to embarrass Su Qingyao and Su Yang at this birthday party, but ended up in such a situation. He was full of anger and resentment, but he had no choice but to leave the banquet hall. Chapter 15, Picking Up a Corpse. Su Qingyao chased from the banquet hall to the entrance of the Suni Hotel. However, she was unable to find Su Yang, and her disappointment was becoming more and more obvious. At this time, Su Yang had already left the Suni Hotel and was passing by a small shop. Unintentionally noticed a few people eating instant noodles at the door. The smell of instant noodles wafted into his nostrils, and it triggered the craving in his stomach. Su Yang's stomach involuntarily made a gurgling sound. He sighed softly and said to himself, "I spent more than 8 million yuan, but I didn't even get a meal." After saying this, he turned and walked into the store. After entering the store, Su Yang chose a bucket of old-style pickled cabbage noodles and then bought 2 packs of dried stinky tofu. This instant noodle with stinky tofu was his favorite food from the 4 years he spent on the border in the northwest. The store owner prepared the instant noodles for him with enthusiasm, and Su Yang walked out of the store with a steaming bowl of noodles in his hands. The faint aroma of the instant noodles instantly brought back his deep-seated memories. His thoughts drifted back 4 years ago, when Su Yang first joined the army. He received strict training during the day and returned exhausted after standing guard at night. He always sneaked into the bathroom with the instant noodles and dried fish he had bought in advance. There, he would boil the instant noodles in water and then place a few slices of stinky tofu on top. After the instant noodles were ready, he would first taste the rich soup, then bite into the stinky tofu. Also noticed the 2 thugs who had just gotten up from the ground. He smiled lightly, as if he didn't care about them. The gangster called Big Brother pointed at Su Yang and said angrily, I. However, he didn't finish his sentence. The thug who had just angrily called him Big Brother turned around and ran away. The Big Brother looked back at the fleeing little brother and cursed him. Then he turned around and looked at Su Yang again, only to discover that Su Yang was also looking at him, and asked playfully, "What's wrong with you?" The Big Brother was speechless and nervously sang, my home is in the northeast, on the Songhua River." Su Yang was taken aback by this sudden burst of singing. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the gangster known as the older brother also turned around and ran away. Su Yang was left behind, looking at their backs and shaking his head. After the 2 thugs had completely disappeared from sight, Su Yang's gaze turned to Qin Siki, who was curled up in a dark corner. At this moment, Qin Siki was wearing a black suspender skirt and black stockings on her long legs, looking both sexy and vulnerable. Su Yang looked at her in this outfit and couldn't help but think to himself, "She's dressed like this and drunk so much, it's no wonder she's attracting the rascals." He shook his head helplessly and walked towards Qin Siki. Su Yang didn't think much about it and reached out to help Qin Siki, who was sitting on the ground. However, Qin Siki, who was drunk, did not recognize Su Yang and thought he was the 2 rascals from before. She struggled while shouting, "Let me go, you rascal." In the struggle, Qin Siki suddenly reached out and slapped Su Yang's face hard. Su Yang didn't react for a moment, and he was hit hard by Qin Siki's slap. After being slapped, Su Yang rubbed the place where he was slapped with his hand and smiled wryly in resignation. At this point, Qin Siki may have been completely drunk, and she fell asleep in a daze, not resisting anymore. Looking at the sleeping Qin Siki, Su Yang secretly rejoiced in his heart. It was a good thing he had met her, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Half an hour later, on a chair in the mall, Qin Siki was wearing Su Yang's suit jacket and her body was lightly leaning against Su Yang's body. Su Yang was wiping the sweat on his cheeks with a tissue, obviously having just spent a lot of effort taking care of Qin Siki. At the feet of Su Yang and Qin Siki, there were 5 or 6 bottles of hangover medicine, which were obviously taken by Qin Siki, who was by Su Yang's side. At this moment, Qin Siki slowly opened her eyes. When she woke up, she felt a sharp pain in her head and kept rubbing her temples. Su Yang glanced at Qin Siki and asked softly, "Are you awake?" Qin Siki, who was rubbing her head and had not yet fully woken up, turned around and saw Su Yang after hearing the voice. She looked around the surroundings with a confused look in her eyes, and then asked in a puzzled tone, "Su Yang? Why am I here?" Hearing Qin Siki say this, Su Yang replied in a bad mood, "How did you end up here?" "I'm alone, I had to buy you a hangover remedy, and I had to worry about your safety, so I had to bring you to the mall." Qin Siki heard Su Yang say this, rubbed her temples with her hands, and said in recollection, "I remember that I was drunk at night and was taken by 2 men. At this point, Qin Siki suddenly looked at Su Yang and pointed at him, saying, "Did you save me?" "Humph, I not only saved you, I also got slapped by you." Su-young rubbed the place where Shinseiki had hit him with her hand and continued. Can't you drink less? Why drink so much if you can't hold your liquor? If you're going to drink, at least dress more sensibly. It's no wonder you attract the attention of rascals. Hearing Su-yang say this, Shinseiki scratched her head embarrassedly. Then she looked at Su-young and was about to say something to thank him when Su-young suddenly stood up and looked at Shinseiki and said, You don't need to thank me. The cost of saving you this time, as well as the money to buy you a hangover remedy, will be included in next month's rent. At this moment, Su-young looked like a miser who was calculating every penny. Shinseiki, who had been about to thank Su-young, suddenly changed her mind and said, Stingy, tight-fisted, I really don't know how a man like you can find a girlfriend. Su-young looked at Shinseiki and responded with dignity. If you can't find a girlfriend, don't worry about it. I'm doing this to teach you a lesson. Shinseiki looked at Su-young and said with a hint of resentment. Do you think I want to drink so much? I have my own troubles. I waited for Brother Maple Leaf all night, but he never showed up. Brother Maple Leaf? Su-young looked at Shinseiki with a questioning tone. Shinseiki looked at Su-young and explained. You don't know this, but yesterday there was a brother with a maple leaf avatar who gave me more than 200,000 gifts in one go. But then, it was as if they disappeared from each other, and he never appeared again. At this point, she showed a hint of disappointment on her face. Su-yang listened to Shinseiki's words and smiled, then said, Maybe he's busy today. What's wrong? Did you fall for him? Shinseiki listened to Su-yang's question, thought about it thoughtfully, and then said, Like? I don't know, but when I needed money the most, he helped me so generously. I don't say I like him, but at least I should be grateful to him. After listening to Shinseiki's explanation, Su-young continued to ask. If he were someone you hated in real life, what would you do? Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Shinseiki, who said with a hint of displeasure. Don't you dare insult my maple leaf brother. Do you think my maple leaf brother is a stingy man like you? Poof. At this moment, Shinseiki's stomach made a gurgling sound. Su-yang smiled and said, Okay, then I'll go buy you something to eat. You're so drunk, you must have been drinking without eating, right? After that, Su-young turned and walked towards the food court in the mall. Chapter 17, Impossible, Impossible. Not long after Su-young left, Shinseiki in the mall suddenly caught a soft piano melody, flowing like a clear spring in her ears. The melody was Shinseiki's favorite, The Bridges of Madison County. She was drawn to the music's deep and moving melody, and her footsteps lightly moved towards the mall's corridor. She followed the source of the piano music and her eyes fell on the basement of the mall. There, a man in a black vest and trousers was sitting quietly at the piano. His fingers were dancing across the keys, weaving a beautiful melody. For some reason, Shinseiki stared at that back, and the image of the red maple leaf of the first brother of the list suddenly appeared in her mind. An inexplicable impulse welled up in her heart, and she quickly turned and ran to the elevator to the basement. Shinseiki was wearing high heels and was in a hurry. She suddenly let out a cry, and because she was wearing high heels, she lost her balance and twisted her ankle. Just as she was trying to stand up, the melodious piano music suddenly stopped. Then, a man in a black vest and trousers rushed towards her. His appearance made Shinseki's heart beat faster, as if it was a sign of an unexpected encounter. But when Shinseiki looked up at the man with excitement, her expectations instantly turned into disappointment. She sighed in frustration, because the man who appeared before her was the stingy man she had been talking about, the landlord Su-young. Su-young also quickly came to her side and asked with concern, How could you be so careless? However, Shinseiki had no intention of responding. She limped over to the elevator and looked down to the first basement floor. She hoped to find the figure that had just played the piano. However, that person had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a thought flashed through Shinseki's mind, and her eyes suddenly fell on Su-young. She noticed that Su-young was wearing a black vest and black pants, and his suit was still on her shoulder. Su-young noticed that Shinseki had been staring at him, and he felt a little embarrassed. He subconsciously touched his face. However, he didn't feel anything unusual on his hand. He looked at Shinseki with some confusion and asked, Why are you staring at me like that? Is it because you like me? There was a hint of teasing and curiosity in his words. Shinseki stared at the slightly wretched Su-yang in front of her, shook her head lightly, and secretly denied in her heart. No, how could this be? How could he be my brother Fengye? Her thoughts were flying around in her head, and for a moment she stood still in place. Seeing her like this, Su-yang couldn't help but reach out and wave his hand in front of her eyes, teasingly saying, "Have you lost your mind?" Shinseki finally came to her senses, grabbed the bread from Su-yang's hand, and retorted, "You're the one who's stupid. How could I possibly think of you as my brother?" Humph. Su-yang just smiled and reminded her, "Remember to give me the money for the bread later." Shinseki had already opened the bread bag and took a big bite, mumbling indistinctly, "Stingy man." Su-yang smiled and didn't say anything more. He unscrewed the cap of the Waha mineral water bottle in his hand and handed it to Shinseki. Shinseki didn't hesitate, took the mineral water and started drinking it. Just as Shinseki had swallowed the whole loaf of bread and the bottle of mineral water. When she was satisfied and burped, the loudspeaker in the mall suddenly sounded. "Attention, customers, the mall is closing soon. Please gather your belongings and leave in an orderly manner. Thank you for your visit and we look forward to your next visit." As the mall's announcement was made, the customers who were wandering around the mall began to walk towards the door in groups of 3 or 5. Shinseki, with Su-yang's help, limped towards the mall entrance. After taking a few steps, Shinseki let out a soft groan. "Oops." Su-yang immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Shinseki's voice revealed a hint of coquettishness. "Oh, my feet hurt so much, I don't want to walk anymore." Su-yang looked at her with a hint of confusion. "Don't want to walk? Do you want to live here?" Shinseki gave Su-yang a look, then laughed, and stretched out her arms to look at him. Su-yang instantly understood her intentions. He said firmly, "Don't even think about it, it's absolutely impossible." A few minutes later, on a quiet road, Shinseki was lying on Su-yang's back with a smile on her face. Su-yang, on the other hand, muttered as he walked, "You're so heavy, I shouldn't have bought you bread." Shinseki immediately retorted with dissatisfaction. "I have a standard beautiful figure, 1.68 meters tall and 95 kilograms in weight, and you actually said I was fat. I'll bite you to death," she said, and she pretended to bite Su-yang's shoulder. Su-yang quickly begged for mercy. "I was wrong, I was wrong." Shinseki then smiled proudly and continued to lie on Su-yang's back contentedly. At this point, Su-yang's face quickly revealed the expression of a miser. He calculated and said, "Look, our place is a kilometer away from here. I'll charge you 200 yuan, and you can pay me next month's rent." Shinseki snorted in response. "You penny pincher, all you know is money, you're so obsessed with money, humph." Her voice was full of dissatisfaction with Su-yang, but her face still had that mischievous smile. Su-yang heard Shinseki's displeasure in her words and said, "You are really moody. You were smiling just now, but you are angry now." Shinseki retorted, "None of your business. Don't you know that happiness is fleeting? There is also a saying that a woman's heart is like a needle in a haystack." Su-yang shook his head helplessly and said no more. At this point, Shinseki's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of worry. She said softly, "Actually, I'm worried about my mother." Su-yang heard her say this and thought of the medical record. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Was your mother's surgery not successful?" Shinseki nodded in confusion and asked Su-yang, "You stingy man, how did you know? Did you snoop through my things?" Su-yang quickly explained, "I didn't peek at it." The medical report was on the table, so it was hard not to see it. After hearing this, Shinseki immediately retorted, "You are really a pervert, Mr. Scrooge. Not only are you stingy, but you are also dirty. You clearly peeked at someone else's things and you still have the nerve to say that." Seeing that Su-yang did not respond, Shinseki continued, "Oh, forget it, it's not a shameful thing. In fact, it's my second worry." The two worries combined made me come out for a drink. When Su-yang heard this, his face changed and he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Was your mother's surgery unsuccessful?" As soon as the words came out, Shinseki covered her mouth with her hand. Shinseki spat 3 times before saying, "You're a real gossiper. It's still unknown whether my mother can have the surgery or not. In the afternoon, Shurshur called me and said that she and the doctor at the hospital were going to perform the first stage of the surgery on my mother tonight, but Shurshur said that my mother's body had undergone some strange changes. Chapter 18, Anonymous Email. What strange changes? Su Yang asked with concern. Shin-Siki shook her head slightly, her voice a little confused. I can't really say, but Shurshur said that the operation can't be done yet, and that she will try to arrange it for my mother as soon as possible. At this point, Shin-Siki sighed again, her voice revealing endless worry. Su Yang saw this and said gently, "Don't worry, your mother will be fine." Shin-Siki on her back nodded slightly, as if looking for a hint of comfort. At this moment, Su Yang walked to the entrance of the villa area with Shin-Siki on his back. The property manager happened to be at the door. As soon as he saw Su Yang, he ran over and opened the door for Su Yang himself. He looked at Su Yang with a smile on his face and said respectfully, "Welcome home, Mr. Su." While he was talking, he also secretly glanced at Shin-Siki on Su Yang's back. Su Yang nodded slightly and said nothing, carrying Shin-Siki on his back and walking towards his villa. After Su Yang's figure gradually grew farther and farther away, the property manager's face revealed a lewd smile. He stared greedily at the back of Shin-Siki on Su Yang's back, muttering to himself, "It's good to be rich." They become so intimate in just a few days. As he said this, his eyes unconsciously lingered on Shin-Siki's slender thighs. His eyes flashed with an evil light, and he even unconsciously smacked his lips. However, Su Yang and Shin-Siki naturally did not know the manager's lewd thoughts. They returned to the villa. Su Yang sent Shin-Siki back to her room before turning back to his own room. Once back in his room, Su Yang frowned and said to himself, "Nothing has changed. Can't I have the operation?" He quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. A deep voice came from the other end of the line, and Su Yang said directly, "This is Su Yang. Now, help me hack into the computer of Dr. Lu Shurshur at the second hospital of Binhai City. From her computer, find a case called Lu Ruyun and send it to me." The person on the other end of the phone did not ask any questions and immediately replied, "Yes." The voice revealed a sense of professionalism and calmness. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang took a deep breath and moved his arms and neck. In the office of the deputy director of the oncology department of the second hospital of Binhai City, Lu Shurshur was frowning, rubbing her temples with both hands, and staring intently at the CT scan on the computer screen. Her face was full of exhaustion and worry, and she sighed from time to time, showing the heaviness of her heart. At that moment, the computer screen flickered briefly, then returned to normal. Lu Shurshur did not notice anything unusual. She got up, picked up her water glass and went to the water dispenser to get a cup of hot water. Then she returned to the computer and continued to examine the CT photos while flipping through the information in her hands, trying to find a clue. Su Yang, who was in the villa, had just finished moving his neck and arms when his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that there was no number displayed on the screen. Su Yang seemed to have already anticipated this, and he connected the call without hesitation. A respectful and polite voice came from the other end of the line. "Lord Kiran, the information you requested has been sent to your email." "Okay, I understand." Su Yang briefly responded and then hung up. After hanging up, Su Yang walked over to his laptop and opened his email account. He read the information he had just received with full concentration. His eyes were focused and determined, and he didn't miss a word or a detail. After a few minutes, Su Yang finished reading the information, took a deep breath, and said to himself, "Luckily, the old man taught me some medical knowledge, otherwise I would really be at a loss." He frowned and thought about a solution. Then, he found Lu Shurshur's email address on the tenant information form and began to write an email. His fingers flew over the keyboard, and every word was imbued with his wisdom and experience. Lu Ruyun's condition cannot be treated with ordinary methods, and requires the divine needle lung cancer tumor resection method. The specific method. Su Yang wrote down his thoughts and plans in detail, with each step clearly explained. After writing it, he carefully checked it again to make sure there were no mistakes or omissions, and then chose to send it anonymously. In the Second People's Hospital of Binhai City, Lu Shurshur was looking at the content of the information, her brows furrowed, and she sighed again. She was feeling extremely heavy-hearted and felt helpless about Lu Ruyun's condition. At that moment, her cell phone rang. She glanced at the time and saw that it was already past 10 p.m. Although she was a little tired, she clicked on the email she had just received. As the email unfolded, Lu Shirshi's originally calm face began to become agitated. She saw the method of removing the tumor proposed in the email. She had never heard of this method, but the professionalism and confidence revealed in the words gave her a glimmer of hope. She knew that this might be the only chance to bring new life to Chin Siki's mother, Lu Ruyun. Lu Shirshir couldn't wait and ran all the way to the office of the head of the oncology department. In the director's office, several doctors in their 30s were discussing a case report in front of a gray-haired doctor who looked to be in his 50s. As soon as she entered the room, she went straight to the point and asked eagerly, "Director, have you found a suitable plan for Lu Ruyun's surgery yet?" The director heard Lu Shirshir's question, gently closed the medical records in his hands, and sighed. Alas, Lu Ruyun's lungs are in a different position than normal people's. We have studied it many times, and if we rush into surgery, the risk is too great. At this point, one of the doctors standing next to the director looked at Lu Shirshir and said seriously, "At present, we believe that the safest option is to choose conservative treatment." Lu Shirshir frowned and asked, "Conservative treatment?" The doctor nodded and explained. Yes, conservative treatment mainly involves gradually removing cancer cells through chemotherapy. But even chemotherapy still carries a high risk. As the deputy director of the oncology department, Lu Shirshir knew very well the pain and suffering chemotherapy caused patients. She couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion and asked, "What if we use the divine needle lung cancer tumor resection method for the operation?" There was a hint of expectation in her voice. When the director heard Lu Shirshir mention the divine needle lung cancer tumor fixation and resection method, his face changed noticeably. His eyes revealed surprise and confusion, and he repeated, "The divine needle lung cancer tumor resection method? You know about this surgery?" Lu Shirshir met the director's gaze and nodded seriously. The director's face changed again. He obviously knew something about this surgical method. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "This is the unique skill of the legendary Dr. Zhua Hongyu." Unfortunately, 4 years ago, this legendary doctor suddenly disappeared, and since then, there has been no news of him, and this unique skill has also been lost. Could it be that you know this unique skill? The director's tone was tinged with surprise and expectation. He was obviously curious about whether Lu Shirshir could master this unique skill. Lu Shirshir looked at the director's constantly changing facial expressions and nodded slightly, saying, "I know how to use the divine needle to remove tumors in lung cancer." But is it really that amazing? When the director heard that Lu Shirshir said she knew this unique skill, a hint of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. Seeing that Lu Shirshir was somewhat skeptical about this method of needle lung cancer tumor removal, he explained very seriously, "It's not that amazing, but it's very amazing." The director's voice was full of admiration and longing for this unique skill. He took a deep breath, as if to reawaken a distant memory. "4 years ago, I had the honor of witnessing the master Dr. Zhua Hongyu perform this feat at a medical exchange meeting. At that time, a patient with terminal lung cancer had been diagnosed as incurable by many hospitals. However, with just one needle, Zhua Hongyu accurately located and removed the tumor. After the operation, the patient not only recovered quickly, but also never relapsed. That scene is still deeply etched in my mind, and it fills me with awe and longing for this extraordinary skill." Chapter 19. I'm really big. After listening to the director's description, Lu Shirshir couldn't help but wonder. Who was the person who sent me the email telling me about this method? Could it be the famous Dr. Zhua Hongyu himself? Or maybe one of his apprentices? Just as Lu Shirshir was racking her brains, the director walked over to her excitedly and said eagerly, "Shirshir, since you know this trick, why don't we start the simulation experiment right away?" Lu Shirshir nodded and replied softly. Seeing Lu Shirshir nod in agreement, the director was even more excited. He sighed with emotion. "I never thought that I would be able to witness the divine needle lung cancer tumor resection method again in my lifetime." The director said this while excitedly trotting towards the simulation laboratory. Lu Shirshir followed closely behind. On the side of the road in a small supermarket, Su Qingya was holding a large bag of vegetables in her hands, her eyes flashing with a confused light. After a long search, she still couldn't find Su Yang. She had originally planned to call Chin Siki to ask for Su Yang's contact information, but for some reason, Chin Siki's phone was always turned off. She thought about Su Yang, her fake boyfriend, who had given her gifts worth more than 8 million yuan. And she hadn't even had a meal. Su Qingyao couldn't help but feel very guilty. So she decided to cook for him herself to express her gratitude to Su Yang. However, at this moment, Su Qingyao was standing on the side of the road, staring at the vegetables in her hands. The reason is that Miss Su has lived a pampered life since childhood and has never set foot in the kitchen. In Binhai City, although the Su family may not be as well off as the Zhang family, but compared to ordinary wealthy families, it is more than enough. Therefore, Su Qingyao has almost never done housework, let alone cooking and washing. She looked at the vegetables in her hands and said to herself, Su Yang should have returned to the villa by now, right? This is my first time cooking, so I hope I don't poison anyone to death. But I really feel bad that I didn't cook anything for the banquet after all the gifts they gave me. I'll just die if I don't. After making up her mind, Su Qingyao put the vegetables in the trunk of the BMW and drove towards the villa. She was both excited and nervous. After all, this was her first time cooking, and she didn't know what to expect. But she had already made up her mind to cook a delicious meal for Su Yang no matter what. Inside the villa, Qin Siki is now wearing a towel and shower cap, limping towards the bathroom. Just as she was about to step into the bathroom, she slipped and fell heavily to the ground. It hurt so much. She immediately shouted, her voice full of pain and grievance. At this moment, Su Yang came out of the bathroom and faintly heard the shouts coming from the bathroom. He hurried to the bathroom door and asked with concern, Are you okay? Qin Siki heard Su Yang's voice and responded with a sob. I fell down and it hurt so much. Can you come in and help me? Su Yang stood at the door, his heart stirred, and a sly smile could not help but appear on his face. He pretended to be serious and said to the bathroom door, Did you really fall? Qin Siki was sitting on the floor, rubbing her sprained foot. She sounded a little aggrieved and helpless. Yes, didn't I sprain my ankle tonight? I wanted to take a bath to soothe it, but I fell again. Can you come in and help me up? After hearing Qin Siki's words, Su Yang's hand instinctively reached for the bathroom door handle and gently pushed open the door. However, at the moment the door opened slightly, he suddenly remembered the promise he had made earlier, so he quickly closed the door again. He cleared his throat and said, Didn't we have an agreement? I can't just walk into your room after 8 o'clock, especially not the bathroom. What if you trick me? After all, your character and reputation are still open to question. Hearing Su Yang's words, Qin Siki stamped her feet in anger and shouted, You, go and ask your ancestors. While cursing, she struggled to get up from the ground. Su Yang realized that Qin Siki was really angry, so he didn't hesitate any longer. He opened the door again and walked in. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, Qin Siki just stood up from the ground. Due to the fall just now, the towel on her body accidentally slipped off, revealing her perfect curves. Because of the unexpected fall of the towel, Qin Siki couldn't help but freeze in place. When Su Yang saw Qin Siki naked for the second time, his eyes were wide open. It was as if he would fall out of his eyes if he exerted a little more. He couldn't help but mutter, Damn, they're huge. Qin Siki, who was still in a daze, instantly came to her senses after hearing these 4 words. She was so ashamed and angry that she screamed and hurriedly covered her chest with her hands, but unfortunately her hands were too small and couldn't completely cover it. She had no choice but to cover her face with her hands. This delay gave Su Yang the opportunity to take a few more looks. He stood at the door, his eyes greedily scanning Qin Siki's body, looking at her for more than 10 seconds. At this moment, Qin Siki angrily shouted, You pervert, you're still looking. I'll gouge out your eyes if you don't stop. Her voice was full of anger and shame, and Su Yang instantly came to his senses. Su Yang also reacted at this moment. He hurriedly apologized and turned to leave. However, as he was about to close the door, he couldn't help but take a quick peek before closing it tightly. Su Yang stood outside the door for about a minute, until he heard Qin Siki's voice. You dirty pervert, come in. After hearing this, Su Yang did not immediately go in, but asked from the other side. Are you sure you can go in? Qin Siki said impatiently, Come in, you. Okay, I'm coming in. Su Yang said, and pushed the door open. At this moment, Qin Siki had wrapped herself in a towel. But because she was wrapped up too tightly, it only made her plump breasts more alluring. This made Su Yang unable to help but take a few more looks. Shinseiki noticed Su Yang's gaze and said unhappily, "You pervert, have you had enough?" Su Yang first nodded, then quickly shook his head, looking a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Shinseiki huffed angrily and then said, "I can't seem to move. Carry me to bed." Su Yang looked at Shinseki's ankle and indeed found that it had swollen up. He nodded and didn't say anything else. He walked up to Shinseiki, picked her up in a princess carry, and walked towards her room. After Su Yang returned to Shinseki's room with a towel wrapped around her, he gently placed her on the bed. Then he said seriously, "This sprain is actually quite troublesome, but fortunately I have learned medicine." Chapter 20, Don't raise your legs when someone is by the bed. Shinseiki, who was lying in bed wrapped in a towel, heard Su Yang say that he had studied medicine and couldn't help but doubt. "You're just bragging." Su Yang looked at her with a look of disbelief and said confidently, "I'm bluffing? I'm telling you, I'm really good at it." Shinseiki rolled her eyes and said with some disdain, "I think you're the one who's full of it." Su Yang smiled and was not angry. He continued, "Let me make it clear. I helped you just now purely out of humanitarianism and didn't charge you. But now if you want me to treat your sprain, I'm going to charge you." Shinseiki gave Su Yang a cold look and said unceremoniously, "If you look at me, I will charge you too." Su Yang touched his nose and smiled cheekily. "Then I have to pay for treating your eyes." Okay, let's call it even, and cancel each other out." Shinseiki was so angry at Su Yang's shameless words that she turned red. She said angrily, "Su Yang, you are really cheap and shameless. You are the most shameless and stingy man I have ever met. Get out of here. I feel like throwing up when I see you." When Su Yang heard Shinseiki say that she wanted to throw up, he actually responded shamelessly, "Want to throw up? I've only seen you twice, I won't get pregnant." Shinseiki was so angry at his shamelessness that she almost fainted. She pointed at Su Yang and scolded him, "You dirty rascal." Su Yang smiled and said lightly, "Oh, okay, I'll let you off this time. I'll charge you 200 yuan and guarantee that you'll recover in 2 days. Otherwise, you might be limping for a month or two. Haven't you heard that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone? Also, if the treatment is not done in time, there may be after effects, and you will walk with a limp. Oh dear, that would really be bad for getting married." In fact, Su Yang's words were half true and half false. He did have the ability to cure Shinseki's sprain, and he guaranteed that she would recover in 2 days. If not treated in time, it will indeed take a long time to recover. But as for any after effects, he was just trying to scare Shinseiki. As soon as Shinseiki heard that she might become a cripple, she became nervous and asked hurriedly, "Are you serious? You're not lying to me, are you?" Su Yang sighed and said with a nonchalant look, "If you don't believe me, then I'll leave. Don't regret it if you really become a cripple." After saying that, he pretended to turn around and leave. Shinseiki hurriedly shouted, Fine. It's only 200 yuan. I'll pay. Isn't that enough?" Su Yang heard Shinseki's promise to give him money and turned around and sat on the edge of the bed with a smile. He looked straight at Shinseiki and suddenly asked, "Do you still have your virginity?" Shinseiki was confused by this question. She frowned and asked, "What did you say?" At this moment, Su Yang had already grabbed Shinseki's ankles with both hands. He repeated the question. "Is your chastity still intact?" This time, Shinseiki heard it clearly. Her face instantly turned red, and she pointed at Su Yang and said angrily, You. Before she could finish her sentence, she kicked Su Yang with her foot. At that moment, Su Yang grabbed Shinseki's foot and twisted it hard. Shinseiki screamed in pain, "Ah!" Then she angrily shouted, "Su Yang, you bastard!" As she cursed, she picked up a pillow and threw it at Su Yang. Su Yang easily caught the pillow and said with a smile, 200 in hand. When Shinseiki heard Su Yang say this, she raised her leg and moved her ankle, and found that it really didn't hurt. Her anger subsided a little, but she still glared at Su Yang. Su Yang, who was sitting on the bed at the moment, looked at Shinseiki moving her ankle and said proudly, "How is it? Worth the price, right?" After saying that, his eyes involuntarily blinked, and he immediately turned his head embarrassedly to look away, afraid that Shinseiki would discover his awkwardness. Shinseiki was so focused on feeling the changes in her ankle that she didn't notice Su Yang's little gesture at all. She looked down at her ankle, which had already gone down a bit, and nodded. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Su Yang sat up from the bed and said seriously, "Don't move around. Although I helped you straighten your bones, you still need to rest for 2 days to fully recover." At this point, Su Yang paused, and a self-satisfied smile appeared on his face. "If you have trouble moving around the house these days, you can call me for help. Of course, I will charge you by the hour." When Shinseiki heard Su Yang mention money, she couldn't help but give him a dirty look, and she thought to herself, what a money-grubbing guy. Su Yang stopped at the door and didn't turn around. He said, "Shin, you beauty, next time you have someone by your bed, don't lift your legs so high. After all, you're not wearing anything underneath. Don't forget our agreement. Don't wear so little at home." On hearing this, Shinseiki subconsciously looked down at her lower body. She immediately understood, and in a fit of anger, she picked up a pillow from the bed and threw it at Su Yang at the door, while cursing him. "You pervert." When the pillow was about to hit Su Yang, he deftly twisted his hips and dodged it. He then closed the door and left without looking back. Just as Su Yang closed the door, Shinseki's screams came from inside the room. Su Yang covered his ears and quickly returned to his room. Soon after, Shinseiki bounced around and changed into the bunny girl outfit she wore for the live broadcast. She cheerfully turned on the small light for live streaming and began her live broadcast. Su Yang returned to his room, lay down on the bed, and also opened the live streaming app on his phone. He happened to see Shinseiki, who had just started broadcasting. In the live broadcast room, Shinseiki sat on the bed and said with a smile, "Good evening, fans and friends, welcome to my live broadcast. As you can see, I'm sitting on the bed to broadcast today because my foot." She began to talk about how she sprained her ankle today. Su Yang looked at Shinseiki in the live broadcast room, put down his phone, and said to himself, "If Lu Shishir's surgery is successful tonight, the previous 100,000 yuan may be almost spent. After the surgery, she will need some money for recuperation. Shinseiki, this girl, is afraid she will be in trouble again, right? Forget it, let's be a good person to the end." After saying that, Su Yang began to frantically send gifts in Shinseki's live broadcast room. One after another, special effects from the Supreme Carnival appeared, and in one go, more than 100,000 yuan was spent on Shinseiki. Shinseiki, who was broadcasting in her room, looked at the special effects on the screen with excitement, completely unaware that her brother Maple Leaf would be so generous. She was about to say thank you to this mysterious brother when he had already gone offline. After Su Yang had finished sending gifts, he turned off his phone and went to bed. Chapter 21: Su Qingyao's Cuisine. Not long after Su Yang lay down, a Mercedes-Benz coupe slowly stopped at the entrance to the villa area. Because it was a convertible, Su Qingyao's angelic and delicate face was clearly visible in the night. As the Mercedes-Benz slowly trilled, the gate at the entrance to the villa area slowly rose. The gate was opened by the same conscientious property manager. His eyes unconsciously fell on Su Qingyao in the sports car. The angelic face, illuminated by the warm streetlights, was even more charming and moving. He couldn't help but smack his lips again, and he was full of admiration. After the gate was fully raised, Su Qingyao gently stepped on the accelerator and the car quickly drove towards Su Yang's villa. The property manager watched as Su Qingyao drove off aside, and whispered to himself, "She is so beautiful that it is intoxicating." In front of Su Yang's villa, Su Qingyao parked the car. She looked up and saw the lights in Su Yang's house, and her heart was filled with joy. She then turned her attention to the bag of vegetables she was carrying, and said to herself with a smile, "It seems he's back." After saying that, she carried the bag of vegetables into the villa. After entering the villa, Su Qingyao went straight to the kitchen on the first floor to prepare a delicious meal. Although she had never cooked for herself in all these years, she had seen a pig run, even if she had never eaten pork. She still knew the basic cooking steps. She took the ribs out of her bag and began to wash them carefully. However, somehow, during the process of cleaning the ribs, Su Qingyao always felt that they were greasy and uncomfortable. So she had a brainwave and squeezed some detergent onto her hands and began to wash the ribs in this way. It must be said that after such a thorough cleaning, the ribs did indeed become fresh and not greasy. Su Qingyao was satisfied with her cleverness. Then, Su Qingyao took out another carp. Since it was her first time buying fish, she didn't know that when buying a carp, she could ask the merchant to help her gut the fish and remove the scales and entrails. When she saw the lively carp, their eyes met and they looked at each other. For a moment, Su Qingyao froze and muttered to herself. This is still alive? After some hesitation, Su Qingyao's eyes fell on the knife rack next to her. She first bowed to the carp, which was still jumping around, and said softly, "I'm sorry." Then she reached out and picked up a knife from the knife rack, ready to chop off the head of the carp. However, the carp seemed to sense the danger. It suddenly jumped up and landed at Su Qingyao's feet. This scared Su Qingyao enough, and a scream instantly came from the kitchen, echoing in every corner of the villa. Su Yang, who had just lain down, was startled by the sudden scream and thought something urgent had happened. He sat up in bed with a. Then he quickly ran to the first floor of the villa. At this time, Qin Siki was wearing headphones and was concentrating on live streaming, so she was completely unaware of Su Qingyao's screams. When Su Yang cautiously came to the kitchen, the scene in front of him made him break out in a cold sweat. Su Qingyao was holding a knife in one hand and a pot in the other, and was pounding it hard on the carp. Since Su Qingyao had her eyes closed, and the carp had slippery scales, she didn't hit the fish much, but the bottom of the pot kept hitting the kitchen floor. The sound of the bottom of the pot hitting the ground was loud and clear. Su Yang looked at this scene and felt both amused and helpless. At this moment, the carp seemed to be frightened and suddenly jumped with all its might, directly onto Su Qingyao's foot. Su Qingyao screamed again, calling out and frantically jumping with her high-heeled feet. Unexpectedly, she twisted her foot and lost her balance, falling towards the kitchen door. Su Yang, who was standing at the door, instinctively reached out his arms to catch Su Qingyao, who was about to fall. However, due to the unstable center of gravity, although he caught Su Qingyao, he fell backwards with Su Qingyao in his arms. In this sudden turn of events, Su Qingyao's body fell on Su Yang's body. Her lips, painted with lipstick, were pressed tightly against Su Yang's mouth. For a moment, Su Qingyao and Su Yan looked at each other, staring at each other, and the air was filled with an indescribable embarrassment. After a moment, Su Qingyao's face flushed with a hint of red, and she awkwardly tried to get up from Su Yang. However, just as she bent her knees to get up, she accidentally touched Su Yang's sensitive area. Men know that it is extremely vulnerable. The touch of the knee made Su Yang involuntarily let out a cry of pain. Su Qingyao, who had just gotten up, immediately realized that she had accidentally touched Su Yang's sensitive area when she got up. Seeing Su Yang's painful expression, she blushed and hurriedly apologized. "Yes, I'm sorry." Su Yang endured the pain and replied, "It's okay." Su Qingyao looked at Su Yang's painful expression and asked worriedly, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" Su Yang, who was lying on the ground, shook his head and said with great pain, "I'm fine, it will be over soon, you can go back to work." Although Su Qingyao was a little worried after hearing Su Yang say that, she still nodded and turned around and walked back to the kitchen. Back in the kitchen, Su Qingyao subconsciously licked her lips, feeling as if there was a familiar taste lingering on her lips. Could it be him? A doubt flashed through her mind, and she immediately turned to look at Su Yan lying on the ground. However, she quickly shook her head and muttered, "No way. Su Yang would never be that kind of person." After about 10 minutes, Su Yang struggled to get up from the ground. He came to the kitchen door and looked at the messy battlefield-like scene in the kitchen. He asked curiously, "Were you cooking?" Su Qingyao heard Su Yang ask this question, turned to look at him, nodded, and then said, "At the banquet, you didn't even drink a sip of water, so I wanted to cook you a meal myself." Su Yang understood Su Qingyao's intention when he heard this, and said, "Let me help you." Su Qingyao quickly waved her hand and said, "No, it will be ready soon." Hearing her say this, Su Yang could only nod and say, "Okay." At 12 o'clock at night, after nearly 2 hours of busy work, Su Qingyao finally completed her gourmet plan. On the table at this moment, a braised carp was staring at him. However, the fish, which should have been whole, was now only the head and bones, lying alone on the plate. The other dish, the lotus root and pork ribs soup, was even more special. It was served in a plate. Because there was too little water, the soup that should have been light and refreshing had turned into stewed lotus root and pork ribs. What's worse, the lotus root and pork ribs both had an unnatural black color. Obviously something went wrong during the cooking process. As for the remaining 2 dishes, Su Yan looked at them for a long time, but still couldn't recognize their original appearance. He looked up at Su Qingyao, who was standing in front of the table, looking embarrassed, and asked with a smile, "Is this the dinner you're serving to make up for it?" Su Qingyao looked at her masterpiece and felt a mixture of emotions. She looked at Su Yang embarrassedly and suggested, "Why don't we go out to eat?" Su Yang sighed and shook his head, saying, "Forget it, it's already done. If I don't eat it, I'd be doing you a disservice." After saying that, he picked up his chopsticks and began to taste it with a heavy heart. It has to be said that Su Qingyao's cooking is really not very good. Even Su Yang, who had eaten raw insects when he was living in the wild, couldn't help but frown. Chapter 22, If you have an idea, you'll be the first to be executed. Su Qingyao looked at Su Yang, who was frowning and struggling to eat his food. She asked awkwardly, "This is my first time cooking, is it really that bad?" Hearing her say this, Su Yang tried to force a smile and comforted her. "It tastes pretty good, and it's not as bad as I thought." Su Qingyao finally smiled a little when she heard Su Yang's reply. She then sat down at the table, took a deep breath, and said, "Su Yang, I want to ask you about the gift you gave me." At this time, Su Yang was chewing on a piece of blackened pork, and when she asked him, he asked, "Are you satisfied with the gift?" Su Qingyao nodded and said, "I'm quite satisfied, but..." She paused for a moment, as if she was hesitant, but then took out the small golden clock from her bag and handed it to Su Yang, saying, "I'll give it back to you. I'll pay you back for the gift as soon as possible." Su Yang looked at the small bell in his hand, then gently pushed it back in front of Su Qingyao with the chopsticks in his hand, and said, "If you really want to return the 8 million, then take the Kylan clock." At this point, Su Yang picked up another piece of black pork and continued to eat while saying, "In a few days, some bigwigs from the northwest will come to Binhai City to hold a unicorn banquet. This unicorn clock may be able to help you at that time. You can pay me back when you have money, right?" Hearing Su Yang say this, Su Qingyao looked at the unicorn clock in her hand with a hint of doubt in her eyes and asked, "Is this bell really that magical?" Su Yang looked at her and smiled, saying, "You'll know whether it's magical or not when the time comes." At this moment, several dishes on the table had already been swept away by Su Yang, leaving not even a trace. He got up to clean up the dishes, but Su Qingyao quickly took them from him. "I've received such a precious gift from you, let me clean up after you." Su Yang smiled and said softly, "Then I'll go upstairs of potato chips and put them in the shopping cart." Then she pointed to another snack and said, "I want to eat that. It's over there." Su Yang followed her finger and saw that it was a new chocolate biscuit. Su Yang sighed helplessly. He walked over and picked up the chocolate biscuit and put it in the shopping cart. Next, Qin Siki pointed to several snacks and drinks one after another, and Su Yang did as he was told. He pushed the shopping cart full of groceries, while Qin Siki sat in the shopping cart, like a commander, pointing out things from time to time. The two carefully selected everything they needed in the supermarket for nearly an hour. Qin Siki walked to the checkout counter with 2 large bags full of items and then extended her arm, signaling Su Yang to come over. With yesterday's experience, Su Yang naturally knew what to do next. He squatted in front of Qin Siki, and Qin Siki did not hesitate to climb onto Su Yang's back. In this way, Qin Siki, holding 2 bags of snacks and a chicken, climbed steadily onto Su Yang's back. As they walked out of the supermarket, Su Yang couldn't help but smile and tease. "You clearly wanted to buy snacks for yourself, but you used Shurshur as an excuse." Qin Siki immediately retorted, "I was just buying snacks on the way home. The point is to buy a chicken for Shurshur to make chicken soup. Besides, you cheap bastard, I already paid for it. What's the big deal? Hurry up and go." After that, she deliberately shouted, "Giddy up! Giddy up!" Su Yang shook his head helplessly and smiled wryly. Back at the villa, Lu Shurshur had already gotten up and was sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, intently reading a medical textbook. The serious expression on her face revealed that yesterday's simulated surgery did not seem to go well. After entering the door, Qin Siki warmly greeted Lu Shurshur. "Shurshur, you're awake?" Lu Shurshur looked up at Qin Siki, nodded slightly, and then returned her gaze to the book in her hands. Qin Siki noticed the seriousness on Lu Shurshur's face and couldn't help but feel a little worried. So she tentatively asked, "Shurshur, has my mother's surgery plan not been finalized yet?" Hearing Qin Siki's question, Lu Shurshur nodded helplessly, as if she was still worried about the surgery plan. Then, Lu Shurshur looked at Qin Siki and said solemnly, Yesterday, I received a mysterious email detailing the lung cancer tumor resection method with the divine needle of the famous Dr. Zhuo Hongyu. The director and other experts all think that this method is highly feasible and is the best solution for your mother's condition. Shin Siki's face showed excitement when she heard this. She looked at Lu Shishir eagerly and asked, "Does that mean my mother's illness can be cured?" Lu Shishir sighed and replied, "Last night, the director and several other experts arranged a simulation of this surgical method for me." However, Lu Shishir stopped here, and her voice suddenly stopped, as if she was hesitating how to say it. Seeing this, Shin Siki felt a wave of unease in her heart, and she anxiously asked, "But what?" Lu Shishir looked at Shin Siki's anxious expression, took a deep breath, and continued. However, after the simulation surgery experiment proved that even with the magic needle lung cancer tumor resection method, the surgery may still fail. So, Lu Shishir lowered her head at this point, and her voice revealed deep helplessness and regret. At this point, Su Yang, who was standing at the door, interrupted, "Is there a problem with one of the links?" Lu Shishir looked at Su Yang and responded with dissatisfaction, "Are you questioning my professionalism?" Shin Siki, who was standing next to her, immediately turned to look at Su Yang and defended Lu Shishir. "You know how hard it is for a 26-year-old to become an attending physician? Don't say anything if you don't understand." Su Yang smiled and said calmly, "But that doesn't mean she can't make mistakes." Shin Siki retorted unconvinced. "What do you know? Not only is Shishir gifted, she also works very hard at her medical studies. Don't you see the books all over the house? Shishir may make mistakes in other areas, but in medicine, she can never make a mistake." Su Yang glanced at Lu Shishir sitting on the sofa and then turned to Shin Siki and said calmly, "I'm not questioning her professional ability, but she also mentioned that the divine needle lung cancer tumor resection method was sent to her by a mysterious person yesterday, and it is still a special skill of the divine doctor. It is normal to encounter problems in a short period of time." Shin Siki glared at Su Yang when she heard what he said, then looked at Lu Shishir, turned to Su Yang, and said discontentedly, "You stingy man, even if Shishir has shortcomings, it's not your place to say anything." "What? Are you the apprentice of the great doctor?" Lu Shishir, who was sitting on the sofa, also chimed in. "Even if I really have any omissions, it's really not up to you, an outsider, to teach me." Shin Siki agreed with Lu Shishir. "That's right. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to make some chicken soup for Shishir to help her recover. Maybe I'll come up with a solution in a little while." When she got to the kitchen, Shin Siki looked at the chicken and thought to herself, "Shishir has been busy all night, so I have to make a good pot of chicken soup to nourish her body." At this moment, Su Yang walked into the kitchen and looked at the chicken in Shin Siki's hands and joked, "If you keep treating the chicken like that, I'm afraid it will be cooked before it even hits the pot." Shin Siki turned to look at Su Yang and said, somewhat unconvinced, "What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Let me tell you, I make chicken very well." Su Yang smiled and said teasingly when he heard her say that, "I can tell that you can definitely make a good chicken." Shin Siki said proudly, "Of course, I have no problem being a prostitute." However, after she said that, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. She looked a little embarrassed and felt that the words sounded a little strange. Su Yang then walked over to the counter, picked out a sharp knife from the knives, and then glanced at Lu Shishir in the living room. Then he raised his voice and said, "The key to this technique is to make a few minor cuts in the breast of the chicken, so that the blood does not drain too much and the meat is more tender. At the same time, once the breast is opened, the chicken's internal organs can be easily removed." Lu Shishir, sitting on the sofa in the living room, was holding a book in her hand. But her mind was completely immersed in the key steps of yesterday's experimental needle lung cancer tumor resection method. She heard Su Yang's words in the kitchen by chance, and seemed to have an epiphany in an instant. Her eyes were glazed with a dazed look, and she stared intently at the chicken Su Yang was cutting. Suddenly, she got up and quickly ran to her room on the second floor. Su Yang had been observing Lu Shishir's reaction in secret. Seeing her suddenly wake up from her daze and rush back to her room, he knew she had been inspired. He nodded in satisfaction and thought to himself, "She's not too stupid after all." Chapter 24, Smashing the Gift. Su Yang watched Lu Shishir rush back to her room on the second floor. Then, he glanced at the chicken on the countertop and turned and left the kitchen, heading towards his room. After seeing Su Yan leave, Shin Siki gave him a cold look and said, "I thought you were a master at cooking chicken, but I didn't expect to have to do it myself." Poof. After Lu Shirsher returned to her room, she kept hearing Su Yang's words in her head. She said to herself, the core of the lung cancer tumor resection method is to minimize trauma to the patient and prevent excessive blood loss during the operation. Could it be? She said this and closed her eyes. She began to swing her hand back and forth, imitating the surgical technique used last night. However, after a short while, Lu Shirsher's brows furrowed again. Although she had repeatedly rehearsed the procedure in her mind, the result was still a failure. It seemed that she still hadn't fully mastered this delicate surgical technique, which made her feel a little frustrated and anxious. Just when Lu Shirsher was confused and didn't know what to do, her phone suddenly vibrated. She picked up the phone absent-mindedly and opened it. It was an email from the mysterious sender from last night. The email explained in detail the various steps of the needle lung cancer tumor removal method. It also pointed out several key points that are prone to error. After reading it carefully, Lu Shirsher's frown gradually relaxed and a few excited smiles appeared on her face. She put her phone aside, closed her eyes again, and began to simulate the surgical technique from the previous night. This time, she finally succeeded, and her technique was smooth and effortless, as if she had found the key to solving the puzzle. Excited, Lu Shirsher quickly picked up her phone and sent an email to the mysterious person. "Today, I took inspiration from the way a person dissected a chicken, and with your careful guidance, I seem to have found the key to the problem in yesterday's surgery. Your help has opened my eyes, and I am very grateful." At this point, Lu Shirsher looked up, full of curiosity. Who was this mysterious person? With this doubt, she continued to tap on the keyboard of her phone. "I have never asked you who you are. Can you tell me who you are?" At the same time, Su Yang in the room received Lu Shirsher's email. He smiled and replied to the email. "After you have mastered the godly needle lung cancer tumor resection method, then you can come and find out who I am." After saying this, he gently closed the computer. In the Su family villa, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Grandpa Su sat on the sofa in the middle of the living room, his face gloomy, staring at the gift Su Yang had sent the day before, and not saying a word. Su Qingyao's parents stood respectfully with their heads bowed, not daring to make a sound. Su Yuanhong looked at his brother standing across from him with a smug look on his face, as if he was waiting for something. Su Yuanhong's daughter, Su Qi, also inherited her father's smug expression, with a hint of defiance and smugness on her face. At this moment, Su Qingyao pushed open the door and walked into the villa. As soon as she entered the door, she saw her grandfather's gloomy face and her heart tightened. She then looked at her parents standing by the side. At this time, Su Qingyao's parents winked at Su Qingyao. However, Su Qingyao didn't care. Su Qingyao walked closer and looked at her grandfather, who was frowning, and asked curiously, "Grandpa, is there something important that you are so anxious to find me back for this early in the morning?" Grandpa Su glared at her, then snorted and said in a bad mood, "What is it? Don't you know?" Su Qingyao was a little confused by her grandfather's attitude. She said in a puzzled voice, "Grandpa, what is it that's making you so angry?" "I really don't know." Grandpa Su's face turned even more gloomy. He pointed to a brown paper file on the table and said, "Su Qingyao, do you really think you found a great person? Look at this." He threw the file bag on the ground, and the information inside fell out. Su Qingyao looked down and found Su Yang's name and relevant information clearly written on the file. At this time, Su Qi, who was standing next to him, said with a mocking smile, "Yao, Zhang Xiao has already sent someone to investigate your boyfriend. He is not the son of the richest man, but an orphan with no parents. What's even more bizarre is that there is no record of him in the past 4 years." Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Su Qingyao frowned and retorted, "Even if Su Yang has such a background, what's the problem?" Su Yuanhong, Su Qi's father, took over the conversation and snorted, "What's the problem?" "Humph, there's a big problem. There are only 2 possibilities for the gifts he gave you yesterday, worth over 8 million yuan. Either you embezzled company funds and gave him the money to buy them, or the so-called gifts he gave you yesterday were all fakes and rubbish." At this point, Mr. Su looked at Mr. Su Yuanhong with a dark face and said slowly, "I still know Qingyao. She wouldn't do anything to harm the company's finances. So, it can only be the second scenario." He turned his gaze to the pile of gifts worth over 8 million yuan that Su Yang had sent the previous day, then turned to Su Qingyao and said in a serious tone. From now on, you must immediately sever all ties with that kid. Then, sincerely apologize to Zhang Xiao. At present, our Su family's situation can only be saved by the Zhang family. As soon as Grandpa Su finished speaking, Su Qingyao snorted and retorted. Grandpa, it is too hasty to judge that the gifts he sent are fake just because of his background. It is even more disrespectful to Su Yang. With a loud thud, Grandpa Su slammed his hand down on the table, glared at Su Qingyao, and scolded. How dare you? Su Qingyao did not back down, and continued. Even if Su Yang's gift is fake, I won't marry a lecher like Zhang Shijing. Grandpa Su was enraged. He grabbed a teacup and smashed it on the ground. The teacup shattered instantly. He shouted angrily. Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao's father, who was standing nearby, quickly stopped her. Qingyao, don't talk to your grandfather like that. The old man's anger had not subsided. He turned to Su Qi and his tone softened slightly. Qi. Su Qi obediently replied. Grandpa, I'm here. Grandpa Su looked at Su Qingyao and then said. Qi, from today on, you should get to know Zhang Xiao more. Upon hearing this, Su Qi was secretly delighted, but on the surface she pretended to nod obediently. In fact, she had long wanted to make a move on Zhang Shijing, but Zhang Shijing's entire experience was with Su Qingyao, and there were also some obstacles. Now that she had her grandfather's permission, she was naturally overjoyed. Chapter 25, 250, You still want special service? Seeing that Su Qi had nodded, Grandpa Su continued. I heard that recently, several bigwigs from the Northwest are coming to Binhai City to hold a business investment meeting. With the Zhang family's connections, they will definitely be able to bring us in. Therefore, you must get to know Zhang Xiao well. If you can get Zhang Xiao to bring us in, then you will be the one in charge of the Su family. When Su Qi heard this, a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes. She said confidently. Grandpa, don't worry. She then glanced at Su Qingyao, and a smug smile crossed her lips as she continued. I will not disappoint you. Grandpa Su was satisfied with Su Qi's attitude. He nodded and his gaze turned stern when he turned to Su Qingyao. This is the attitude that a member of the Su family should have. Unlike some people, they eat at the Su family's table, but never think about the Su family. Humph. When Su Qingyao heard her grandfather's words, her face changed slightly. She was about to speak, but was interrupted by Grandpa Su. He glared at Su Qingyao and said coldly, I don't want to hear you talk anymore. Then, his gaze turned to the gifts that Su Yang had sent the previous day, and he shouted. Someone, smash all these inferior and fake things for me. As soon as he finished speaking, several bodyguards carrying wooden clubs walked in. Su Yuanhong looked at the bodyguards and urged. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what the old man said? Smash them. Yes. The bodyguards responded in unison, then raised their wooden sticks and smashed the gifts. Seeing Su Yang's gifts smashed to pieces, Su Qi and her father both smiled with satisfaction. Su Qingyao wanted to stop them, but it was too late. The gifts had already been smashed to pieces. At this point, Mr. Su turned and walked back to his room. After he left, Su Qingyao's mother came to her side and said gently, Qingyao, why are you doing this? Why are you trying to make your grandfather angry? At this point, Su Qingyao's father also came over and sighed, advising. Qingyao, you should apologize to your grandfather. You see, Su Qi is now taking the opportunity to rise to power. If she really takes control of the Su family, then our Su family, well, the consequences are unimaginable. Before Su Qingyao's father finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Qingyao. She looked firmly at her parents and said, I already said that I won't marry Zhang Shijing. I will try to solve the Su family crisis as soon as possible. If I really can't solve it, I will voluntarily withdraw from the position of helmsman of the Su group. After saying this, Su Qingyao turned and walked towards the door of the villa, leaving her parents and Su Qi behind, looking at each other. Inside Su Yang's villa, he was lying on his bed, exhausted, planning to take a nap. Last night, he had a bad case of diarrhea and didn't sleep at all. This morning, he was dragged around by Qin Siki for the whole morning, and his energy was almost completely exhausted. However, soon after he had lain down, there was a knock on the door, pounding like a war drum on Su Yang's heart. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and he guessed, could it be that Lu Shishir found the email I sent her? With such a nervous feeling, Su Yang slowly got up and dragged his heavy footsteps towards the door. When he opened the door carefully, he saw Chin Siki wearing an elegant dress. She muttered something, and then a talisman covered with strange symbols was quickly affixed to Su Yang's forehead. Su Yang stood at the door, extremely cooperative, not moving a muscle. Chin Siki looked at the talisman on his forehead with curiosity and anticipation and said to herself, Does this talisman really work? As soon as the words fell, Su Yang suddenly raised his arms like a zombie in a movie and jumped at Chin Siki. This sudden movement scared Chin Siki so much that she screamed involuntarily, her voice sharp and frightened. Su Yang was startled by the sudden scream and instinctively covered his ears with his hands. After Chin Siki screamed, she stared at Su Yang with wide eyes and shouted, "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Su Yang deliberately made a stern face and said, "Who told you to put the talisman on me?" He then reached out and tore the talisman off his forehead, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Chin Siki looked at Su Yang with a stern face and said in a dissatisfied tone, "I think you are a plague. Since you came to this villa, Xinyao's sister came back and left, and so did Shishir. I didn't even have time to drink the chicken soup I just made, and I hurried to the hospital." She suddenly stared at Su Yang with a penetrating gaze, as if she wanted to see through his heart. Su Yang felt uncomfortable when she looked at him and frowned, saying, "Hey, what are you looking at? Do I have flowers on my face?" He waved his hand in front of Chin Siki's eyes. Chin Siki, however, said seriously, "Are you falling in love with me? Are you deliberately looking for a chance to be alone with me? I'm telling you, you don't stand a chance, you miser. I already have someone in my heart." Su Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Ha? Am I interested in you? I think it's you who has feelings for me. How long has it been since you changed your clothes again? What? Are you playing dress up with me? Or are you a girl who can change her appearance?" Chin Siki responded with a look of disgust. "You? Don't even dream about it. You're not even close to my brother Fengya, so why would I like you?" Her tone was full of disdain and mockery. Su Yang smiled helplessly and asked, "Okay, what's the matter? If it's nothing, I'm going back to bed." Chin Siki said, "Lin Lin just called and asked me to deliver something to her. I'll give you 100 yuan for 3 hours. You just need to drive." Su Yang's face changed immediately when he heard that it was only 100 yuan for 3 hours. He looked at Chin Siki and said, "Are you treating me like a beast? 100 yuan for 3 hours? Chin Siki repeated, "Really, you just need to drive me there." Su Yang didn't even think about it and directly refused, "Impossible." He then counteroffered, "At least 400. Chin Siki shook her head and said, 150. Su Yang continued to bargain, 300. Chin Siki shook her head again, 200. Su Yang insisted, 300, no lower. Chin Siki then revealed a sly smile and said, "Then 250, it's settled." After saying that, she didn't wait for Su Yang to react, and she led him towards the villa entrance. Su Yang, who was being pulled by Chin Siki, muttered in his mouth, 250? This price is too. Lin Lin, whose full name is Su Lin, is the fourth roommate in this villa, in addition to Chin Siki, Lu Shishir, and Su Qingyao. She is famous for being a flower in the Zhongyue Taekwondo Academy, but she rarely returns to the villa because she is busy training. Zhongyue Taekwondo Academy is not far from Su Yang's villa. Su Yang drove Chin Siki there in just half an hour. After arriving, Su Yang parked the car but deliberately did not move. Seeing that Su Yang had not gotten out of the car, Chin Siki, who was sitting in the passenger seat, could not help but yell, "You cheap bastard, what are you waiting for? Help me out of the car. Don't you know I still have a sprained ankle?" Su Yang turned to look at Chin Siki, smiled and said teasingly, "Didn't you say I'm only responsible for driving?" Chin Siki hurriedly explained, "Now I'm paying 250, so you have to provide other special services." Su Yang couldn't help but look at Chin Siki's plump breasts when he heard the words special services, and a playful smile curled the corner of his mouth. Chapter 26. I'm afraid I can't help but punch your teeth out. Su Yang, carrying Chin Siki on his back, asked in confusion, "Is this what you mean by special services?" Chin Siki leaned on Su Yang's back and smiled triumphantly, saying, "What's wrong? Aren't you satisfied with me, the beautiful woman, on your back? What else do you want? As soon as she finished speaking, a sly smile suddenly flashed across Chin Siki's face, and she continued. Oh, my stomach is a little uncomfortable. Hurry up, I have to go to the bathroom. Su Yang looked confused. I don't know where the toilet is. Chin Siki said anxiously, it's straight ahead and then a turn. Hurry up. My stomach really hurts. Okay. Su Yang promised, and his pace could not help but quicken, running in the direction Chin Siki pointed. When he reached the door to the women's restroom, Su Yang stopped awkwardly and said, I'll wait for you outside. Chin Siki comforted him. Oh, it's fine. I just looked, and there's no one in there. You can wait for me here. I'll be out in a minute. Su Yang nodded helplessly. Okay, then hurry up. After saying that, he stood at the door of the women's restroom, his heart full of embarrassment and helplessness. Chin Siki, who had just entered the restroom, now had a smug, mischievous smile on her face, and she muttered to herself. You stingy man, I'm going to teach you a lesson for bullying me. After that, she took out her cell phone, quickly found Lin in the contacts, and quickly typed in the message. Lin, I'm here, but I'm stuck in the bathroom with a pervert. Come save me. After reading the message, Chin Siki nodded with satisfaction and then pressed the send button without hesitation. In the Taekwondo gym, Su Lin, who had just finished a high-intensity training session, was wiping the sweat off her face with a towel. At this moment, her cell phone, which she had placed aside, vibrated. Su Lin continued to wipe the sweat off with a towel while checking her phone. But when she saw the content of the message, her face suddenly changed, and she angrily cursed, You're looking for death, and then threw the towel on the ground angrily. She turned around and walked towards the toilet. Several men who were training in the Taekwondo gym witnessed Su Lin's gloomy expression and the towel on the ground, and couldn't help but look at each other. They exchanged a look of confusion, and one of them whispered, What's wrong with Lin? Another shook his head and said he didn't know. Another person suggested, Let's follow her and find out. The group thought this was a good idea and nodded in agreement, so they followed Su Lin quietly. In the women's restroom, Su Yang had been waiting for a long time, but Chin Siki was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but become impatient and asked out loud, It's been so long, is it still not finished? Just as he finished speaking, the door to the women's restroom suddenly opened. A beautiful woman in a Taekwondo uniform walked in, glared at Su Yang as soon as she entered, and said angrily, Pervert. As soon as the word wolf came out, her fist struck Su Yang like lightning. Su Yang slightly moved to the side, and easily avoided the sudden attack. The woman snorted in anger and, unwilling to be outdone, immediately followed up with a roundhouse kick to Su Yang's lower body. Su Yang was quick and agile, and his body quickly leaned backwards, narrowly avoiding the kick by barely touching the ground. Seeing that Su Yang had easily avoided her 2 consecutive attacks, the woman's eyes flashed with surprise, but then she became even more fierce. She quickly adjusted her posture, clenched her fists, and began to launch a series of fast and fierce punches, each accompanied by a strong wind, directly at Su Yang's face. Su Yang remained calm and composed in the face of the beauty's fierce attack. He skillfully dodged the woman's attacks while trying to explain, You've misunderstood. Please listen to my explanation. However, the woman didn't seem to want to hear him explain. She suddenly shouted. She spun gracefully in the air, then kicked Su Yang's head with all her might. Su Yang smiled and deftly rolled over, not only avoiding the kick, but also grabbing the woman's ankle. The woman was shocked and tried to break free, but Su Yang's hand held on tightly like a pair of iron tongs. Since the two were fighting at the door of the women's restroom, Su Yang grabbed the woman's ankle with one hand and, with a little force, pressed her against the wall at the door of the women's restroom. After confirming that the woman could not move, Su Yang spoke again, Listen to my explanation. Things are not as you think. Just as Su Yang was trying to explain, several men from the Taekwondo school rushed over. They pushed open the door to the women's restroom without hesitation, shouting, Lin Jie? What they didn't know was that Su Lin was embarrassingly clinging to the door at this moment. What's worse, Su Yang was holding onto one of her feet and pressing her against the wall, while her other foot was on the ground. The sudden sound of the door being pushed made the two of them suddenly and unawares pressed together. Since Su Lin is not short, the two were in an extremely awkward position, face to face, chest to chest, and even more intimate parts pressed tightly together. Su Lin's cheeks instantly flushed, and Su Yang also felt a flush of heat in his cheeks. What made the two even more embarrassed was that because there were two people behind the door was not completely open, but was half open. When the men pushed the door, they thought there was something blocking the door and pushed it even harder. This push caused the door behind Su Yong to keep bumping into him, and his body also bumped into Su Lin. The two were almost suffocated by this sudden external force, and they were extremely embarrassed. After pushing the door a few times, the men quickly realized that something was wrong. They walked into the bathroom and were shocked by what they saw. Their goddess Lin was actually being pressed against the wall by a man, and their faces were so close together. Anger and dissatisfaction quickly rose in their hearts, and they were almost ready to attack Su Yang at the same time. At this moment, Shin Siki, who had been hiding in the toilet, limped out and shouted, "Stop! This is a misunderstanding." Hearing Shin Siki's words, the men who were about to attack stopped and looked at her in confusion. After Shin Siki's explanation, everyone finally realized that it was a misunderstanding. Su Lin glared at Su Yang and then helped Shin Siki into the Taekwondo gym. The men also glared at Su Yang, then followed Su Lin and left. Su Yang looked at their backs and helplessly said to himself, "Can I be blamed for this?" He then followed the others into the Taekwondo gym. As soon as Su Yang stepped into the Taekwondo gym, he felt several provocative gazes directed at him. He smiled slightly, as if he didn't care. At this point, one of the men saw Su Yang smile and said unceremoniously, "What are you laughing at, kid?" Su Yang looked at the man calmly and asked in return, "What's wrong? Can't I laugh in a Taekwondo gym?" The man's mouth curled up in a provocative smile. "Of course you can laugh, but if you dare to come up and spar with me, I guarantee you won't be laughing for long." When the man's words were heard by the people around him, they all laughed. One of them even deliberately provoked him, saying, "Look at him. I don't think he's brave enough to get on the ring." Another person followed suit and said, "Kid, I think you'd better wait outside. I'm afraid I can't help but punch you out." Chapter 27 Lin Jia, why are you so eager to throw yourself at me? After hearing the man's words, the several people laughed again, as if they had already seen Su Yang's miserable appearance. Su Yang was not angry. He glanced at Su Lin, who was talking to Shin Siki. Then he turned his head and looked directly at the men who had provoked him. He said calmly, "Are you sure you want to knock my teeth out?" The man who spoke earlier saw Su Yang so calm, and he raised the corner of his mouth in a mocking smile and said defiantly, "What? Are you afraid of this kid?" Su Yang did not respond, but just lightly moved his neck and wrists in place, as if he was preparing for something. Then, he suddenly pushed off the ground with both feet, leaping up like an arrow and directly jumping onto the ring 5 meters away. The men were still smug, but when they saw Su Yang leap in front of them so easily, their smiles froze on their faces, and a look of surprise and daze flashed in their eyes. Su Yang smiled slightly at this time, glanced at the men, and said lightly, "You can come together." At this time, Shin Siki and Su Lin, who were chatting not far away, also noticed the situation here. Shin Siki looked at Su Yang and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. She turned to Su Lin and said, "Lin, is he going to be okay?" Su Lin looked at Su Yang on the stage and the men, and said lightly, "Just teach him a lesson, but go easy on him." After that, she looked at Shin Siki again and added, "Men are all bad. Don't worry, it's fine." Shin Siki looked at Su Yang on the stage and then looked at Su Lin, and she let out a soft sigh, but her worries had not completely disappeared. After receiving Su Lin's signal, one of the men on the stage sneered at Su Yang and said, "Kid, you jumped quite far, but you'll be crawling out of here in a minute." Su Yang still maintained a calm smile and responded, "I'd like to see how I crawl out." Hearing him say that, one of the men seemed to be enraged and said, "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." As soon as he finished speaking, several people launched a fierce attack on Su Yang at the same time. Su Yang slightly moved to the side, easily avoiding the powerful punch of the first man. He quickly moved closer to the opponent and lightly slapped the opponent's shoulder with his palm, causing the opponent to lose his balance for a moment. Su Yang took the opportunity to turn around and get behind him. The second man saw this and launched a flying kick at Su Yang's back. But Su Yang seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, accurately catching the opponent's movement. He leaned forward slightly, allowing the flying kick to pass over his head, then quickly grabbed the opponent's ankle with his backhand, and with a strong pull, he knocked the opponent to the ground. The remaining two men began to panic when they saw their companions lose one after another. They attacked impatiently, but Su Yang was like a cat playing with a mouse, sometimes dodging left and right. Sometimes he would deliberately expose his weaknesses to lure the opponent into attacking, and then counterattack with lightning speed. One of the men was tricked by Su Yang's clever feint. He rushed forward, only to find that Su Yang had disappeared. Just as he was stunned, Su Yang had already appeared from behind him and punched him hard in the back of the neck, knocking him to the ground. The last man saw the situation was not good, and wanted to escape, but Su Yang had already blocked his way. He quickly approached the opponent, kicked him to the ground with a roundhouse kick, then rode on top of him and punched him hard in the face. However, at the moment when his fist was about to fall, Su Yang suddenly stopped, and only lightly landed his fist on the stage. On the entire ring, Su Yang's movements were smooth and elegant, as if he were dancing, moving freely among the several people, each attack precise and powerful. In just over 30 seconds, all the people on the stage had fallen to the ground. Su Yang smiled at the several people and turned to walk towards Qin Siki and Su Lin. In fact, those people should be grateful that Su Yang was just in the mood to get up and move around. If they were Japanese pirates, the result would not have been just falling to the ground. Su Yang's attack was so fierce that it was enough to turn his opponents into cold corpses in an instant. At this moment, Qin Siki looked at the people who had fallen on the stage and turned to Su Lin with a puzzled look on her face. "Lin, what is going on?" Su Lin did not answer, but quickly ran in the direction of Su Yang. Just as she was about to reach Su Yang, Su Lin suddenly jumped up and kicked Su Yang with lightning-fast legs. Su Yang faced this hostile kick with a mocking smile on his lips. He did not choose to dodge, but instead lightly turned his body, allowing Su Lin's legs to pass by him. At the same time, he extended a hand and accurately grabbed Su Lin's calf, then pulled her in with all his strength. Su Lin was taken by surprise and lost her balance, and she fell towards Su Yang. Su Yang took advantage of the situation to hold her tightly, and the two of them spun gracefully in the air before landing safely on the ground. Su Lin was tightly embraced by Su Yang and felt a wave of panic. She struggled to push Su Yang away, but Su Yang was as steady as a mountain, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't budge him. "Lin, are you so eager to throw yourself into my arms?" Su Yang teased, with a playful smile on his face. Su Lin's face flushed with a blush at the mention of this, and she glared at Su Yang, gritting her teeth and saying, "Let go of me." Although her voice was full of anger, in Su Yang's embrace, she seemed extremely weak. Su Yang did not let go, but instead held Su Lin even tighter, pressing her against him. He felt the soft curves of Su Lin's body and a strange stirring welled up in his heart. "Lin, you're so proactive, I really think you have a crush on me." Su Yang whispered in Su Lin's ear, his voice tinged with a hint of flirtation. Su Lin was so angry that her face turned red, and she struggled to break free from his embrace. But Su Yang, like a naughty child, kept whispering something ambiguous in her ear, making her both embarrassed and annoyed, and she had no idea what to do. Qin Siki stood aside and watched the scene, her face showing a look of surprise. At this moment, Su Yang suddenly let go of her hand, and Su Lin was able to break free. After she had regained her balance, she immediately kept a distance from Su Yang, her eyes full of vigilance. "You're looking for death." Su Lin glared at Su Yang and once again took up a fighting stance, ready to attack. Su Yang laughed lightly and also took up a fighting stance. Su Lin attacked first, her movements swift and powerful, punching straight at Su Yang's face. However, Su Yang seemed to have already seen through her intentions. He slightly leaned to the side and easily avoided the punch. Then, he quickly moved closer to Su Lin, and with a nimble turn, he got behind her. Su Lin noticed Su Yang's movements and immediately tried to turn around and counterattack, but Su Yang had already taken the initiative to attack. He casually used his arm to subtly change Su Lin's direction, and then a roundhouse kick struck her waist. Although Su Lin reacted in time, she still failed to completely avoid Su Yang's kick. A burst of intense pain spread through her body in an instant, making her unable to hold herself up and fall forward. Su Yang quickly reached out to help her, steadying her body and preventing her from falling to the ground. "Sister Lin, I yield." Su Yang's mouth curled into a playful smile, and a hint of teasing could be heard in his voice. Su Lin snorted in displeasure at Su Yang's teasing. Chapter 28, Su and I Hotel. Qin Siki, who was watching from the side, was completely stunned at this moment. She looked at Su Lin, who was still angry. Limping to her side, he softly advised, "Lin, don't be angry. I never thought that this usually stingy guy was actually so powerful." Seeing that Su Lin's anger had not subsided, Qin Siki said, "It's getting late, So why don't we let this stingy guy treat us to a meal, so he can bleed a little and pay for his mistake? Humph, let's see if he dares to do it again. Su Yang, who was standing nearby, smiled and said, Okay, I'll treat everyone to dinner today as a way of apologizing. Shin Siki was excited when she heard Su Yang say that. Good, today we must make this stingy man bleed. Suni Hotel, as the only 5-star hotel in Binhai City, naturally has a high cost of living. At this moment, Shin Siki looked at Su Yang and said with surprise, Sheep man, I just asked you to treat us to dinner, but why did you bring us to such a place? A meal here costs tens of thousands of dollars. Su Yang smiled and replied, Since I said I would make amends, I naturally had to choose the best place in Binhai City. Don't worry, it's fine. Shin Siki looked at Su Yang's confident expression. Although she still had some doubts in her heart, she could only nod helplessly and say, Okay, I'll listen to you. Then she turned to Su Lin and the men who had just been defeated by Su Yang and said, Lin, let's go in together. Su Lin looked up at the golden sign of the Suni Hotel, nodded slightly, and walked into the hotel with Shin Siki. As soon as they entered the hotel lobby, a waiter in a neat uniform came up to them and asked with a smile, Do you have a reservation? Su Yang replied, We haven't made a reservation. The waiter remained polite and asked, How many people are there in your party? Su Yang looked back and counted the number of people, and replied, 9. The waiter nodded and said, Okay, please wait a moment. Afterwards, the waiter communicated with his colleagues on the intercom for a moment, and soon returned to Su Yang with a smile on his face. I'm very sorry, but there are no more tables available in the main hall. However, we have a private room for 15 people. Would you like to consider it? Su Yang nodded without hesitation. Please follow me. The waiter politely held out his arm and led Su Yang and his party to the private room. Opening the door to the private room, a luxurious and comfortable atmosphere greeted Su Yang. Inside the private room, the luxurious decorations and elegant style complemented each other, making it a feast for the eyes. The delicate chandeliers are like a starry sky, casting a soft and warm light that illuminates the entire space. On the walls, famous paintings adorn the walls, adding a touch of artistic flavor to the room. The central dining table is spacious and elegant, with white napkins and exquisite, elegant tableware. The soft backrests and comfortable cushions on the sofas around the table make you want to sit down and enjoy the moment. The entire private room is filled with luxury and comfort, making it seem like a world of aristocrats cut off from the rest of the world. Su Yang and the others didn't feel anything special when they first entered the private room. However, Shin Siki, who was sitting next to him, couldn't take her eyes off the interior decoration of the private room and exclaimed, Wow, the interior decoration of the private room here is really great. But I wonder how much it costs to have a meal here, she said, turning her eyes to Su Yang. At the same time, Su Lin and the others also turned their attention to Su Yang. Su Yang felt the gaze of everyone and said with a smile, What, are you worried that I can't afford to treat you? Since I said I wanted to apologize, I must let you eat well and be satisfied. You can order whatever you want from the menu. Su Lin looked at Su Yang and said with a mischievous smile, Since you said that, we won't be polite. Afterwards, Su Lin and the men from her Taekwondo school began to order food like crazy, with the names of dishes popping out of their mouths one after another. Shin Siki sat on the side, looking at Su Yang with concern, afraid that this meal would make this stingy man cry. Su Yang, however, looked at the frantic behavior of everyone ordering food, smiling and shaking his head. It didn't take long before the waiter brought the dishes that everyone had ordered to the table. Looking at the table full of dishes, Su Lin and the others really ordered a lot. You have to know that this is a private room for 15 people, and there are only 9 of them. When all the dishes were served, Su Yang glanced at the table full of delicacies and felt that something was missing. So he said to the waiter, A banquet is not complete without wine. Open a bottle of Lafite for me. The waiter nodded with a smile and then turned and left. After a while, he returned with a decanter and poured the wine into the glasses in front of everyone's seat. At this moment, Su Yang slowly stood up with a glass of red wine in his hand, looked at Su Lin and the others at the table, and smiled gently. He said, Everyone, today's incident was purely a misunderstanding. I admit that I used some unscrupulous means to win against you by chance. To express my apology, I will drink first. After saying this, Su Yang did not hesitate to raise his head and drink the wine in his glass in one gulp. Seeing this, Shinseki also smiled and said to Su Lin and the others, "Everyone, today was really a misunderstanding, so don't take it too seriously." However, Shinseki's words did not seem to completely appease Su Lin and the others, who still had stern faces. Seeing this, Shinseki looked at Su Lin and said coquettishly, "Lin, don't be angry." As she said this, she pretended to be aggrieved, which was very funny. Su Lin looked at Shinseki's appearance and finally couldn't help but sigh. She said, "Okay, okay." After that, she glanced at Su Yang, then picked up her wineglass and finished the drink in one gulp. Seeing Su Lin start, the others also picked up their wineglasses and finished their drinks in one go. Su Yang looked at their actions and smiled helplessly. After Su Lin and the others finished their drinks, Shinseki said happily, "Lin is the best." She then stood up, filled Su Lin's glass again, and said, "This glass is to congratulate Lin for winning first place in the Taekwondo competition." After saying this, she drank it all in one gulp. With this glass of wine down, the previous misunderstanding was also gone. The meal gradually came to an end amidst laughter and joy. At this point, Su Yang turned to the waiter and said, "The check, please." The waiter replied with a smile, "Hello, sir, your total bill is 43,900 yuan. Would you like to pay by cash or credit card?" "Credit card," Su Yang said, and reached into his pocket. However, at this moment, his face suddenly changed. It turned out that when he got up, he was in such a hurry that he forgot to bring his card when he changed his clothes. Facing the waiter's waiting face with a smile, Su Yang felt embarrassed. This scene was also seen by Shinseki, Su Lin and others sitting nearby. Thinking that Su Yang didn't have the money to pay the bill, a man who had previously been defeated by Su Yang at the Taekwondo gym said with a sneer, "I said, some people, if you don't have money, don't pretend to be a master. Now you're embarrassed, right?" Another man who had been defeated by Su Yang also took the opportunity to make a scene. "Yeah, it's really embarrassing to come to a place like this to eat without money." Su Lin listened on the side, shook her head helplessly, and said, "Okay, everyone stop talking. I think we should split the bill." Just as Su Yang was extremely embarrassed and at a loss, Shinseki suddenly looked at Su Yang and smiled. "Look at you, you forgot to give me your card when you left." She then looked down, opened her bag, took out a bank card, and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang looked at Shinseki and felt a wave of gratitude. Shinseki winked at him mischievously, signaling him to quickly resolve the problem. Su Yang naturally understood what she meant, so he took the card and handed it to the waiter. Chapter 29, The Killer. After the bill was settled, the group left the private room in an orderly manner. One of the men from the Taekwondo school came forward and said, "Lin, I'll walk you back." Su Lin looked at him and smiled and replied, "I'm not going back to the dojo today. I'm going to stay with Seki for the night. I haven't been home in a long time, so I'm going to go back and get some things." The man nodded in understanding. Then, his gaze turned to Su Yang, who was standing to the side, and he gave him a meaningful look. Su Yang noticed the look and smiled, but did not say anything. At this time, Shinseki, who was gently supported by Su Lin, looked at Su Yang and urged him, "What are you still doing?" "Taekwondo, but your life would also be devastated. So as long as you agree to my conditions, I will let you go." After saying that, the man stared at Su Lin's plump breasts with lustful eyes. Su Lin snorted in disdain and said, "You?" Before she finished speaking, the machete in her hand was already swung out like lightning, rushing toward the man in an attempt to seize the initiative. However, the man didn't seem to take her seriously. He raised the corner of his mouth in a contemptuous smile and spat out contemptuous words. "You really don't know what's good for you." The moment the man finished speaking, Su Lin was already close to him. The two figures quickly interlaced, and the air was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Although Su Lin had the advantage with the machete in her hand, the man was extremely agile. He easily dodged Su Lin's attack, and suddenly, with a powerful punch, he smashed her in the stomach. Su Lin felt a huge force pressing down on her, and before she could dodge, she was thrown backwards and fell heavily to the ground. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and the pain in her abdomen made it difficult for her to breathe. Looking up, she saw the man slowly walking towards her, staring at her with lecherous eyes. The man's eyes were full of evil and desire. He lowered his head and looked down at Su Lin, who was lying on the ground. Then the man smiled triumphantly and said, "You are only a champion, but I am a 10-time champion. Do you understand the difference? Su Lin heard this and her face showed a look of surprise. She endured the pain and said, "Are you Long Lu?" Long Lu smiled and said, "I didn't think you knew my name, but it's too bad that you know it now." He paused, and a wicked look flashed in his eyes. He continued, "If you had agreed to my request earlier, you might have suffered less. But now I've decided to break your limbs first, and then I'll enjoy your body." Su Lin listened to Long Lu's words, and anger and humiliation welled up in her heart. She gritted her teeth and struggled to get up from the ground, then swung her fist at Long Lu. Long Lu's face changed, and he cursed. "You don't know when to die." Then he lifted his foot and kicked Su Lin's stomach hard. Su Lin was instantly knocked into the closet by the wall and then fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and her eyes began to blur. Just as she was about to faint, she saw a figure appear at the door. Then she fainted completely. At this point, Long Lu, with a lewd smile on his face, walked towards the unconscious Su Lin. He reached out to take off Su Lin's clothes and enjoy his evil desires. At this moment, a voice came from the door, "Hey, it's not appropriate to hit a woman." Su Yang suddenly appeared, interrupting Long Lu's evil deeds. Long Lu, who was originally excited, was interrupted by Su Yang's sudden appearance, and his face instantly turned gloomy. He stood up and glared at Su Yang at the door, angrily asking, "What do you mean?" Su Yang calmly glanced at Su Lin, who was already unconscious behind Long Lu, and then turned his gaze back to Long Lu. He pointed a finger and said calmly, "I only need one move to deal with you. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here." After saying that, Su Yang didn't even look at Long Lu again, and walked straight towards Su Lin. Long Lu, the former boxing champion with 10 consecutive victories, had never been treated with such contempt before. He shouted angrily, "You're looking for death," and then swung a punch at Su Yang's head. However, just as Long Lu's fist was about to touch Su Yang easily dodged it by moving sideways. At the same time, he quickly struck Long Lu with a palm 3 inches below his neck. The entire movement was fluid and clean, without any hesitation. After the attack, Su Yang didn't even look back at Long Lu. After being hit by Su Yang, Long Lu tried to speak, but suddenly his legs went weak, his vision went dark, and he fell to the ground. In the last moment before he fainted, Long Lu saw Su Yang pick up Su Lin in a princess carry and then leave without looking back. Shin Siki, who was waiting in the car, saw Su Yang carrying Su Lin out of the Taekwondo gym and couldn't help but feel uneasy. She nervously asked Su Yang, "What's going on?" Su Yang hastily replied, "I'll tell you later. Let's go to the hospital first." He then carefully placed Su Lin in the back seat, then quickly returned to the driver's seat and drove off in the direction of the hospital. In the car, Shin Siki held Su Lin, who was unconscious, tightly in her arms, her face full of anxiety. She kept calling out, "Lin, Lin, wake up." However, Su Lin in a coma did not respond in any way. At this time, Su Yang, who was driving, asked, "Which hospital is Lu Shishir in?" "At the Second People's Hospital." Shin Siki replied while watching Su Lin, who was in a coma. Su Yang didn't say anything else. He drove the car attentively, heading towards the Second People's Hospital. Half an hour later, in the ward of the Second People's Hospital, Lu Shishir and Shin Siki sat in front of the bed, staring at Su Lin in a coma. Su Yang sat on the side, idly flipping through his phone. Shin Siki's face was full of worry. She turned to look at Lu Shishir and asked, "Is Lin's sister going to be okay?" Lu Shishir shook her head gently and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, she'll wake up soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Lin slowly opened her eyes. She saw Shin Siki and Lu Shishir in front of the bed and her face showed a hint of confusion. She looked around and asked, "Why am I here?" Then she tried to sit up. Shin Siki quickly helped Su Lin sit up against the bed. She asked with concern, "Su Yang saw that you hadn't come out for a long time, so he went to look for you and found you had been knocked unconscious. Lin, are you okay?" Su Lin rubbed her forehead with her hand, trying to recall what happened before she fainted. She vaguely remembered seeing a figure at the door before she fainted. So she turned to Su Yang, who was sitting on the side playing with his phone, and asked, "Did you save me?" Su Yang shook his head and smiled when he heard Su Lin's question. At this point, Shin Siki glanced at Su Yang and then said to Su Lin, "Lin, how could that stingy guy save you? If he saved you, I'd wash my hair upside down." Chapter 31, "You rascal, you actually helped her blow her nose." Su Lin heard Qin Siki say this and also agreed. Indeed, looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem like a master who can defeat Long Lu. Qin Siki nodded in agreement and said, although he knows a little bit of kung fu, with his stingy personality, if he really saved you, he would definitely ask you for money. After that, she turned her gaze to Su Yang and said, am I right, Mr. Scrooge? Su Yang nodded to Qin Siki, which was a tacit admission of her statement. Seeing Su Yang nod, Qin Siki said to Su Lin with a smug look, you see, Lin, I was right, wasn't I? At this time, Lu Shishir looked at Su Yang and said sincerely, but I still want to thank you for discovering Lin Jia in time. Su Yang listened to Lu Shishir's words and just smiled at her, without saying much. Lu Shishir continued. Although you don't seem to be in any danger, it's best to stay in the hospital for one night and have a comprehensive examination tomorrow. If there is no problem, you can be discharged. She continued, I'm on duty today, so I'll take care of Lin. Siki, why don't you go home first? Su Lin, who was lying in bed, also advised. Siki, I really feel fine now. You should go home. Don't you have a live broadcast tonight? We all know that. Your mother needs money. You should go home. I'll be fine with Shishir here. Qin Siki listened to what Lu Shishir and Su Lin said, and nodded. She got up and said, okay, Lin, I'll go back first. You rest more. Just as Qin Siki was about to get up and leave, Su Lin suddenly looked at Su Yang, who was sitting nearby. Then she grabbed Qin Siki's hand and said solemnly, Siki, you're going to be staying in the same room with him tonight, so be careful. A man and a woman in the same room, remember to lock the door tightly, and don't open the door for him, otherwise you'll suffer. Men, none of them are good. Remember? If you really need it, put the knife in the room. If he dares to mess around, don't be polite, just give him a snap. Su Yang didn't know what they were talking about, but he felt a chill between his legs. Qin Siki looked at Su Yang and then looked at Su Lin seriously, nodded and said, I remember, Lin Jia, then I'll go. Su Lin and Lu Shishir both nodded to Qin Siki. Qin Siki walked out of the ward and came to the hospital corridor. She looked at Su Yang and said teasingly, Lin said to me to go home and put the knife in my room. Su Yang smiled when she heard this and asked in return, why? Are you planning to commit suicide by cutting your wrists? Qin Siki snorted and retorted. You're the one who wants to kill yourself. I took the knife to protect myself from you, you miser. If you ever try to take advantage of me, Lin said I should just cut you there. Su Yang heard this and subconsciously looked down at his crotch. Qin Siki saw Su Yang's reaction and burst out laughing. Then she realized that she was in a hospital and quickly covered her mouth to try to suppress her laughter. After returning to the villa, Qin Siki glanced at the time and found that it was already time for the live broadcast. She quickly changed into her charming bunny girl outfit, tidied up the room briefly, and then started the live broadcast. Su Yang returned to the villa, walked into his room, and lay down on the bed. He recalled the evening at the hotel, when Qin Siki had taken out her credit card without hesitation to save face for him, and her helplessness when she mentioned the lack of funds for the surgery in the car. So he picked up his phone and waited quietly for Qin Siki to go live. Just as Qin Siki had just opened the live broadcast, her brother Maple Leaf entered the live broadcast room. Then, gifts came pouring in like a flood, as if they were being given away for free. Qin Siki looked at the gifts on the screen, her face full of excitement, and kept thanking. Thank you for the gifts from my brother Maple Leaf, I really appreciate it. Her voice was full of joy and gratitude. Su Yang had spent more than 300,000 gifts in one go, but because his phone was freezing, he temporarily put his phone aside. He planned to take a sip of water from the cup on the table before continuing to give gifts. But as soon as he picked up the cup, he accidentally spilled water on his pants. He couldn't help but sigh, and then picked up the paper towel on the table and began to carefully wipe the water stains on his pants. In Qin Siki's live broadcast room, she was intently watching the data in the background. After seeing the amount of money in her hand after the split, she was just over 140,000 yuan, and Qin Siki had a doubt in her heart. She recalled the conversation between Su Yang and herself while waiting for Su Lin in the car. Qin Siki said to herself, huh? How did he know that Maple Leaf would give me a gift tonight? And the amount was exactly 140,000 in my hand? Could it be? Could it be that he is my Maple Leaf brother? Thinking of this, Qin Siki limped over to Su Yang's room. Su Yang's door happened to be left open when he had just entered the room, and it was now wide open. Shin-siki didn't think much about it and walked straight in. However, the next scene instantly made her cheeks flush. Su Yang was standing with his back to the door, holding a tissue in his hand, and his body seemed to be moving slightly. In fact, Su Yang was wiping the water stains on his pants with the tissue in his hand. But because he was facing away from the door, this action looked to Shin-siki like something indescribable. Shin-siki couldn't help but think of some fantasies in her mind. She exclaimed to herself, "Damn, this stingy guy is so disgusting. How can he be my brother Fengye if he is so disgusting?" In the end, Shin-siki couldn't hold back her doubts and dissatisfaction. She looked at Su Yang's back and said bluntly, "You really are disgusting, you tightwad." Su Yang was busy wiping the water that had spilled on his crotch, and was worried that Shin-siki would misunderstand, so he asked in a slightly nervous tone, "How did you get in here?" Shin-siki looked at Su Yang's reaction and was even more determined in her mind. She looked disgusted and said unceremoniously, "Of course you don't want me to come in." "If I hadn't come in, how would I have known that you were not only a miser, but also a despicable, filthy, shameless, and vulgar man?" Her voice was full of anger and disappointment, and it was clear that her impression of Su Yang had been greatly reduced. Shin-siki's clever remarks left Su Yang speechless for a moment. He was stunned for a moment and involuntarily let out "ah." Then he turned to Shin-siki and retorted, "How can you say that I am mean, dirty, shameless, and vulgar? We had an agreement. Why didn't you knock on the door when you came in? Who broke in without my permission?" Shin-siki was at a loss for words in the face of Su Yang's counter-question. She stammered, I came to get the money you owe me. Give it back to me quickly." Su Yang smiled awkwardly and said, "Pay back the money? I really forgot." He looked at his wet crotch and suddenly had an idea. He thought to himself, she must have a hairdryer. Wouldn't it be great if she could blow dry it for me? So, he looked at Shin-siki and tentatively said, "Then you can blow dry my hair for me, and I'll pay you back right away." Shin-siki couldn't believe her ears. She stared at Su Yang with anger in her eyes and said loudly, "You pervert, what did you say? Let me help you? You pervert, go to hell." After that, she turned around and was about to leave. When she reached the door, she saw the toilet paper in the bathroom, so she went in and took a roll, and threw it at Su Yang. Then she said angrily, "You bastard, I'll help you blow? Humph, I can only help you here. Don't go too far." Chapter 32 I Don't Believe It. I Want to Try You. Su Yan looked at the toilet paper on the ground in a daze and asked in confusion, "Why did you give me toilet paper?" Shin-siki made a disgusted expression and said, "You are so disgusting, you rascal. Don't you know you need to wipe yourself off?" Su Yang turned around and looked at Shin-siki, defending himself, "I just accidentally spilled water on my pants, is that so disgusting?" However, when Shin-siki saw Su Yang turn around, she immediately covered her eyes with her hands. Nevertheless, she still looked at Su Yang through the gaps in her fingers. She then noticed that Su Yang's pants were wet in the front, and he was indeed wiping the water with a tissue. Su Yang naturally noticed the eyes peeking out from between Shin-siki's fingers, and he immediately explained, "What I mean is, don't all girls have hair dryers? If you blow dry my pants, won't they dry? You said you didn't want to lend it to me, and then you said I was disgusting, and then you said I was indecent." Shin-siki looked at Su Yang and asked, embarrassed, "Were you just wiping the water off your pants?" Su Yang gave Shin-siki a look and said, "Didn't you see it? Why are you asking me?" At this moment, Shin-siki suddenly felt embarrassed. Su Yang looked at Shin-siki's embarrassed face and couldn't help but recall his previous words and the toilet paper that had been thrown on the ground, and suddenly realized. He stuttered a bit and said, I swear, you suspect me of." Su Yang felt that the rest of the sentence was too embarrassing to say, so he changed his mind and said, "What do you suspect I'm doing?" Shin-siki smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly explained, "No, nothing." Then she said, "I'll go back first. I'll leave the hair dryer at the door for you later." After that, she turned around and was about to leave. However, after walking a few steps, Shin-siki suddenly stopped and turned back to Su Yang and said, "I have a question for you." Su Yang looked at Shin-siki's back and said, "What is it?" "You tell me." Shin-siki hesitated for a moment, But in the end she couldn't ask the question, and she just said, "It's fine." Then she walked towards her room. Back in her room, Shin-Siki kept replaying the embarrassing scene with Su Yang in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a blush and a pounding heart. In addition to being embarrassed, Shin-Siki sat on the bed and picked up her phone. She clicked on the account of the person who had just given her the gift, the one with the maple leaf avatar, and began to look at it carefully. The more she looked, the more she felt that something was wrong, and her heart was filled with doubts. She said to herself, "Is he really my brother Maple Leaf? How could there be so many coincidences?" Suddenly, Shin-Siki's eyes lit up, and she thought of a way to verify the truth. She quickly adjusted her emotions and reopened the live streaming software. Before long, the familiar maple leaf avatar lit up again. Shin-Siki saw it and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, as if she had already found the key to unlock the mystery. Then, Shin-Siki began to chat casually in the live broadcast room, seemingly casually chatting about some irrelevant topics. Suddenly, she let out a cry of surprise, pretended to fall to the ground, and deliberately waved her hand in front of the live broadcast phone. This action seemed to have triggered something, and she soon heard footsteps approaching her room. Shin-Siki's face revealed a smug smile, as if everything was under her control. At this moment, Su Yang rushed into the room. He knelt down and helped Shin-Siki, who was pretending to have fallen, up, while scolding her. "Your feet are broken, not your brain. Can't you be more careful? This time it's free, but next time I'll charge you." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. However, Shin-Siki did not refute him as usual, but instead stared at him with a happy look and said, "Okay, I'll give you whatever you want." Su Yang turned back with a smile on his face, a little surprised by her words. "What? You have too much money and no place to spend it? Since you're fine, I'll leave first." Just as Su Yang was about to turn and leave, Shin-Siki, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly hugged him from behind and said with a smile, "Of course I have a lot of money. Don't you always spend it for me? Isn't that right? How long are you going to lie to me? My big brother." Her voice was full of mischief and banter, as if she had finally revealed the secret veil between the two of them. Su Yang heard Shin-Siki's words and turned around, intending to say a few words in defense. But unexpectedly, Shin-Siki took advantage of the moment when he turned around to quickly hug his waist and fell backwards onto the bed. Su Yang was taken by surprise by Shin-Siki's move, and in an instant, he was pressed down on Shin-Siki, and the two were tightly pressed together. Su Yang felt a bit embarrassed and managed to force a smile. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Shin-Siki. Shin-Siki looked straight into Su Yang's eyes and said proudly, "Are you going to continue to deny it?" Seeing that Su Yang did not say anything, Shin-Siki continued, "In fact, I fell on purpose during the live broadcast, and I also didn't make a sound on purpose." "If you didn't watch my live broadcast, how did you know I fell?" Hearing Shin-Siki's explanation, Su Yang smiled awkwardly, and the words of defense in his heart seemed to have become pale and powerless. Shin-Siki looked at Su Yang's embarrassed expression and already had an answer in her heart. In fact, the moment she pretended to fall, Su Yang's hurriedly running into the room had already confirmed her suspicions. So, Shin-Siki put away her teasing smile and looked at Su Yang seriously and said, "Tell me, do you like me?" Su Yang was a bit at a loss for words by Shin-Siki's sudden question. He hurriedly explained, I was just worried about your mother's critical condition." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again by Shin-Siki. Shin-Siki still stared at Su Yang tightly and said seriously, "Really?" "Of course," Su Yang said, looking at Shin-Siki, who was standing right in front of him. Shin-Siki shook her head slightly and smiled mischievously, "I don't believe you. I want to try it." After saying that, she pushed Su Yang, who was lying on top of her, to the other side of the bed, then turned around and sat on top of him. Looking at Su Yang, who was riding on top of her, Shin-Siki gently placed her hands on his face and slowly moved closer, kissing him deeply. Su Yang, who was being kissed by Shin-Siki, muttered indistinctly in his mouth at the moment, "I told you that I have very good self-control." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shin-Siki's passionate and affectionate kiss. Her kiss was as fierce as a summer rainstorm, as if she wanted to wash away all of Su Yang's inner doubts and concerns. Su Yang originally wanted to break free, but Shin-Siki's kiss was like a magic spell, making him feel an unprecedented throbbing. He closed his eyes and let himself be carried away by this sudden passion. The two gradually deepened their kiss, as if the whole world was left with only the two of them. Su Yang's hand unconsciously wrapped around Qin Siki's waist, holding her tightly in his arms, as if they were to become one. Their hearts beat in each other's ears, and every breath seemed to speak of their feelings for each other. Su Yang gradually became more active from his initial passivity. Their kisses became more and more lingering, as if they were trying to suck each other's soul into their bodies. As the passion grew, their clothes fell gently onto the floor of the room, one by one. Like colorful petals, they decorated this private world. Their bodies are tightly embraced, without any barriers, as if their souls have already merged into one. The feeling of intimacy made the world so quiet at the moment, as if time had stopped. Nothing could tear them apart. Their hearts and bodies were in perfect harmony. After the passion, Qin Siki's room returned to its former tranquility. The air still carried the scent of their passion, as if it were telling the story of the beautiful time they had just spent together. Chapter 33 Professor Luo, are you so confident? At this moment, Qin Siki was like a little bird nestled in Su Yang's strong and warm shoulders. A bitter smile appeared on Su Yang's face. He didn't really think that way. But after Qin Siki's hot body and hot kisses, he was tempted. But how many men can resist such temptation? Although Su Yang felt so deeply, his hand unconsciously drifted lightly over Qin Siki's plump and charming chest. Qin Siki was pressed against Su Yang's chest, and her eyes revealed confusion and curiosity. Su Yang, you are obviously so rich, why do you deliberately pretend to be a stingy person? Su Yang smiled gently and looked at Qin Siki with soft eyes. Wealth is important, but the heart is even more precious. I pretend to be a miser in order to avoid those who only care about my wealth. Only in this way can I find a partner who truly matches my heart. At this point, Su Yang's smile revealed a hint of mockery. However, no matter how well I disguised myself, you eventually saw through me. It seems that my acting skills need to be improved. Qin Siki smiled with a hint of coquettishness and said lightly, "You're so annoying, bad brother," she said, mischievously, and then she playfully reached out and lightly brushed Su Yang's armpit. Su Yang felt the tickling sensation and couldn't help but shrink, so he said in a serious tone, "I'm very ticklish. If you keep doing that, I'll really have to punish you." After hearing this, Qin Siki smiled even more brightly, provoking him, "Come on, who's afraid of who?" A mischievous gleam flashed in her eyes, as if she was looking forward to Su Yang's reaction. Seeing this, Su Yang decided to tease her, so he pretended to be a lecher and smirked. "You said it." After saying that, he once again approached Qin Siki and held her tightly in his arms. Qin Siki pretended to be scared and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, it turns out that you really are a wolf." But she was smiling mischievously, obviously teasing Su Yang. Su Yang smiled gently and said tenderly, "You know it's too late now." After that, he lowered his head and kissed Qin Siki's lips passionately. Just as Su Yang was about to take the next step, Qin Siki's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Lu Shishir, so she said to Su Yang, "Brother, wait a minute, it's Shishir's call." Qin Siki quickly answered the phone. On the other end of the line, Lu Shishir's voice was a little anxious. "Siki, you need to come to the hospital right away. Something has happened to your aunt." Qin Siki was suddenly nervous when she heard this. She hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with my mother? What's the problem?" Lu Shishir tried to calm her down. "Don't worry, you'll know the details when you get here. Hurry up and come over." Qin Siki took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. "Okay, I'll be right there." After that, she hung up the phone. Su Yang noticed the anxious expression on Qin Siki's face and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Qin Siki said anxiously while quickly getting dressed. "Shishir said that my mother had a problem and asked me to go to the hospital quickly." After hearing this, Su Yang frowned slightly and thought to himself, "According to reason, the lung cancer removal method that I taught her shouldn't have any problems." He looked up at Qin Siki, who was getting dressed, and said gently, "Don't worry too much. I'll go with you. With me there, nothing will happen. Don't worry." Qin Siki nodded softly as she dressed. In the hospital, Qin Siki's eyes were red and swollen, and tears kept falling. She stared at her mother, who was unconscious in the hospital bed, and her heart was filled with worry. She turned to look at Lu Shishir and asked in a trembling voice, "Shishir, wasn't my mother in preoperative recuperation? How could she suddenly become like this?" Lu Shishir held Qin Siki's hand, trying to give her some comfort. "Siki, don't worry too much. Auntie's condition is a sudden illness, and she needs to have surgery immediately. Here is the surgery order. Sign it, and I'll arrange for the surgery right away." Siki took the operation sheet, didn't look at it carefully, and signed her name on it. After seeing Siki sign the form, Lu Shishir said gently, "Siki, don't worry. The magic needle lung cancer tumor resection method that I have researched is quite mature, and I am confident that I can successfully operate on your aunt." Siki looked at her mother's pale and bloodless face, then turned to Lu Shishir and nodded. Lu Shishir then turned to the doctor next to her and said, "Now prepare for the operation. Go and inform the director and ask him to come as soon as possible." The doctor nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go inform the director." After that, he turned around and hurriedly left the ward. At this moment, a director who looked to be in his 50s, slightly overweight, and wearing a white lab coat walked in. Behind him was a man in his 40s wearing glasses and also wearing a white coat. When Lu Shishir saw the dean, she hurried forward and asked in confusion, "Dean, why are you here?" The director looked at Lu Shishir, then turned to Siki, who was sobbing in front of the bed, and Su Yang, who was standing next to her, and finally fixed on Chin's unconscious mother. He then slowly said to Lu Shishir, "Your surgery today has been cancelled." "Huh? Why, Dean?" Lu Shishir asked in puzzlement. The dean said in a deep voice, "This patient's condition is very special. After careful consideration, our hospital has decided that Professor Luo will perform the surgery." He then looked back at the bespectacled man in his 40s. Lu Shishir's face changed slightly, "But I already..." Before she could finish, the dean interrupted, "Deputy Director Lu, are you questioning the hospital's decision?" At this moment, the director walked into the ward and said directly to the dean, "I question the hospital's decision." The dean frowned and looked at the director and said, "Wang, what do you mean by that?" Director Wang was referring to the director of the oncology department, the doctor who admired the legendary doctors Hua Hongyu. He glanced at Professor Luo and then turned to the dean and said, "This patient's condition is indeed very special. Apart from the lung cancer tumor removal method with the divine needle of the divine doctors Hua Hongyu, any other method would be extremely risky." As soon as Director Wang finished speaking, Professor Luo sneered and said dismissively, "Others may not be able to do it, but that doesn't mean I, Luo Fei, can't do it. What century are we in? The so-called miracle doctor and the so-called miracle needle lung cancer tumor removal method you are talking about are long outdated." Director Wang was furious at Luo Fei for insulting his idol, and glared at Luo Fei, you. He was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. At this point, Lu Shishir stepped forward and said calmly, "The patient's lung structure is different from that of ordinary people. We have spent nearly a month trying to figure out this structure. Professor Luo, as far as I know, you have only been in our hospital for less than 10 days. Do you really understand the patient's condition?" Professor Luo just smiled at Lu Shishir and said, "Little girl, you've only been a doctor for a few days. Are you questioning me?" Director Wang couldn't help but interrupt, "Luo Fei, although Dr. Lu hasn't been a doctor as long as you, she is a doctor of medicine." Before Wang could finish, the dean interrupted him. "Okay, Lao Wang, stop. Professor Luo will perform the surgery. It will be fine. Someone, take the patient to the operating room." "Wait." At this moment, Su Yang, who had been standing by, finally spoke up. He looked at the dean and then at Luo Fei and said, "What if Professor Luo is not up to it?" Luo Fei glanced at Su Yang and said unceremoniously, "If I, Luo Fei, can't do it, then it can only be said that the patient's life is destined to be like this." Su Yang smiled and looked at Luo Fei and said, "Professor Luo, are you that confident?" Luo Fei snorted and said proudly, "Of course, people with strength are confident." Chapter 34, Shishir, it's your turn to take action. Su Yang also snorted at this time, saying lightly, "I'm afraid you're the kind of person who has no strength but insists on pretending to be confident." When Luo Fei heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" Su Yang looked directly at Luo Fei and continued calmly, "What I mean is, since you dare to say such a big thing, if the operation fails and in the end it is up to Dr. Lu to save the day, then wouldn't you be quite embarrassed?" After saying this, Su Yang's gaze turned to Lu Shishir, then back to Luo Fei, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Yang's words really made Luo Fei angry. He wanted to explode, but in the end he held back under the dean's gaze. He just looked at Su Yang coldly and said in a flat tone, "Young man, I don't want to get into a fight with you." After listening to Luo Fei's words, Su Yang turned to Lu Shishir and said, Sure, you must be prepared for surgery at any time. After all, some people may come to you at any time." Lu Shishir looked at Su Yang and nodded, saying softly, Su Yang had long since understood the ins and outs behind all this. Qin Siki's mother's case of lung cancer was extremely special, and successfully completing this surgery would bring great benefits and prestige to the doctor. Luo Fei, a doctor who had just returned from abroad, was still relatively inexperienced, but he was a typical sea turtle. When he first joined the Second People's Hospital, he heard about Qin Siki's mother's special case of lung cancer. According to the usual practice, he would not have been allowed to perform the operation. However, Luo Fei is very smart. He successfully bribed the hospital director with money, and this is what we see now. At this moment, Luo Fei was thinking only about the glory he would receive after the operation was successful, but he had never really considered the cost of a failed operation, a human life. Outside the operating room, Qin Siki was anxious. She paced back and forth in the corridor, each step heavy and tense. Lu Shishir and Director Wang also stared at the door to the operating room, their eyes full of worry and anticipation. In this tense atmosphere, only Su Yang appeared unusually calm. He had already carefully studied Qin Siki's mother's case and knew that as long as the patient had a breath left, he would be able to save her from death. This confidence and composure made him stand out in the anxious eyes of everyone. In the operating room, when Luo Fei actually faced the complex tumor in the patient's lungs, he froze for a moment and was dumbfounded. Although he had studied the patient's pathology report very carefully yesterday and had made full psychological preparations, but the actual situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. The assistant behind Luo Fei kept wiping the sweat off his forehead with gauze. Another assistant, seeing that he was not moving, said, "Professor Luo?" With the assistant's reminder, Luo Fei came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Then he said slowly, "The patient's tumor is too complicated. If we cut it forcibly, it is very likely to cause severe bleeding. Now, we give up cutting." When he heard this, several assistants looked at each other. Then they began to follow Luo Fei's instructions and performed the suturing work. At this point, everyone waiting outside the operating room, except Su Yang, was looking worried. They paced back and forth or frowned, each with a worried look on their face. Su Yang stood quietly on the side, his eyes calm and deep. He watched Lu Shishir comforting Qin Siki softly. So he also said to Qin Siki, "Don't worry, it's going to be fine." Although Qin Siki did not say anything after hearing Su Yang's words, the anxiety in her eyes seemed to have eased a little. At this point, Lu Shishir turned to look at Su Yang and asked curiously, "Why are you so sure that Professor Luo Fei can't do it, but I can?" Su Yang was about to explain when the door to the operating room suddenly opened. Qin Siki immediately rushed forward and asked nervously, "Professor Luo, how is my mother's surgery going?" Her voice was trembling with obvious anxiety. Looking at Qin Siki, Luo Fei said with a hint of embarrassment and helplessness in his tone, "The operation is over. I'm sorry, I've done my best. The patient's condition is serious. The complex structure of the lung tumor is beyond our expectations. I'm afraid it's beyond human healing. But don't worry, I've taken special measures to keep her alive for a few more days, so you can spend some time with her." When Qin Siki heard the news, it was as if the whole world had collapsed, and tears fell like broken beads. Su Yang looked at Luo Fei and said unceremoniously, "No means no. Why make up excuses about what is beyond human ability? And what about the special treatment that will keep the patient alive for a few more days? Even if you don't operate, the patient can still live for another 6 months." When Luo Fei heard that it was Su Yang who was provoking him, he immediately flew into a rage. "Kid, you're talking again? I've put up with you for a long time. Who do you think you are? Do you have any say here?" Su Yang snorted in derision and retorted, "What's the matter? You've been beaten up for your poor medical skills? You don't allow others to speak? You, just go and stay aside and see what real medical skills are." After that, he turned to Lu Shishir and said, "Shishir, it's your turn to go." Lu Shishir nodded and was about to turn and enter the operating room. At this moment, Luo Fei suddenly shouted, "Stop! Did I let you in?" His voice was full of displeasure and warning. The dean, who had been sitting on the bench in the corridor, also came over and said to Lu Shishir, "Dr. Lu, Professor Luo has already treated the patient and ensured that she will live for a few more days. If you go in and mess with her again, and if something happens to the patient, can you take responsibility for it?" Su Yang smiled and sighed, saying, "Why is it that when you go in, you save lives, but when others go in, they harm people? You're all doctors, so why is there such a big difference? I think someone clearly wanted to use this surgery to boost their reputation, but now that it's failed, they're afraid of being embarrassed, so they won't let anyone else take over the surgery?" Luo Fei was caught off guard by Su Yang's words and glared at him angrily. "Who says I don't dare let someone else take over the surgery? I'm afraid she doesn't have the ability." Su Yang asked in return, "What if someone else has the ability?" Luo Fei looked at Su Yang, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he said fiercely, "If she is really better than me, I will cut off my head and let her kick it around." Su Yang calmly responded, "Okay, that's what you said. If we can't do it, you can kick my head around as you like." At this point, the dean looked at Su Yang and Luo Fei and said unhappily, "What do you think this place is? Do you get to decide whether we can or can't?" His voice carried a hint of authority, and he was obviously unhappy with the two of them arguing. At this moment, Shinseiki looked at the dean and said firmly, "The patient inside is my mother, so I should be able to make the final decision." After that, she looked at Lu Shishir and then at Su Yang, and continued, "I believe they can." Seeing that the patient's daughter was so resolute, the dean didn't say anything more. Lu Shishir put on a mask and walked towards the operating room. Director Wang was about to follow her in, but was stopped by Su Yang behind him. Su Yang whispered a few words in Wang's ear, and Wang's face showed a look of embarrassment. However, after some struggle, he nodded. Not long after, Director Wang also entered the operating room with Su Yang, who had already changed into a surgical gown. Chapter 35 Su Yang, come and save me. At this time, in the operating room, Lu Shishir was fully focused on performing the surgery on Shinseki's mother. Although she had already mastered the magic needle lung cancer tumor removal method through numerous simulations under the guidance of the anonymous email, she had mastered the needle-like lung cancer tumor removal method, but when she actually stood in front of the operating table, she inevitably felt a little nervous. At this critical moment, an assistant suddenly shouted anxiously, "Dr. Lu, the patient is bleeding heavily." Then another assistant reported anxiously, "Dr. Lu, the patient is suffering from respiratory failure." As she listened to the assistant's reports, Dr. Lu's heart began to race. Her steady hands began to tremble slightly while she was cutting the tumor. At this moment, Director Wang and Su Yang walked into the operating room. Su Yang gently patted Lu Shishir on the back and said calmly, "The magic needle lung cancer tumor resection method requires the operation to be completed in the shortest possible time. Don't panic, I'm here." Lu Shishir looked back at Su Yang and a flash of gratitude appeared in her eyes. She was about to speak, but Su Yang stopped her with a gesture and said softly, "Didn't your teacher tell you not to be distracted during an operation?" After saying this, Su Yang gently placed his gloved hand on Lu Shishir's trembling hand and reassured her, "I'm here, don't worry." After comforting Lu Shishir, Su Yang held her hand tightly and the two continued the operation side by side. For some reason, Su Yang's presence seemed to give Lu Shishir an indescribable confidence. Her trembling hands gradually stabilized, and she gradually entered a state of surgery, focusing intently on every detail. Su Yang watched Lu Shishir gradually enter a state of bliss, and his mood also relaxed a lot. He slowly let go of Lu Shishir's hand and let her operate alone. As he watched Lu Shishir's skilled and precise technique, Su Yang couldn't help but nod his head, secretly admiring in his heart. This talent is truly amazing. Because he discovered that Lu Shishir had the potential to become an outstanding doctor, she would definitely be able to shine in the medical field in the future. Outside the operating room, Shinseki's face was still pale and anxious. She stared at the door to the operating room, her heart filled with anxiety and anticipation. Luo Fei and the dean also seemed a little restless at this time. However, their anxiety was not due to concern for the patient. They were looking forward to Su Yang and Lu Shishir making a fool of themselves during the operation. Luo Fei looked at his watch from time to time, with an expression of waiting to see a joke. He looked at the dean and said jokingly, "It's been half an hour since he went in. Oh, I guess the surgery went badly and he's too scared to come out, haha." The dean laughed along with him when he heard this. I think so too. This kind of young guy doesn't know his place, and thinks he's really capable. Shinseki was already anxious, and hearing the two of them's sarcasm, she was even more indignant. She couldn't help but say, "You two are doctors, aren't you? Do you want my mother's surgery to fail? At a time like this, shouldn't you be praying for the surgery to be successful?" Luo Fei and the dean were taken aback by Shinseki's words, looked at each other, and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. They realized that their words and deeds were indeed a bit excessive, so they didn't say anything else and waited silently for the results of the surgery. At this moment, the door to the operating room slowly opened, and Lu Shishir and Su Yan walked out together. Shinseki immediately went forward and nervously looked at Lu Shishir. Seeing this, Lu Shishir gave her a confident look, as if to say, "Don't worry, the operation was a success." Su Yang took off his mask and looked at Luo Fei, saying in a light tone, "Professor Luo, I don't think you can make it." Luo Fei's face fell and he asked in confusion, "Are you guys?" Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and hurriedly walked into the operating room, followed by the dean. After a while, Luo Fei came out with a shocked look on his face, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible, how is this possible?" Su Yang, seeing this, teased and laughed, "Hey, Professor Luo, who just said they were going to kick my head around like a ball?" Upon hearing this, Luo Fei immediately came to his senses and fell to his knees at Su Yang's feet. Su Yan looked down at Luo Fei, who was kneeling on the ground, and deliberately raised his foot. Luo Fei closed his eyes tightly and clenched his teeth, as if he was ready to be kicked hard by Su Yang. However, Su Yang's foot lightly touched the ground. He looked down at Luo Fei and said in a deep voice, "I admit that in some medical fields, the West is indeed more developed than us. But don't underestimate the thousands of years of Chinese medical expertise." After saying this, Su Yang turned and left without looking back, leaving Luo Fei kneeling on the ground, ashamed and remorseful. However, in addition to Luo Fei, Lu Shishir was also staring at Su Yang's back in a daze. In Shinseki's mother's hospital room, Shinseki was carefully wiping her mother's face with a towel. Lu Shishir walked in quietly and asked softly, "Where is Su Yang?" "He went out to buy groceries and should be back soon." Shinseki looked up at Lu Shishir and replied. Lu Shishir nodded and said, "Oh, then take care of Auntie. I'm going to find him for something." After that, she turned and walked out of the ward, leaving Shinseki looking at her back in confusion and muttering to herself, "Don't you dislike Su Yang? Why are you looking for him?" Meanwhile, in another part of the hospital, Su Lin was looking for Shinseki's mother's room. She had just heard Lu Shishir say that Shinseki's mother had just had an operation and wanted to visit her. However, she had not yet found the ward, but unexpectedly met Long Lu. Su Lin subconsciously hid in a ward, feeling uneasy. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. She saw Su Yang carrying something in his hands and he was walking towards Long Lu. Then, something unexpected happened. Long Lu suddenly fell to his knees in front of Su Yang, as if he wanted to kowtow to him, but Su Yang stopped him in time. This scene completely stunned Su Lin. She recalled the back of the man she saw when she was unconscious, and a shocking thought came to her, could it be that Su Yang really saved me? At that moment, she saw Long Lu hand Su Yang a business card and then leave like a happy child. Su Lin was full of doubts and shock, and she decided to go find Su Yang to ask him for an explanation. At this moment, Su Yang happened to pass in front of the ward where she was hiding. Su Lin's mind flashed again the vague figure, and she was instantly convinced that it was Su Yang who had saved her. However, when she tried to catch up with him to ask for clarification, Su Yang's figure had already disappeared in the hospital corridor. Shinseki was watching from the ward when Su Yang came in carrying a large bag of groceries. She walked up to him, hugged him, and said gently, "You've worked hard." After that, she kissed him gently on the cheek. At that moment, Su Yang's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and heard Su Qingyao's frightened voice. "Su Yang, come and save me, I'm in." Before he could finish his sentence, a muffled sound came from the phone, followed by Su Qingyao's terrified screams. Su Yang's face instantly became solemn. He said to Shinseki, "I have something to take care of." Without waiting for a response from Shinseki, he hurriedly left the ward. Shinseki looked at his back and sighed softly, muttering, "What a nuisance." Not long after Su Yan left, Su Lin and Lu Shishir entered the ward at almost the same time. They looked at Shinseki and asked in unison, "Where is Su Yang?" Shinseki looked at them curiously and replied, "He just left." Then, they asked at the same time, where did he go? At this point, Lu Shirsher and Su Lin both felt a bit embarrassed. They looked at each other, then at Qin Siki. Qin Siki blinked her eyes and asked curiously, what's going on with you two? You wouldn't. Lu Shirsher explained with some embarrassment, I wanted to ask him why he disturbed me during the operation. Su Lin also said awkwardly, I just learned a new kung fu and wanted to get back at him. Both of them looked a little uncomfortable. Chapter 36, Dragon Roar and Phoenix Cry Pills. In the luxurious private room of the Prince Hotel, Su Qingyao's face was unusually rosy. She nervously looked at Zhang Shijing in front of her and asked in a trembling voice. What are you going to do? Zhang Shijing's mouth curled up in a lewd smile, slowly approaching Su Qingyao and saying frivolously, what? Of course, it's what a man should do. Su Qingyao tried to keep herself calm and tried to intimidate the other party with her Su family status. I am the eldest daughter of the Su family. How dare you? Zhang Shijing laughed heartily, as if he had heard a joke. He sneered. The eldest daughter of the Su family? Humph, in my eyes, the Su family is nothing but a bunch of ants. I can wipe out your family with a flick of my foot. And even if your family finds out, I'm afraid they'll be even happier than I am. Ha ha ha. Su Qingyao knew full well that Zhang Shijing was not lying. The Su family might indeed benefit from her marriage, and even if they knew about the humiliation she had suffered, they might choose to let it go. Zhang Shijing looked at Su Qingyao's flushed cheeks and smiled triumphantly. Last time, I gave you a dose of medicine that let you escape. This time, I'll see where you can run. This pill, Long Xiao Feng Ming Wan, is truly as good as its reputation. It can make the person who takes it drunk and dream of death. Do you feel hot and uncomfortable now? Come over here. I'll cool you down. As he said this, Zhang Shijing began to unbutton his suit and shirt, approaching Su Qingyao step by step. At this point, Su Qingyao's consciousness gradually became blurred, and her body became restless under the influence of the drug. Her heartbeat accelerated, her breathing became rapid, as if she was being pulled by an invisible force and unable to control herself. Zhang Shijing looked at Su Qingyao's gradually losing her mind, and a lewd light flashed in his eyes. He laughed lewdly and mocked, it seems that you are more promiscuous than your sister Su Qi. But she is no match for you. Zhang Shijing said, stepping closer to Su Qingyao. At this point, Su Qingyao had already lost her self-awareness. The effects of the drug made it impossible for her to think, and she could only act on instinct. She began to tear at her clothes unconsciously, and her fair skin was visible in the dim light. Zhang Shijing saw this and his desire grew even more. At this moment, the door to the private room was kicked open with a loud noise. Zhang Shijing, whose body was flushed from the effects of the drug, turned around and looked back. When he saw Su Yang, a flash of anger crossed his eyes, and he shouted angrily. It's you again, you son of a bitch. Today, I'm going to waste you. Then he shouted, somebody. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 bodyguards in sharp suits quickly appeared in the private room, forming a human wall. Su Yang looked at them and a slight smile of contempt appeared on his lips, but he did not say a word. Attack! Beat him up! Zhang Shijing gave the order, and the bodyguards immediately rushed towards Su Yang like hungry wolves. However, Su Yang was faster and more agile than they were. He dodged the first bodyguard's attack with ease, and at the same time, he landed a precise punch on the other's chest. With a muffled thud, the bodyguard flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall. Then, Su Yang moved like a ghost between the bodyguards, each strike swift and powerful. His movements were so fast that the bodyguards didn't have time to react, and one by one they were knocked to the ground, moaning in pain. In just a few dozen seconds, the originally fierce bodyguards had all fallen to the ground. Su Yang stood still, his breathing steady, as if the fierce fight just now was just a little warm-up trick. Zhang Shijing watched the scene unfold before his eyes, and his heart was filled with a wave of panic. At this moment, Su Yang sneered, walked slowly to him, and said lightly. Zhang Xiao, I think you should be feeling the effects of the medicine, don't waste it. After that, he first took off his jacket and carefully wrapped Su Qingyao in it. Then, he took Su Qingyao in one arm and Zhang Shijing, who was like a lump of mud, in the other, and walked out of the Prince Hotel. Zhang Shijing's face turned pale and he asked in a trembling voice, what are you doing? Su Yang looked back at him, a playful smile curling the corner of his mouth, and said, don't worry, Mr. Zhang, you'll find out soon enough. Not long after, a dark car sped through the streets of the old town of Binhai City. Suddenly, a figure was violently thrown from the car and fell on the hard road. The car did not stop, and it disappeared in the complex streets of the old city in an instant. Almost at the same time, a group of stray dogs smelled the unusual scent and gathered around the abandoned man. Soon after, the piercing human voice and the barking of the dogs broke the silence of the night. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell whether it was a human being who had bitten the dog, or whether it was the dog that had attacked the human being, or whether it was something else. But that night, the residents of the old town were horrified by the incessant barking and the human screams. Su Yang, who was driving to the villa, was suffering from inner torment. Inside the car, Su Qingyao's behavior became increasingly out of control due to the effects of the medicine. She had climbed into the passenger seat from the back seat, and now she was naked and tearing Su Yang's clothes off. Su Yang was so focused on driving that he could only let Su Qingyao do as she pleased. At this time, the temperature in Binhai City was over 20 degrees, and Su Yang had only 3 clothes on, from top to bottom. But at this moment, Su Yang's shirt has been almost completely torn. The sleeves of the shirt were barely hanging on his arms, but fortunately the pants had escaped because he was sitting. In the midst of Su Qingyao's frantic tearing, Su Yang managed to drive the car to the front door of the villa. He honked the horn twice, and the property manager ran over to the car. When he saw Su Yang, he smiled and said, "Welcome home." He then pressed the remote control and the gate slowly rose. Su Yang stepped on the accelerator and the car quickly drove into the villa area. However, the messy scene in the car was still seen by the property manager. Although the car was moving fast and he couldn't see clearly, he could guess the general situation. As Su Yang's car's taillights gradually disappeared, the property manager shook his head, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and muttered to himself, "These rich people really know how to have fun." Su Yang parked the car safely at the entrance of the villa, looked around to make sure no one was around, and quickly carried Su Qingyao into the villa. Stepping into the familiar villa, Su Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. However, Su Qingyao in his arms was like a coiled snake, clinging tightly to Su Yang's body. Her body kept writhing, seeking more contact. Su Yang gently lifted Su Qingyao's white wrist and carefully took her pulse. After a moment, his face changed and he exclaimed in surprise, "It's Long Shao Feng Ming Wan." What should I do?" Long Shao Feng Ming Wan is no ordinary pill. It is a legendary, extremely potent and rare aphrodisiac, said to have been created by an ancient alchemist and passed down through the ages for thousands of years. The effects of this drug are extremely violent. Once taken, it can trigger a strong desire for sex, causing the person to fall into a state of madness. However, its side effects are equally terrible. If it is not relieved in time, it may cause irreparable harm to the body. Thinking of a way to relieve it, Su Yang shook his head and a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. He took a deep breath, embraced Su Qingyao, and walked into his room. Chapter 37, You want to get rid of me with just one sentence? Aren't you going to take responsibility for me? After returning to his room, Su Yang took a deep breath and tried to calm the turbulent waves in his heart. He slowly closed his eyes, as if to cut off all the distractions from the outside world. He held Su Qingyao tightly, their bodies fitting together closely, their warmth and breath intertwined, giving each other strength and comfort. At this moment, they seemed to be one, sharing the sudden pain and struggle together. Su Yang could feel Su Qingyao's trembling and unease, and his heart tightened. As time passed, Su Yang began to feel subtle changes in Su Qingyao's body. The strong medicinal effect seemed to gradually find an outlet under his guidance. The two bodies also resonated in a wonderful way during this process, as if a mysterious force was quietly flowing. Finally, after a long and agonizing wait, the aphrodisiac's toxicity began to slowly subside. Su Qingyao's body gradually returned to calm, and her breathing became steady and strong. That night, in Su Yang's villa, the atmosphere was tense and full of uncertainty. The originally tranquil space was now filled with Su Qingyao's panting and Su Yang's steady breathing. Su Yang's brow was furrowed, and despite the strong effects of the aphrodisiac, he felt powerless. During this process, their feelings were also sublimated. Looking out the window at the gradually brightening sky, Su Yang's tired body finally found a little peace. He slowly closed his eyes, as if to isolate the turmoil and exhaustion of the night in the quiet morning light. Su Qingyao, lying next to him, was like a soft mud that had exhausted all its strength, clinging to Su Yang's chest and deeply immersed in a dream. Her breathing was steady and peaceful, as if gently telling the story of the stormy night that had quietly subsided. After an unknown period of time, a piercing scream broke the silence in Su Yang's room. Su Yang, who was still sleeping, struggled to open his heavy eyes. What caught his eye was Su Qingyao's face, which was covered with fear, staring at him intently. Su Yang smiled faintly and said weakly, "You're awake." Although her voice was soft, it carried a deep sense of comfort and care. Su Qingyao's eyes filled with tears, and her voice trembled slightly. "You, Su Yang, how could you do this to me?" Her eyes were red, as if she was trying to control her emotions. Su Yang looked at her expression, helplessly smiled wryly, and whispered, "Have you forgotten what happened last night?" Su Qingyao's thoughts were drawn by Su Yang's words and gradually returned to last night. She recalled Zhang Shijing's tempting offer, the man who claimed that he could solve the Su family's crisis by simply having dinner with him. After careful consideration, she chose to compromise and entered the Prince Hotel. She remembered going to the Prince Hotel and, having learned from her previous experience, she deliberately avoided alcohol and only drank some water during the meal. However, not long after, her body began to feel unusually hot and her heart was restless. The feeling made her very uneasy, so she hurriedly fled the private room. She then called Su Yang, but fate did not seem to favor her, and she was blocked by Zhang Shijing in another private room. The next memory was vague and confusing. She vaguely remembered that after she lost consciousness, she began to take off her clothes on her own initiative. The shame and regret made her feel so ashamed that she couldn't imagine what she looked like at the time. Thinking about this, Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed again, and she lowered her head, afraid to look directly into Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang saw the turmoil in her heart and slowly said, "The drug that bastard gave you is called Long Shao Feng Mingwan, which is a colorless, odorless, and extremely potent aphrodisiac. If you don't detoxify it in time, it will cause irreparable harm to your body." He paused and continued. "After I rescued you yesterday, I wanted to use other drugs to help you detoxify. But when I learned that you were taking Long Shao Feng Ming pills, I knew the antidote for this drug. The only way is for a man and a woman to combine, and it must continue until the drug is completely released before it can be stopped." Su Yang smiled wryly and continued, "If it weren't for my still good physical condition, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to completely detoxify you." After that, he sighed, as if he was still feeling the after effects of last night. Su Qingyao leaned against the bed and listened to Su Yang's story, and she couldn't help but recall the details of last night. She vaguely remembered tearing Su Yang's clothes off in the car and wrapping herself around him tightly after returning to the villa. The madness and loss of control made her blush and her heart beat faster. Because Su Qingyao, in her usual life, is a woman who cares for herself very much, devoting herself wholeheartedly to her work, and almost never considering matters of the heart. This is why she has remained a virgin even though she is in her 20s. However, last night she seemed like a different person. The kind of crazy, slutty behavior made her feel ashamed. The thought of her own behavior last night made her face flush involuntarily. Su Qingyao blushed and looked at Su Yang, who was staring at her. She stuttered, thank you for yesterday." Su Yang jokingly teased her, "Just a simple thank you? You're not going to take responsibility for me?" Hearing Su Yang say this, Su Qingyao's cheeks turned red like ripe apples. She hurriedly defended herself, "I didn't mean that." In fact, in the depths of her heart, Su Qingyao had an indescribable fondness for Su Yang. Whether it was at her grandfather's birthday party or that time at the villa when Su Yang stood up for her and lectured Zhang Shijing, she had developed an indescribable fondness for him. That is why she did not hesitate to call Su Yang in a time of crisis yesterday. At this moment, Su Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw Qin Siki's name, which made him smile wryly again. He quickly answered the phone and said softly, "Hello, Siki?" On the other end of the line, Qin Siki's voice was a little coquettish. "Where have you been? I've called you so many times, why didn't you answer?" Su Yang glanced at Su Qingyao, who was blushing beside him, and then explained to Qin Siki on the phone. "I had an emergency yesterday and my phone was accidentally set to silent." Qin Siki didn't seem satisfied with this answer. She jokingly teased, "Are you hiding in some woman's bed?" Su Yang heard this and smiled awkwardly, retorting, "How could that be?" Qin Siki heard the nervousness in his tone and continued with a smile. "I hope not, otherwise you'll see. By the way, both Shishir and Lin are looking for you. Where are you?" Chapter 38, Embarrassment. Su Yang skillfully changed the subject and asked, "Are you still at the hospital?" Jin Siki replied without thinking, "Yes, of course." Su Yang then suggested, "Then let's meet and talk. It's almost noon now. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it over to you." Jin Siki on the other end of the phone thought for a moment and said, "Whatever you like. Bring a lot." Sure, and Su Lin are waiting too. Su Yang readily agreed, "Okay, I'll go buy some now. See you later." After that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang looked at Su Qingyao, who was leaning against the bed and looking at him, and smiled awkwardly. Su Qingyao didn't think much about it, but asked with concern, "Did Jin Siki's mother have an operation?" Su Yang nodded and replied, "Yes, it was Lu Shishir who performed the surgery, and it went very smoothly." Su Qingyao said she also wanted to go and visit, saying, "Then I'll go with you. I've been too busy at work lately to visit my aunt." Su Yang nodded lightly when he heard her say this. Seeing Su Yang agree, Su Qingyao blushed and said, You close your eyes, I'm going to get dressed." Su Yang looked at Su Qingyao's cheeks, which were as red as apples, and smiled. Then, obediently, he closed his eyes and covered his head with the quilt. Seeing that Su Yang had already covered his head with the quilt, Su Qingyao decided to get up and get dressed. However, Su Qingyao suddenly remembered that her clothes had been forgotten somewhere last night. This thought made her already slightly flushed cheeks even more embarrassed. So she decided to go back to her room. When she just stood up from the bed, her legs suddenly became weak, and she stumbled and fell to the ground, involuntarily exclaiming. At this moment, Su Yang, who was still under the quilt, reacted quickly and jumped out of the quilt, holding Su Qingyao tightly as she was about to fall. Neither of them was wearing any clothes at the moment. Although they had been intimate last night, they were still blushing and extremely embarrassed when faced with each other's naked bodies. Especially Su Qingyao, her face was so red that it almost spread to her neck, and she was so embarrassed. Su Yang was also embarrassed. He stammered, Are you okay?" Su Qingyao replied embarrassedly, "No, I'm fine, thank you. Can you let go of me?" Su Yang realized that he was still holding Su Qingyao's waist tightly. He quickly responded, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang let go of her. Seeing Su Yang let go of her, Su Qingyao was about to walk to her room. However, after taking 2 steps, her legs became weak again, and she lost her balance and was about to fall. Seeing this, Su Yang quickly moved behind her and quickly came to her side, holding her tightly to prevent her from falling again. At this moment, the awkward atmosphere between the two reached its peak. As Su Qingyao was about to fall over, Su Yang had to hold her tightly in the same position to prevent her from getting hurt. This was not intentional on Su Qingyao's part, but rather the result of the long Xiaofengming pills. The two had been together all night, and Su Qingyao, who had only experienced the love between a man and a woman once, was exhausted. Finally, in this awkward atmosphere, Su Yang wrapped Su Qingyao in a quilt and carefully sent her back to her room. He then returned to his own room. Su Yang, who had returned to his room, couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. After Su Qingyao returned to her room with Su Yang's help, she was even more embarrassed and felt shy. An hour later, the back seat of Su Yang's car was filled with all kinds of packaged food. Su Qingyao, sitting in the passenger seat, was still blushing from the previous embarrassment, but her eyes revealed deep thoughts. Su Yang noticed her unusual behavior and asked softly, "Has the company's financial crisis not been resolved yet?" Su Qingyao nodded and said with some concern, "The unicorn banquet is about to be held, but the company is still in the midst of an economic crisis. And I haven't received an invitation to the unicorn banquet yet." At this point, she sighed softly, looking extremely lost. Su Yang comforted her. "Didn't I give your grandfather a gift worth more than 8 million yuan? If the company is short of funds, you can consider selling the gifts temporarily to make ends meet. As for the invitation, don't worry, you'll get it." When Su Yang mentioned the gifts, Su Qingyao looked a little embarrassed. Grandpa said those gifts were fake and had already been smashed. What? 8 million gifts smashed? Su Yang drove while looking at Su Qingyao in disbelief. Seeing Su Yang's expression, Su Qingyao said with some embarrassment, "Whether the gifts are real or fake, I will pay you back." Su Yang smiled and didn't respond immediately. Su Qingyao sighed lightly and continued, "If I could attend the unicorn banquet, I would have the opportunity to get the company out of its current financial crisis and even take it to the next level. But now, I can't even get an invitation, let alone attend. Su Yang smiled and comforted her. Didn't I just say that you would get an invitation to the unicorn banquet? By the way, do you still have that little golden bell? Su Qingyao nodded and took out the small golden bell from her bag. Su Yan looked at the golden bell and said, with it, you may have an unexpected surprise when you attend the unicorn banquet. Su Qingyao smiled when she heard Su Yang's words, but she didn't really take them seriously, thinking that Su Yang was just trying to comfort her. Nevertheless, she was very grateful for Su Yang's concern. Su Qingyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, secretly observed Su Yang and suddenly realized that this landlord, who usually seemed ordinary, was actually quite handsome. If she could really be with him, she couldn't help but feel a little ripple in her heart. Su Yang, who was driving, also noticed that Su Qingyao was secretly looking at him. He turned his head and gave Su Qingyao a smile that he thought was very handsome. After being discovered by Su Yang, Su Qingyao was suddenly a little panicked and quickly turned her gaze to the window, pretending to be looking at the scenery. At this moment, an ambulance sped past Su Yang's car, followed by several luxury cars. Su Qingyao was very observant and said after seeing these luxury cars, "Hey, isn't that the Jang family's car? Why is it following the ambulance? Has someone in the Jang family had an accident?" Su Yang looked at the ambulance and luxury cars that were disappearing into the distance, and then said with a meaningful smile, "I guess so." Not long after, Su Yang arrived at the Second People's Hospital. As soon as he entered the hospital, he saw that the ambulance and the Zhang family's luxury car were both parked at the hospital entrance. The entrance to the hospital was closely guarded by a group of bodyguards in black uniforms. The hospital director and others were standing at the door, respectfully talking to an elderly man in a tang suit who looked to be in his 60s. Su Qingyao noticed the old man in the tang suit and curiously leaned over to Su Yang and whispered, "Why is the head of the Zhang family here? Could it be that something important in the Zhang family has happened?" As soon as she finished speaking, the back door of the ambulance suddenly opened, and a woman in her 40s wearing a gorgeous dress came out of the ambulance, crying. Immediately afterwards, several medical staff in white coats cooperated to lower a stretcher. The person lying on the stretcher was Zhang Shijing. Chapter 39. This is the first time I've ever gone on a date with a man. At this moment, Zhang Shijing on the stretcher was in a terrible condition, almost unrecognizable, with his body covered in gauze that the medical staff had temporarily applied. If Su Yang hadn't been so observant, it would have been difficult to recognize him. The dean, who was talking to the head of the Zhang family, immediately looked grave when he saw Zhang Shijing's tragic state. He immediately ordered the medical staff carrying the stretcher, "Hurry up, go inside quickly." Then he told a doctor standing next to him, "Immediately notify the heads of all departments in the hospital to come here, and hurry." The doctor nodded and quickly ran inside the hospital. The dean followed closely behind, entering the hospital with the medical staff carrying the stretcher. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Su Qingyao witnessed this scene and her face showed a surprised expression. She asked, "What happened to him?" Since her memory was almost blank after leaving the Prince Hotel yesterday, she had no recollection of Su Yang throwing Zhang Shijing into the alley. Su Yang heard Su Qingyao's inquiry and replied lightly, "Probably bitten by a dog." After that, he gave a barely noticeable smile. "Bitten by a dog?" Su Qingyao looked at Su Yang with a puzzled expression, trying to find an answer in his expression. However, Su Yang just smiled lightly and didn't say anything more, making Su Qingyao even more curious and puzzled. As Zhang Shijing was carried into the hospital, the bodyguards at the hospital entrance also followed him into the hospital. The patients and their families who had been blocked outside were finally able to enter. As Su Yang and Su Qingyao walked into the hospital, the ambulance driver stood at the door, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. At this time, a doctor came over and asked curiously, "Brother Zhang, what happened just now?" The man called Zhang Gu took a deep drag on his cigarette and said in a low voice, "It was terrible. The scene was absolutely tragic." The doctor, with a curious look on his face, leaned in and urged, "Zhang Gu, tell us, what happened?" The man called Zhang looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then whispered. That person was Zhang Xiao of the Zhang family. Somehow, he appeared in the old neighborhood. Zhang Xiao, I don't know if he was possessed or what, but he was with a bunch of stray dogs. Hey, several bitches were left dying by him. The doctor asked in surprise, "Really?" Zhang Gu stubbed out his cigarette on the ground and said, "How could this be fake?" The bitches were all infuriated by Zhang Xiao, and the male dogs wouldn't let him go. Did you see the injuries on his body? I think they were all bitten by male dogs. And not just his body, even his private parts were bitten and mutilated. The doctor exclaimed, "Ah, this is castration, isn't it?" Jang quickly covered the doctor's mouth and said nervously, "You don't want to live, keep your voice down." The doctor was so scared that he looked around nervously, and only relaxed after making sure that no one was around. At this moment, Su Yan and Su Qingyao had already arrived at Qin Siki's mother's ward with the packed food. When Qin Siki saw Su Yang and Su Qingyao appear together, she asked with some confusion, "How did you two end up together?" Su Yang hurriedly explained, "We met by chance at the hospital entrance." Su Qingyao looked at Qin Siki's mother, who had already regained consciousness, and asked with concern, "Auntie, are you feeling better?" On the hospital bed, Qin Siki's mother was still weak after the surgery she had just undergone the day before. Hearing Su Qingyao's inquiry, she managed to squeeze out a smile and nodded. Qin Siki continued, "My mother is fine now after the surgery performed by Shishir yesterday. She will be discharged in a few days." After hearing this, Su Qingyao nodded and said with relief, "That's great. Now you can rest assured." Just as the two were chatting, Su Lin and Lu Shishir also walked into the ward. They first warmly greeted Su Qingyao, and then their eyes all turned to Su Yang. Su Yang felt uncomfortable when they looked at him. At this moment, Lu Shishir suddenly reached out and pulled Su Yang out of the ward. After the two arrived in the hospital corridor, Lu Shishir stared at Su Yang's eyes and said nothing. Su Yang looked at Lu Shishir's piercing gaze and felt a little nervous. He couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by staring at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face?" Hearing Su Yang ask this, Lu Shishir no longer beat around the bush and said directly to the point, "Is it you who sent me the anonymous email?" "Me? How could that be?" Su Yang nervously responded to Lu Shishir, while unconsciously avoiding her gaze. Lu Shishir didn't say anything, but directly took out her phone and opened her mailbox. She typed 3 words into the anonymous email. "Who are you?" Then she pressed the send button. At that moment, Su Yang's phone rang. Before he could react, Lu Shishir quickly reached into his pocket and took out his phone. Looking at the unread email on the phone, Lu Shishir looked directly at Su Yang and said, "I have time tonight." After that, she turned and left. After a few steps, Lu Shishir stopped again and turned to look at Su Yang and said, "This is my first date with a man." After saying that, she turned around and walked away with a smile. "First date with a man?" Su Yang looked at Lu Shishir's back and repeated what she had just said. At that moment, Su Lin also walked out into the corridor. Since she had come out a little late, she only heard the word date. Su Yang was watching Lu Shishir's back at the moment, so he didn't notice Su Lin coming out of the ward. Su Lin walked behind Su Yang and patted him on the back, making a loud sound. Su Yang turned around and saw Su Lin, and greeted her with a smile, "Lin Jie." Like Lu Shishir before, Su Lin stared at Su Yang intently and said after a moment, "Was it you who saved me that day?" Hearing Su Lin ask this, Su Yang smiled and said casually, "How could it be? With my 3-legged cat kung fu, how could I possibly beat Long Lu?" As soon as the words came out, Su Yang realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. Su Lin smiled and said, "You can keep on making up stories." Facing Su Lin's teasing, Su Yang smiled awkwardly. Su Lin looked at Su Yang and didn't make things difficult for him again. She said, "I'm free tonight. Do you understand what I mean?" Su Yang looked at Su Lin's eyes and quickly smiled and said, I understand. "Okay, I'll wait for you tonight," Su Lin said, turned around and left. Looking at Su Lin's back, Su Yang smiled helplessly. Chapter 40 Invitation. After Su Lin and Lu Shishir left one after the other, Su Yang stood alone in the corridor, wondering how he should deal with the situation that night. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that Qin Siki and Su Qingyao had been standing at the door of the ward for some time, quietly watching him. Qin Siki asked Su Yang curiously, "What did Shishir and Lin want with you? Why are they all so mysterious?" Su Yang helplessly laughed and replied, "Nothing. By the way, the packed food will get cold if we don't eat it. Let's go eat." He turned and walked back to the ward. Although Qin Siki knew that Su Yang was being evasive, she didn't pursue the matter any further. She just gave him a cold stare and then followed Su Yang back to the ward. Su Qingyao, however, remained standing at the door, her gaze lingering between Qin Siki and Su Yang. She vaguely sensed that the two seemed to have an unusual intimacy, and a doubt arose in her heart. Just as she was wondering, Qin Siki shouted, "Qingyao, it's time to eat." Su Qingyao came back to her senses and replied, "Okay, I'm coming." After finishing her meal, Su Qingyao left the hospital and went straight to the company. Soon after, Su Qingyao had just stepped out of the hospital's door. Su Yang took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, Su Yang gave a concise and clear order: "I need an invitation to the Qilin banquet, and I need it to be delivered to Su Qingyao at the Su residence as soon as possible." After that, he hung up the phone decisively. In the afternoon, Su Qingyao sat at the large desk in the president's office of the Su Group, her brow furrowed and her mind full of worries. The grand opening of the unicorn banquet was tomorrow, but she had still not received an invitation. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall what Su Yang had said in the car about his promise that she would receive an invitation. Thinking of this, she smiled helplessly and shook her head. At this moment, a knock on the door broke the tranquility of the office. Su Qingyao casually answered, and then the office door was slowly pushed open. Her assistant led a man in a black suit and carrying a briefcase into the office. Su Qingyao first glanced at her assistant, then turned her gaze to the man in the black suit. Just as she was about to ask her assistant, the man spoke first. "Excuse me, are you Miss Su Qingyao?" Su Qingyao nodded subconsciously. The man in the suit then said respectfully, "Hello, Ms. Su. I have been commissioned by the organizer of the unicorn banquet to deliver an invitation to you." He took out an exquisite invitation from his briefcase and handed it to Su Qingyao with both hands. Su Qingyao looked at the invitation in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little confused. After all, in Binhai City, the Su family's status was not high enough to attend such a grand banquet. What was going on? She was so excited that she forgot to take the invitation from the man. The assistant on the side saw this and quickly reminded her, "Ms. Su? Ms. Su?" Su Qingyao finally came back to her senses and quickly took the invitation from the man. She opened it and confirmed that the name on the invitation was indeed Su Qingyao, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The man in the suit then said, "Ms. Su, I hope you can attend the Qilin banquet on time." After saying that, he nodded to Su Qingyao and left the office. After the man left, the assistant Wang Xiaoran could not hide her excitement. She looked at Su Qingyao and her eyes flashed with admiration. "Qingyao, you are really amazing. You can even handle the invitation to the difficult Kirin banquet. You are a god." As she spoke, she couldn't help but hug Su Qingyao. Wang Xiaoran is not only Su Qingyao's right-hand woman, but also her close college friend. After graduation, at the invitation of Su Qingyao, she joined the Su Group without hesitation and was promoted to Su Qingyao's right-hand man. However, in the face of her best friend and right-hand woman's warm embrace, Su Qingyao was surprisingly calm and didn't react at all. Because at that moment, the words of a certain person echoed in her mind: "You will receive an invitation." This sentence seemed to be a key that opened the door to her doubts. Su Qingyao took out her cell phone and dialed Su Yang's number without hesitation. On the other end of the line, Su Yang's voice quickly came on. "What's up?" Su Qingyao asked directly, "Where are you now?" "I'm still in the hospital." "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Su Yang's tone revealed concern. "It's fine. I'll wait for you at home tonight." After saying that, Su Qingyao decisively hung up the phone. Seeing Su Qingyao hang up the phone, Xiaoran playfully teased, "Qingyao, have you found a boyfriend? When are you going to introduce him to me? I'll help you choose." Su Qingyao and Wang Xiaoran have a very good relationship, so when no one else is around, Wang Xiaoran always calls Su Qingyao by her first name. Hearing Xiaoran ask, Su Qingyao looked at her thoughtfully and said, "Boyfriend." Xiaoran noticed that Su Qingyao's expression was a little strange, so she asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Facing Wang Xiaoran's inquiry, Su Qingyao shook her head gently and replied with a smile, "I'm fine, Xiaoran." In the hospital corridor, Su Yang gently hung up Su Qingyao's phone. His brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. He whispered to himself, "Another one." Qin Siki had been quietly observing Su Yang, and her gaze was filled with a hint of concern and curiosity. She asked softly, "Su Yang, what do you mean by another one?" Su Yang came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "Ah, nothing, I was just thinking about something." Qin Siki didn't buy it. Her eyes became even more sharp. "You just said another one. Su Yang realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. He hesitated for a moment, then said lightly, "It's nothing, really. Lu Shishir wanted to thank me for speaking up for her and offered to take me out to dinner. Su Lin also wanted to wait until she was better and spar with me." Shinseki's eyes flashed with a complex emotion, and she let out a soft "oh," as if digesting the information. Su Yang knew that Shinseki's directness and sensitivity might cause her to make unnecessary associations about these things. He didn't want Shinseki to think too much, especially when her mother needed care after surgery. From the bottom of his heart, Su Yan liked Su Qingyao. However, the two intimate encounters between them were the result of Su Qingyao's medication, which made their relationship seem particularly delicate. As for Shinseki, Su Yan felt very confused. Their relationship was like a sudden storm, catching him off guard. Shinseki's dependence and trust made him feel a great responsibility, but he was not sure if he could respond to her feelings. Su Yang had wanted to confess his feelings to Shinseki many times, but every time he was about to speak, he would back down. He was afraid of hurting Shinseki and making her feel even more helpless at this vulnerable moment. He decided that after Shinseki's mother recovered from the hospital, he would find a suitable time to have a good talk with Shinseki. For now, he can only temporarily bury these complicated emotions deep in his heart and try to maintain the status quo.